especially entry-level folks, that we have got to keep working on getting that starting rate up. So I would really encourage you to look hard at that end. And on that, I will turn the final question over to Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up comment and in close. We've heard a lot of great discussion, a lot of things to think about, especially as we move forward through this process. And we've also heard a lot of discussion about positive outcomes and productive paths forward, kind of hinging on the implementation of the county medical director. As this discussion continues, I think we really need to look at this being a full-time employee, because they have a lot of work to do. And I just think that the county in general would benefit more from having a full-time medical director. So I would ask that some consideration and a continued discussion be had on that topic.
Thank you. And seeing no other lights, we have run over slightly. We appreciate everyone's time. And if I'm assuming we have any more questions, we can certainly come to you, any of you individually. So thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll begin with an invocation led by Council Member McKenzie, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Fugit. Please rise as you're able.
Thank you. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We ask a special blessing for those lives that have been lost in a senseless war. We pray for those men, women, and children who are trapped in the midst of a war that they did not ask for. We pray for those who have taken an oath and a pledge to protect us locally and abroad. Please be with us, give us wisdom and guidance as we govern this city. We pray for peace in the world. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit.
Here.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Here.
Councilwoman Parker. Here. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Roberto. Here. Councilwoman Singh. Councilman Smith.
Here.
Councilwoman Testerman.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas. 8 members present, Mayor.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the minutes from our last meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there, item 5, are there any items on tonight's agenda to be withdrawn? Are there any items to be postponed? Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Since Councilmember Thomas is feeling under the weather tonight and unable to join us, I think we should postpone items 12K, L, and M, because those are rezonings in his district, and so I think we should wait to hear those in 2 weeks when he's here.
So motion made to postpone items 12K, 12L, and 12M for 2 weeks. It's been made and seconded. Any questions or discussions? Seeing none. Ms. Tesserman, did you have a question or discussion, or you want to be called on next?
Next.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Items 12K, L, and M are postponed for 2 weeks. Councilmember Testerman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to postpone item 11A. Larry Cox's family was unable to be here tonight and would like to postpone to the December 12th meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion to December, so 4 weeks.
4 weeks, yes.
Okay. Motion to postpone item 11A for 4 weeks has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out and ask, since Vice Mayor Roberto brought it up, 12H is also District 5. So should we also postpone that as well? And if so, I will make a motion to postpone 12H.
I think that's reasonable. He's
You wanna
not here,
second it
so I
then?
think we should do it. I'll second it.
Okay, motion made to postpone item 12H. It's been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other items to be postponed? Councilmember Ryder, your light is on. Okay.
Well, really quickly, should we ask?
You need to yeah.
Should we ask if anyone related to those agenda items are here tonight?
Well, they've been postponed, so.
Okay, all right, never mind then.
Any items requested to be added by motion? Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve the consent agenda has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next is time for my mayor's report. And council members, I normally try to stick to local issues, but given the community members who are here today, I did want to start by taking a moment to reiterate my support for Knoxville community members who are affected by the war in Gaza. As I've mentioned before publicly and to council members, I've had the opportunity to meet with members of Knoxville's Jewish community and members of Knoxville's Palestinian community, and I have expressed to them and publicly that my heart aches for all those impacted by the violence overseas. The loss of innocent life, Palestinian and Israeli, is horrifying. As the mayor of Knoxville, I condemn terrorism, I condemn anti-Semitism, I condemn Islamophobia. I encourage all Knoxvillians to stand against hate and work toward peace at home and pray for peace abroad. Now, I want to mention something more local in nature, assistance on the housing front. If you or someone you know is facing eviction, listen up. We've got some good news and more resources. The state has provided funding for a new eviction prevention program. And Knox Housing Assistance will be taking applications from the 15th through the 30th of each month, with applications opening on November 15th, so that is tomorrow. Details on this program can be found at knoxhousingassistance.org. Council, our ongoing collaboration with Knox County and the many nonprofit agencies who are facilitating this assistance is going to increase housing stability and prevent evictions in Knoxville. This program will continue as long as there are funds to support the effort. So again, applications will be open starting tomorrow through the 30th of this month and every month. So the latter half of every month, as long as funds are available, you can get assistance and find out more information at knoxhousingassistance.org. I also want to mention a couple upcoming events. Tomorrow, we will officially hand over the keys of a former city fire truck to Fulton High School. This truck has served the city for many years, but is no longer part of our active fleet. It can be used to educate and shape the next generation of first responders in Knoxville as part of our partnership with Knox County Schools. So Council, your support 2 weeks ago has helped make this possible, and I hope to see many of you out there tomorrow, 1 p.m., Fulton High School. Also later this week, we will be holding a community open house on the redevelopment of the McClung warehouse site along West Jackson Avenue. This open house will be held from 4 to 6:30 p.m. this Thursday at the Standard. The location and size of this site present a unique opportunity, and we look forward to hearing from residents about what they would like to see in this space. Again, that's this Thursday at 4:30. Well, it says 4 to 6:30. Ms. Justice, is it 4 or 4:30 that starts? Do you know? It's 4, okay. It's 4 o'clock to 6:30 p.m. this Thursday. Also this week, we kick off the Christmas in the City with the lighting of the tree in Shahawi Park Friday night at 6 p.m. And this is the beginning of many holiday events in our city, so check out our social media pages or the website. There will be a lot of fun family activities the next 6 weeks. And finally, the rules of decorum. A quick reminder that those who wish to speak either to a specific agenda item or during public forum should sign up with the city recorder ahead of time. Also, council rules state that up to 3 people each may speak for or against an agenda item. Right now, item 11J and 11K have more than the allowed number of speakers. So the people who have signed up for 11J and 11K, I recommend up to 6 people, and more than 6 people have signed up. Further rules of decorum.
I want to add to what the mayor said about what's going on in the Middle East. And the reason I feel compelled to do that is most of my family is not in this country. They live all over the world. When things impact them in other places, we feel them. The nationalism that's going on in India, Hindu, Muslim, that's come to Knoxville. And, you know, that's starting to foment here. The same thing with what's going on in the Middle East. It's come here. And I know that there is a lot of pain. I know that nobody cares. This is not a local issue, can't do anything about it, but I always support ceasefire. Thank you.
Any other reports of council members?
I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move on with item 8.
8A is a resolution expressing support for the mayor's reappointment of Alana Mukisak, Brent Woe, Philip Hips, and the appointment of Lily Seabolt, Tashawn Ransom, and Aaron Hatfield to the Neighborhood Advisory Council, and expressing appreciation to Greg Easterly, Brianna Holloway, and Emma Ellis Consiga for their years of service on the Neighborhood Advisory Board.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. I just want to extend a special thanks to all the people who have served on the Neighborhood Advisory Council, current, past, and future, and to those who are being reappointed this evening. I understand there are some members of the Neighborhood Advisory Council here this evening. Could you please raise your hands to be recognized? Anyone here from? Yeah, thank you so much for your service. Any questions or discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11B is a resolution approving the annual budget of the Central Business Improvement District, more currently known as the Downtown Knoxville Alliance, for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to award a total amount not to exceed $72,000 in Empower Knox grants to provide support and programming for youth and young adults to 10 community-based organizations in the city.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, I just wanted to note for your information that members of our youth council served on the review panel for these grants, and many of them are here tonight. So I want to thank these members for being part of the grant process and appreciate your time and insight. With any members of the youth council who are here, would you raise your hand? Yes, thank you so much for your work on the youth council and in this grant process. Council member Parker. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a speaker. Ms. Constance Every is signed up to speak in favor of this item. If you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, Constance Every, 37914. Yeah, I do support this initiative because it's about the violence interruption that we have been addressing in our community for some time now. But we have to talk about the critique of the problem to the matter, which is going to be the money. The money. We watched an organization, Turn Up Knox particularly, get roughly about $1 million in the last year and a half or so of funding. And when we expressed the concerns about how some of the organizations that were identified to be so-called partnerships of Turn Up Knox that would actually turn out to be a lie, those are not true, these are the type of things we were talking about. This funding could have been used for these organizations who are doing the real work in the community. We have had this Turn Up Knox program show its inconsistency and constant failure. We have had more murders happen. We are still continuing to deal with gun violence. We have had youth recently reported shooting at Knox County Sheriff Department. We had someone get killed in broad daylight on the east side a few weeks ago, and yet we had this member stand here, the director, Denzel Grant, say they work around the clock. Well, if you're working around the clock, then how do we have a broad daylight murder? If you're working around the clock, then why do we still have youth bringing guns into schools? If you're working around the clock, then why are youth shooting at the police? Again, we have to identify the real issues and the real problems. And the problem is that you are giving pennies, crumbs on the dollar to 10 organizations. I think those 10 organizations could use this funding plus the $1 million that you gave to Turn Up Knox for a far better and more endowed community effort to address the gun violence of our youth. However, you continue to show the crab in the barrel mentality. And more importantly, India, let's call it what it is. It's a buyout. It's a buyout to make us shut up. It's a buyout so people like Reggie Jenkins will stop sending you emails. It's a buyout so you think that by throwing us crumb dollars, it'll make us be satisfied as black people. However, we are extremely dissatisfied. We're doing a 47% poverty rate. We have gentrification out of control. We cannot afford our utilities. We cannot afford our rent. We cannot afford our groceries. We have a health disparity in our medical deserts of our communities. And you think $72,000 is going to be sufficient for 10 organizations. So I'm here to advocate for more money for these organizations because these organizations do the work. Yo, STEM, for example. We got what? The Golden Gloves. They're doing the boxing word. Shore Our Foundation. Did y'all go to Canvas Do Miracles? Amazing organization. And y'all hijacked Miss Jackie and used her in multiple ways and treated her wrong as well. However, she has shown thrivability and resiliency, because that's a credibility of our people. We are resilient in our efforts, whether you support us or not. And so I just want to bring that to the attention of the organizations. Yes, I appreciate you. I am excited to see you're getting some money. However, you deserve so much more, and more importantly, you should demand more. So put it on notice, Knoxville. I told you all, India plays games for days, and most of her work was political strategic strategy to get her seat back. However, she's still shown her true colors. Let's not forget the $20 million she got to Randy Boyd for a bridge as soon as she was reelected. However, ignoring the housing crisis, the homeless crisis, the affordability crisis that money could have went to instead. Let's not forget Hart, how they asked for a simple $50,000 seed money to start up a task force to actually address crisis interruption, because we're done trusting police. Now we done found that we got child pedophiles running through the department too, so that's over with at this point. So again, Knoxville, I want you to pay attention to who India was. And for all the Palestine people, let's not forget, she went to Israel. Let's not forget that trip. And what did she say on that Israel trip? Oh, wow, they do a great job at the police state. Oh yeah, they're doing a great job addressing housing and homelessness. Let's keep it 100 who India actually is. See her for who she is, know for what she is, but shame on you all for giving her seat back once again. So did you learn anything yet? I'm gonna still wait on that one too. And I yield my time.
Council members, that concludes the people who have signed up to speak on this agenda item. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one positive thing to share and one concern to share about this agenda item. My concern is the funding amount. Last year, our Opportunity Youth Grants Program was awarding around $194,000. The program description per cycle. The program description said that the grants would be between $3,000 and $20,000 per organization. Now this year, what's come before us, the grants are between $1,000 and $8,000, so much smaller grants, a smaller impact. I would like to better understand those changes, but I'll go ahead and share my positive. I am happy to see in the last two contracts that have come before us that the insurance requirements have been removed. So that is a positive, and I'm very appreciative of the city looking into that, because I believe that was an undue burden on these small nonprofits. But I feel like we're moving in the wrong direction in terms of what we are offering through this program.
LaKenya Middlebrook, Director of Community Safety and Empowerment, and Emily Norris, our Empower Knox Initiative Coordinator, Youth Engagement Coordinator, apologizes for being absent due to illness. So for clarification, and I think in our fiscal note we noted, these funds are not violence interruption funds. These are not the Opportunity Youth Violence Interruption grants. That is a completely different grant process. This is a revisioning of what had been the empowerment grants. So in years past, there was not a clear application window. It was traditionally very, very small dollar amounts as gap funding to organizations to help meet very specific budget needs such that arose as emergency needs. We have reserved some of the empowerment funding to continue to be able to do some of that gap funding through applications throughout the year, but saw this as an opportunity to provide some more substantive support to some of our organizations who are focused especially in the areas of youth resilience and workforce development for our young people more generally. So this is not the same funding as the Opportunity Youth Funds, and that's why you're seeing variations in the amount, because this is a different pot of money.
They deserve more money, period.
Please do not interrupt from the audience. Thank you, Ms. Middlebrook. Ms. Parker?
It is a little confusing because the details of the program seem the same. Both are called Youth Opportunity Grants. how are these, can you help me understand how much money is available through each program?
So in this previous budget, I believe we approved around $250,000 through the Violence Interruption Fund that specifically focused around youth violence prevention. These funds, again, are focused more around youth resilience and workforce development for a broader span of our young people. So looking at young people ages 12 to 24 more generally, not solely Opportunity Youth. And in our Empower Knox budget, our community safety budget more generally, I believe there was about $85,000 in empowerment funding for grants. And again, we are allocating approximately $72,000 for this program while still reserving funding for those small dollar gap funding that folks have been used to. So we didn't want to completely eliminate that opportunity because we realized that throughout the year, folks may have needs that come up that they did not anticipate, and they have had the opportunity in years past to be able to apply through the what had been community relations and then community empowerment and now community safety and empowerment to help meet some of those needs. And so we wanted to continue to have that as an option. And so that's the variation in the funding. One is from the community empowerment and safety general budget, where the empowerment funding has, Empower Knox funding has traditionally come from, and the Opportunity Youth grants that are strictly focused around youth violence prevention is in the Violence Interruption Special Fund that Council approved.
Okay, and can you just clarify that I do not see the agenda item that came before us in May, which is the Summer Break Opportunity Youth Engagement Microgrant. I do not see the insurance requirements, so that is a change within that program.
Correct. We were able to work with our law department and our
Risk management.
Sorry, it wasn't coming to me. To really focus how we are putting out our guidelines to make sure that we make them as accessible as possible. And I think that that's something that we talked about in previous council meetings with regards to these funding opportunities, that that has been a focus for us. I think in the initial cycles, the way in which these applications were structured were very new to us. And when we realized that there was a barrier that may exist, we worked diligently to overcome that barrier. And so I'm really grateful to Christine in the Risk Management Office and to the Law Department for working diligently with us to identify opportunities to remove as many barriers as possible for our applicants.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to award a total amount not to exceed $6,700 in neighborhood small grant programs grants to support of community building activities planned by 3 neighborhood organizations and the city.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Councilmember Singh. Yes, she is. Ms. Sharp, if you could come to the podium and, for the record, just say your name and your role here with the city.
Good evening, Debbie Sharp with the Office of Neighborhood Empowerment.
Hi, Debbie. I just wanted to, I didn't see on the agenda the neighborhoods that were awarded this, and I just wanted to hear about them.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, Amherst Helmboldt Community Organization, and we have a representative from their neighborhood. Fairmont Emerald Neighborhood Association, they were not able to come. And then West Hills Community Association, and they're represented here as well.
Thank you. I may have missed it, but thank you.
Anything else?
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to utilize and strengthen existing tools to increase the affordable and attainable housing supply in Knoxville.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, this item falls right in line with the concerns that we've heard in our community, looking for creative ways to address the housing needs of the people of our city. This resolution is important. It will expand our current incentive programs to include unsubsidized apartments built before 1990, also known as naturally occurring affordable housing. And I want to thank members of council for working on this, Vice Mayor Roberto and Councilmember Tommy Smith in particular. More than half of the people of our city are renters, and this will be another tool to protect high-quality, affordable rental housing in our city. Housing and Neighborhood Development Director Kevin DeBose will be happy to answer questions, and we also have some people signed up to speak to this item. This is 11E. Okay. First is Christine Jones. Ms. Jones, if you'd come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Christine Jones. I'm one of the ones at Tillery at Rand. I am the one that came in and spoke to you before about having to have brain surgery. You reached out for me. You got me this lady named Debbie Allen, who used to be, I believe, on the council. I have spent more than $385 putting in application fees. I still have not got any place to move. I'm living out of my house that's boxed up. I have to be out by the 30th of November, which so happens to be my son's 4th birthday since he committed suicide. I have no place to go. I have gone to every single apartment complex that everyone that Section 8 has gave me. I've been in very good contact with Debbie Allen at the KCDC, and she has a lady named Tiffany that's also been calling around many apartment complexes. There are nothing available, nothing. I have called places that I would be, going through what I'm going to have to go through, I would be scared to live there. But right now, I don't have anything. I've got 2 weeks, 2 days left. I've already paid down payment for a mover. I ain't got no place to move. I don't know what I think that the tax that you're trying to do, but it's up to the people if they want to join in with that. That really does not help us. That I am on Section 8. Yes, I am. I'm on disability. I have if I'd love to see you after this is over with so you could see how much my face is swelling up. My neurosurgeon is Dr. Galletti. He will not do the surgery with me not having a place to go. So I guess I've been knowing about this tumor now for 5 months, and I can't get help. And I've came and approached you before and stood up here. There is no apartments available, none. If I had the money not to even be on Section 8, you still can't find an apartment available. I do not know if they're, I'm trying to work with Rand. I'm letting them know everything that KCDC is telling me. I've got all the recordings, voicemails on the phone. I've already paid for movers or paid for the deposit for movers. It's up in the air. I can't find no place. And I don't know what else to do. So I'm coming to you pleading for you all again to please try. I mean, I'm on my 5th month now. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last. And I also got more grand information about my health too. I also have myasthenia gravis, which is uncurable. That's really all I wanted to say was I wanted you to see my face one last time because here I still stand.
Well, Ms. Jones, I'm really sorry for your troubles. Rather than wait till the end of the meeting to speak to me, there is someone here from KCDC who might be able to connect you to some other potential resources. So I'd encourage you to speak to them after you're done at the podium.
Okay. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak to this item is Hannah Freeman. Ms. Freeman?
Good evening, y'all. Happy Tuesday. My name's Hannah Freeman, 37912. I think most of y'all know Rand at Tillery, formerly known as Tanglewood. You know, we've been here every 2 weeks to talk about the same things about housing, the need for rental properties, and I really do appreciate those that have heard us and have reached out directly because we're seeing those resolutions tonight. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for that. We haven't seen housing resolutions at all. From August to October, I forgot a whole month, September, we didn't see anything. So really the past couple of weeks are the first time we're really seeing something like this. With all that said, you know, it's no secret, like we've been up here in anger, we've been up in here in tears, we've been here in disgust for our property management company. We're really tired, we're really worn as a community, and to see resolutions that don't bear a lot of weight as far as the planning, as far as the actual budget, as far as a timeline is concerning. Mayor, I know that we hold a lot of the same basic values as far as humans deserve basic human decency, humans deserve their basic needs met. I'm sure you would agree with those statements. Those statements are especially important when it comes to issues of livelihood and survival. So there's still a lot that needs to be addressed that we would like to see, not only as residents of these Rand properties, but as a broader Knoxville area tenants union that we are now becoming. With that said, you know, we do want to continue to work alongside you all as much as possible to get that weight added to these resolutions. But if we can't focus on basic needs as a priority, then we probably need to refocus our own morals, our own values. Housing is a basic need. It is cheaper to keep someone in their home than it is to evict them. What you mentioned earlier, a housing assistance, that's great. There's 4,000 people currently on a waiting list. There's not housing for those people. 200 to 300 people a week are being evicted in eviction court. Over 230 on the docket today. These are individuals and families. That's not 230 individuals. That could be upwards of 500 individuals. That's families, that's kids. All these people here tonight for Palestine, for ceasefire, are also here for basic needs. That's what we can boil it down for. That's what we're here for. We need to solve problems. We need to solve problems that are coming from home right here in Knoxville. That's our focus. That's right. We're not sending money overseas. It's a lot of money that's being sent when we need housing here. We need food security here. There's food deserts in surrounding counties from Knox County. Now, I know that's not y'all's problem. And you've made it very clear what is your problem, and it was, well, not your problem. And I understand, like rent control, can't do anything about it. But as we're seeing, all of a sudden, we are getting properties that are offering no application fees. We are getting properties that aren't doing miscellaneous fees. We are getting properties that aren't requiring certain insurances, that type of thing. And that is so positive to see, even as someone who right now doesn't qualify for any of those things necessarily. I'm not Section 8. I'm not on disability. I have health issues. I still work 2 jobs and am the chairman of Knoxville Area Tenants Union, taking care of my neighbors, becoming a nighttime caseworker with no experience on that. So really what I'm here to ask you all for tonight is your direct help. We need individual support with this Rand Property Management Company. We need you all to help us get them to the table to negotiate. I myself have just gotten a non-renewal. I'm not the only resident that's gotten a non-renewal. That is not an eviction. They are now just kicking people out for caring for their community and caring for basic needs. How long is that going to go on until we realize that 4,000 people on a waiting list becomes 5,000, becomes 6,000? And it's a policy issue, not necessarily a housing issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to members of the audience, if they're run out of seats, there are more seats up in the balcony if you prefer to sit instead of stand. The next person signed up to speak to this item is Nikki Lynn. Ms. Lynn? Anybody else for 11E?
Good evening. My name is Nikki Lynn, and I'm a resident at Brand at Tillery, 4501 Tillery Road. I am here to talk in favor of 11E. I'm speaking in favor because, again, it's supporting affordable housing, but I do have an issue. If we would have listened to Ms. Parker earlier, we would not be looking at the issues that we have now. We would have already had a solution on the table. So I am in favor of it, but I really wish that this council would have taken her serious earlier on. I know this. It happened in August. I remember her bringing it up. So we can't say that it's not been discussed before. Also, if we're looking at properties that are older than 1990, by the way, that's 33 years. I know that's how old I am. If we're looking at those properties, we also need to take into account that places like Rand Property Management are looking at doubling folks' rent because, hey, we have older properties we have to work on rehabbing. So why as an investment company would I be incentivized to take this up? If I have to spend millions to upgrade this property, why not double everyone's rent and I can, go ahead and get that money in my pocket now. So maybe making some stronger language to go along with that. Codes enforcement. It took us asking codes to come out after 2.5 months to take a look at our neighbor's roof that had not been repaired since the storm before we came in for city council in August. It took them 2.5 months. When they came out, they said they couldn't write them up. They couldn't write them up because they had bids out. Remind me, neighbors, when they finally came out and fixed that roof. Was it last week? Week before last? So we have neighbors who were going with leaking roofs for almost 5 months. Okay, so when we talk about giving tax incentives for properties that are older than 33 years old, we need to start looking at how we can better enforce codes with those properties. But again, I'm really excited that we're offering incentives to these properties that, can open up more affordable housing and keep that rent low for folks like myself and my neighbors. Thank you.
Council members, that concludes the people signed up to speak to this item. Council member Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. DuBose, would you give an overview of how this program works? And we've seen it work in other cities like St. Paul and Minneapolis. Based on my research, we've discussed this being a way within our state law to keep rent as low as possible. Can you maybe give an overview of how the program would work for a property developer who's willing to take us up on this?
Sure. Kevin DuBose, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development. Nationally, 64% of all affordable housing are properties older than 30 years old. It is the bulk of affordable housing in our country. And in Knoxville, our city, 71% of our town is older than 30 years, the structures are, and 47% older than 50 years old. So we have a lot of older housing. And traditionally, your newer housing was market rate, and your older housing has been more affordable. And what has happened here recently, now that we have a supply and demand problem, is that property owners are trying to push those older housing units to market rate units. And we've had, there's two groups impacted by the affordable housing crisis. You know, those who are low income, and then those who are working and have modest incomes, but are still paying more than 30% of their rent for, or their income for rent and housing. And so what this does is, what we're asking for is to have some flexibility to use some of our tools that we've been able to spark new housing with. And from a new housing standpoint, we are going gangbusters. We have, partnered with developers to produce over 2,300 units in a relatively short time, leveraging hundreds of millions of dollars. But there are not the same tools available to protect those existing affordable housing units. And so what we would like to do is use those same tools for property owners. And yes, it is voluntary, but cities like Charlotte, and you mentioned St. Paul and Miami, have shown that they have gotten some property owners interested in working with the city to preserve those housing units. And so I think this is just another tool in our toolbox. It is a carrot. You know, we don't have many sticks has been established, but it is a carrot. And I think a well-crafted development incentive will be attractive to some property owners.
So some property owners who take us up on this will be willing to keep rent at a certain percentage or a certain rate for their renters to be able to stay and not be displaced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And specifically, let me point out that it's not just those who are traditionally, low income, 80% or below, but we want to protect and make sure there are affordable rents for those right at the area median. Folks making $50,000, there are rents that are affordable to that range. If you're making $50,000 and paying $2,000 in rent, you're still cost burden. You're still paying way more than 30% for housing. And so what we would do is make certain that there is a rent that is established consistent with the incomes. And again, it expands our territory.
I would just add that one of the reasons I like this is because we talk a lot about incentives for developers, and I've always kind of been of the opinion that if we give it to the big ones, we should give it to the small ones, and nothing's more important than maintaining rent at an affordable rate. So I'll be supporting this, and I'm glad that it's finally come to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and then I'll go to Vice Mayor Roberta.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a bit confused by what is before us. We are not getting an amended Affordable Housing Fund ordinance that tells us what is planned to strengthen and expand these programs. I don't understand why we would have to give the administration authority to strengthen the programs unless it has been created by ordinance. And at that point, we would need to understand what changes are being made to the ordinance to change the program. So is there a plan to bring more before us?
Yes. Yes, if this resolution gets the support that I expect it will, then we'll be bringing more concrete budget amendments and other things to council probably in December.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not against this, but I need to see the details to know if I'm for it, if that makes sense. There are no details For instance, there are aspects of the affordable rental development program that concern me. A developer pointed it out to me, and I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but there are different requirements for participation in that program if we're talking about a downtown property versus outside the downtown area. So if that's what how the city is defining expanding and strengthening by moving into allowing market rate development in certain areas of the city and determining that to be affordable, then no, I don't support it. So I need the details. In fact, I'll probably just abstain tonight because I need the details to know whether it's going to move us in the right direction or not.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Director DeBose, when we are talking about affordable housing, when we've been discussing, this situation that we're in, and we're hearing from folks about the struggles, the personal, they're very personal struggles that they're dealing with. There's a word that always comes up, and that's supply. And what I heard in the exchange you had with Councilmember Smith just a minute ago about the naturally occurring affordable housing is that under a normal circumstance, if you have rents are generally going to be lower for older properties and more expensive, more market rate for newer properties. But that the supply here in our city is such that is flipped on its head. And now even older properties that maybe have fewer amenities, maybe have not been updated very recently, those are now able, because there's not enough supply, to ask for market rate. And so that's putting a lot of folks in a position where they have jobs and they're working and they had an affordable place because of the rents, that now the market has changed and they can ask for more rent. Is that, I'm just trying to put it out in simpler terms maybe so that maybe everyone can understand the situation with regard to supply. Is that basically correct?
That's true. Knoxville traditionally, prior to the last 6-7 years, been pretty slow in growing. And when new housing was added, the existing housing remained affordable. However, here recently, the growth and the prosperity and just the overall desire to be in this town is a good thing. But the housing crisis is real. And what we're seeing is that those older housing units are now also being converted to market rate. And what we're asking for is the flexibility. The ordinance, the Affordable Housing Fund ordinance, does provide flexibility, but our policies, our affordable rental development policy restricts our partnership to new development currently. And so we want to partner with council on, expanding that so that we can take this additional step.
So what you're looking at then is taking existing affordable housing and with those partnerships, making sure that those rents can remain affordable while we're in this supply issue. And also, I enjoyed seeing that discussed again here, an issue that we've talked about a lot with regard to supply, which was doing, residential along the corridors.
Yes.
We have lots of opportunities along the corridors to look at mixed use and to look at additional housing. And in the numbers that we need to address this crisis, we've got to be addressing the spaces that we can have the most impact, and that's where we can do it. So I'm really glad to see that in here. I think seeing the flexibility that you're talking about in here is great. Addressing this naturally occurring affordable housing, I think is critical because it addresses a lot of the folks that we're hearing from, because they have jobs, they have rents, but their rents are going up, and we've got to make sure that we can do whatever we can under the laws that we have to obey here in Tennessee to address that. And so I think that does that. And so I definitely support that. And I really appreciate that this is coming in the form of a resolution to council so that all of us can weigh in on this too and say, hey, this is important and we want to see this occur too. So I appreciate that, and I plan on supporting this, and thank you very much for your comments tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. DuBose, I want to ask a couple of clarifying questions. So the first one is, this is a voluntary program.
It is.
So we, the city, we have no leverage to force them to participate in this program. So this is all voluntary, correct?
Yes, it is.
With this program, for those who do decide to participate, is there a minimum commitment of how long they will keep the rent at that certain baseline? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? Is it 30 years if they participate in the program? Can you speak to that? Do we have those details at this point?
Yeah. There would be a period of affordability that would be de-restricted. And like we do with our affordable rental program now, those proposals come back to council with the period of affordability well spelled out. And depending on the incentive, if it's just tax abatement, it could be 10 years, or more. If we're actually investing cash, typically the minimum would be 20 years. The projects that we approved last council were 40 years. So depending on the situation, we're asking for that flexibility to, negotiate and see what is in the best interest of the public and bring those back to you in form of an ordinance.
Okay. I also want to ask, and I don't know if we've delved into it this far, but with a lot of these properties that are older, and I think that may be part of the Tanglewood Rand situation, is that they want to remodel. And so they're remodeling absolutely to raise the rents and to make them more, more cost, I guess, effective for the property management, not so much for the tenant. When we think about, I think you mentioned $50,000. There are a lot of people who don't make $50,000.
Right.
And so when we look at where people are right now with not being able to afford the rents, I think it still kind of puts us in a really difficult situation for those folks. And then in addition to that, and this is a little off topic, what about the people? I know that we talked about the housing assistance, the rental assistance program,
Right.
which is great, but I think about the calls and the people that I know who've lost their vouchers and who've already been evicted and now can no longer find a place to live because they were dependent on those vouchers. And so I think we have a much larger problem. I think that this is a step in the right direction, but I'd like to make sure that we are monitoring this to make sure that we're maximizing the number of years that these properties, that they would make a commitment. 10 years sounds like a long time, but 10 years goes by really fast when you're talking about this is your home, this is where you live. And so I would hope that we would stick with a minimum of 20 years if this passes and we move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One abstention. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, please.
11F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a one-year extension to Agreement C-08-0141 with Indigo Sports LLC, formerly known as Billy Casper Golf LLC, to provide golf management services at Whittle Springs Golf Course and Knoxville Municipal Golf Course for an annual amount not to exceed $182,872.56.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ryder. Sorry. Councilmember
I
Ryder.
was wondering if Ms. Ely is here or someone from Parks and Rec.
Yes, Ms. Ely, Director of Parks and Recreation is here. If you come to the podium and provide some answers to council.
Yeah, so I know this is, this particular agenda item is kind of a hold, an extension while we go through the golf course study. Is there a plan or a time frame for what's happening next for the golf course, for the study that was done?
The biggest thing, our next step really is to go out and finish up the scope and do an RFP to put it out for bid. We knew that we could not do a transition very quickly with the time frame for the rest of this year, so the year extension would give us the time to do the RFP, put it out, and then do a smooth transition by the end of next year.
For a new management company, is that what you mean?
We will go out to bid for a new management company, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So I guess my question is, there were recommendations in the study that was done. Is there a plan to take any actions based on anything? Because I had a constituent ask about that. So what is the plan to do with the, like, for example, certain golf courses, they're like, you could do A, you could do B, you could do C. Is that just, we're pondering it? What are we doing?
We're looking at all those options that are on the table. The biggest thing is we can put some of those within our budget request this year.
Okay.
So we'll try to look in that form to kind of go through that part of it. But the biggest thing is just making sure that we're all on the same page and that we can do some of the items that are in that study.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a sub-recipient agreement with the Oak Ridge Police Department to award an amount not to exceed $25,000 pursuant to a intervention fund collaboration, a grant from the Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs under the Violent Crime Intervention Fund collaboration to be used to fund intensive forensic training for 2 investigators and to purchase cameras, lenses, and accessories to be used to document crime scenes as part of their violent crime intervention strategies.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Oh, speaker, where's? G? Okay, there's one person signed up to speak to this, Miss Every.
All right. Yeah, y'all know I was gonna come speak to this initiative because you already know what I want to talk about. The cop with the child rape charge. Again, $25,000. We need to give that money to those 10 organizations that we had on this agenda tonight, because KPD don't deserve a dollar, not a single dollar. The biggest issue we have is that I find it ironic that this man has been on the police force since 2007, has had this history of child pedophilia. So that was between Thomas and Paul being in charge. And the irony is that it took the Sheriff Department of Virginia, it took the District Attorney of Virginia to bring the federal charges against this cop. But then let me talk about how they waste our money. Because then he sat on a payroll of, absence of leave for 2 additional weeks for some so-called investigation. I'm trying to figure out what you all were investigating exactly, because once it was proven and he was federally charged, he should have been dismissed immediately, and if anything, faced additional charges out of Knoxville, Knox County for his crimes. But this is the same police department that continues to tell us we're supposed to trust them. This is the same police department that brought in a police chief under lying pretenses. This is the same police department that chose the police chief from the worst police department in America, known as the New Orleans Police Department in the first place. And yet we're getting ready to give $25,000 through this department to another police department, which I have to assume is corrupted too, because why would you want to be involved or even attached to a fellow corrupted department unless you're corrupted yourself? So shout out to the District Attorney of Virginia for having the real integrity of what it means to back the blue, which means it stands with honor, it stands with integrity, it stands with truthfulness, it stands with trustworthiness. And instead of being in Knoxville, where they do nothing but lie, cover up, murder children in high schools, run around our streets, committing additional crimes with their cop cars, unmarked, spending millions of our dollars, and we get nothing in return except lame brain excuses and self-defense analogies that supposedly is supposed to make us believe and trust the Police Department. Have you been paying attention to East Knoxville? They put cameras on MLK. How about that? But here's the irony. Wasn't it the white man out in West Knoxville that killed the cop? Then where's the cameras in West Knoxville? Why are you on the east side with those cameras in the black community? We didn't kill nobody, but they sure did. So what you watching our communities for? And let's not forget the Real-Time Crime Center. Still trying to get answers today on what that purpose is. What is it doing? What is the data for? Who are you actually watching this with? Because as far as I'm concerned, the real criminals of our streets is KPD. Where's the cameras watching them? Where's the police oversight of them? Who's making sure y'all not committing crimes? Because y'all got rapists, y'all got child abuse, y'all got murders, y'all got liars, thieves, and stealers all through the department. And yet today, Brooklyn Belt, cannot forget her, the no racial discrimination. And this council has said nothing about it today, has not addressed the racism, has not addressed the discrimination, has not even brought a single peep on what was the final results and outcome of Brooklyn Belt's no public racism that she received when she got emails on her work email telling her, nigga, leave. What is this really about, Knoxville? What are you all really doing? How is he any better than Chief Thomas at this point in Knoxville? I'm really asking the real questions now. What makes him better than Thomas? Because at this point, I can't see it. But let me remind the voters. See, this is the difference between me and India. This is why I ran for power. Because what I wouldn't have done is, one, I wouldn't have hired no liar. Two, I would have not kept anyone on our payroll that's a child predator. Three, a black woman would have felt protected when she told me she was receiving racism through our department. And number four, I would have never visited Israel and never condoned the behavior of Israel's police department that is known for training American police departments who directly brutalize black communities. So you know what? This is why I say pay attention, because we do have an option now. We can recall vote. Did you know about that? We can recall vote, India. That's right, because the mayor holds the autonomous control of the council. The council ain't got to say so. It's that mayor seat that has to say so. So if you're serious right now, let's watch what India does when it comes to housing. Let's watch India do when it comes to Palestine. Let's watch India do when it comes to black people. Let's watch India do when it comes to the police department. And if she does not show up in 12 months, guess what? We're going to recall her right up out of here once again. So keep it real. What we have to do, it's that time at this point. No longer tolerating your inefficiencies and your lack of capabilities or your incomplacency and incompetentness will be tolerated. And hey, real quick, LaKenya and Calvin, y'all do an amazing job tonight being black faces for the white power struggle. If I didn't know no better, I think I was in a Dave Chappelle skit tonight. I yield my time.
Council members, that concludes the people signed up to speak on this item. Are there any questions or discussion by council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item.
11H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement between the City of Knoxville and Waste Connections of Tennessee Incorporated for the hauling and disposal of municipal solid waste and construction demolition debris, and for the installation of compactor,
Please be quiet, don't interrupt the meeting.
for an estimated amount of $1,472,600 annually.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11I is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Knoxville, Knox County Planning to support the efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant from the Environmental Protection Agency in an amount not to exceed $350,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11J is a resolution respectfully requesting Knoxville, Knox County Planning to consider and make a recommendation to City Council regarding the inclusion of RN1 zone districts as part of the missing middle housing proposal.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Several people signed up to speak to this item. Okay. 11J. Who's the fourth?
Nikki Lynn is fourth. It starts with Dustin.
Okay. First person signed up to speak in favor of this item is Dustin Durham. Mr. Durham?
Is this Is this on? Yes. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Dustin Durham, live in Old North Knoxville. So I would like to say that I am speaking as a citizen, as a renter, and also as the executive director of a new nonprofit called Yes Knoxville. We stand for more choices in housing in the area, choices and freedom in the areas of housing, transportation, and community spaces. So let me say I appreciate what the city is doing with Missing Middle, and I think that the initial proposal was a great start. I spoke in favor of it at the Planning Commission, but since it was delayed for 2 months, I think that's just a chance for us to make it even better. So one of the things with this resolution, and the reason I support it, is that if the criteria for this is already traditional neighborhoods where there are sidewalks, there's walkability, if you look at these areas, there's actually more parcels that are RN1 than there are RN3. So if we're really trying to tackle this housing crisis and allow multifamily, it's illogical that we would exclude a zoning type that has more empty parcels than a zoning type that is already included. Another thing to highlight is that this is not a proposal to allow Missing Middle in RN1 citywide. It is just in this existing area that the consultants have identified as being primed for Missing Middle. Also, there's no difference substantially between RN1 and RN2. RN1 already allows duplexes. You just have to spend extra money getting a variance. It's actually kind of absurd. So if we're allowing RN2 to have Missing Middle, there's no reason to allow RN1. The reality is that we cannot keep excluding renters like myself who have no desire or money to live in a single-family home. Continuing to allow zoning that excludes multifamily housing types by right, even if that's just a duplex, it does not take into account the 50% of people in this city that are renters. We are the majority statistically, and the 40% of us that are singles like myself who do not have, again, the desire or the money to own a single-family home. Our zoning affects our housing stock, and our housing stock should reflect the preferences of the people in this city. Some 80% of people under 45 and over half of people over 65 want the option of living in a non-single family home. If we truly care about the housing crisis in Knoxville, we will let this city develop in a way that matches our existing preferences and not those from the 1950s, which treat a single family home as the only viable housing type for an adult to live in. Lastly, I often hear the argument of neighborhood character thrown around in regards to housing. But from my perspective, the character of a neighborhood is the inclusivity of the people living there and the opportunities the housing provides to live a comfortable life. By restricting multifamily housing out of RN1, we make our neighborhoods more expensive, and we make renters like myself that don't desire or have the money to afford a single-family home in large swaths of our city feel unwelcome in our neighborhoods. This resolution, again, does not address RN1 citywide. It only addresses some, I believe, 51 parcels that are already in these areas that have been dictated as being able to have multifamily housing. I'll also say that as a commissioner on the Transportation Authority, I'm very excited with what we're doing with our buses. We're about to get 15-minute service. We're going to have service on Sundays like you've never seen before, because quite literally we barely have any right now. If transit is going to work for the people of the city, we have to have higher densities in these neighborhoods. Density is not a four-letter curse word. Density can be something as simple as two homes that are attached together. Again, I love what the city is doing. I appreciate what the mayor and the staff have done with Missing Middle, but I do believe we have a prime chance to continue to make it better and make sure voices of folks like me who are renters, who have been here for 15 years in the city and who love and care about the city, to have the same rights and the same hopes as people who own homes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak in favor of item 11J is Drew Harper. Mr. Harper? If you can state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hey, my name is Drew Harper. I live at 4318 Washington Pike, number 101. I'm speaking in support of the resolution. Echoing what Dustin says, I believe that housing is a human right, and therefore, every effort that we make to expand housing supply and utilize our land more efficiently and sustainably, even a small incremental progressive reform like this, like Dustin said, 51 parcels, is a move toward expanding housing accessibility to more people and the basic need of shelter. I wanted to talk specifically about the RN1 issue. As some of you know, I knock on doors to try to get people to turn out for elections. That takes me everywhere in the city, dense and low dense and everywhere in between. And something that you can feel when you're walking around some RN1 neighborhoods is that people feel like they have purchased their way into an exclusive place. They've bought their way into not engaging with their neighbors, not engaging with the community, and in my case, not engaging with politics. And I think that's wrong. We shouldn't prioritize those people's needs above everybody else's needs. Just because you bought a home in a single-family exclusionary zone does not mean you get to control the land use of your neighbors. Homeowners are not somehow superior to renters. People who live in single-family houses should not have their opinions privileged above those who live in apartments. I believe in welcoming all neighbors, full stop. RN1 districts are not sacred. Ownership status, wealth, and age, which we know people that live in RN1 are older than average, wealthier than average, and even wealthier than most single-family home dwellers, right? This is the most exclusionary zoning. Their opinions should not carry outsized influence when it comes to crafting policy. Defending the status quo of RN1 zones is regressive and classist. I thank council for your work on these issues, and I hope to see much, much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of, the third person signed up to speak in favor of item 11J is Caleb Fristow. Mr. Fristow. You can start by stating your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 5 minutes.
Caleb Fristow. First of all, I want to say thank you for the time and for the work that you all are doing and the debate tonight. And just, I'm grateful to be here to hear everyone be able to speak tonight. Thank you for the words that were said earlier from everyone. I'm proud to be able to experience this and be in a place that allows it. So I'll start with that, and then this will be kind of a prepared speech in behalf and in favor of the proposal. I'm speaking as a resident of Oakwood Lincoln Park. My name's Caleb Fristow. I live in one of the traditional neighborhood residential areas, the TDRs, that are included in the missing middle proposal. As a longtime resident of Knoxville, my family and I understand the tension between our specific historical experience and the growing needs of the city. While we have reservations about the missing middle proposal, we are open to the varied and diverse types of housing and people that may soon join our community and become our neighbors. However, we insist that any proposal to have a positive long-term effect must provide additional infrastructure and must accompany support to those who end up taking residence within the areas. We oppose the exemption of specific neighborhoods, many of whom have the necessary infrastructure to accompany such growth, as the brother mentioned earlier, such as sidewalks for walkability, adequate bus routes, etc., from participating in the same changes the neighborhoods all around this community are expected to embrace. We oppose class-based gerrymandering. If the city seeks to be more welcoming to new forms of housing and to those who inhabit it, the size of one's yard should not be the deciding factor of inclusion. Simply put, if all RN2 neighborhoods in the TDR area are being asked to welcome this change, we ask that RN1 neighborhoods join us as well. The accommodations and sacrifices that accompany growth and that have led not only to the flourishing of Knoxville should be equally asked of all Knoxvillians. I lend my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The first person signed up to speak against item 11J is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach, are you present? He's not present? Okay. The second person signed up to speak in opposition to 11J is Ms. Every.
Okay, so Tommy, man, we had a whole conversation about this, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm disappointed because it's missing teeth, lots of it. You know, when we spoke, I told you directly that if you wanted me to take sincerely Knoxville being serious about housing, I wanted to see things like community land trusts in writing. I wanted to see things like slumlord control. I wanted to see things like, which we got now, right, of counseling coming directly from the state, but there were still other things that you all could have done. And we're not seeing real teeth to this. And more importantly, let's give Ms. Parker her roses and thank her for getting reelected real quick, because we need her right now. Because my question is, yeah, we need her. My question is, this is still a hijacking of her ideal. Like Nikki said earlier, she had been dropped this concept months ago. And it's ironic how you all, as always, ridiculed her, scrutinized her concept as if somehow it was incredible. And then, like Andrew did with Hart, you're technically doing the same thing with this housing initiative. So that's why I said thank Amelia Parker for re-election, because my question is that, had she not won, who was y'all gonna get y'all ideals from? I know not amongst yourselves where we're gonna get it from, so where was you gonna get it from? And that's the irony, is that this woman won a national award for housing and homelessness advocacy. So her name should be on everything when it comes to housing. And more importantly, a verbal commitment is not enough. It needs to be in writing that these landlords will commit to these reductions of rent or freezing of rent because they're taking a deal with you all on TIFs, TAFs, and pilots. Because let me give you a quick reminder of how we've been given a verbal commitment and it blew up in our faces. Randy Boy said, hey, Knoxville, if you pay for the baseball stadium, I promise you I won't charge you any more overhead costs. Then let's fast forward to the future. Hey, Knoxville, well, I gotta give you all a $20 million loan for overhead costs. See how that backfired? That's why we can't take verbal commitments. We need things in writing, Tommy. So let's take this initiative back, because I'm gonna have to request someone drop an amendment at this point. An amendment is that we need to revise these particular resolutions to add, number one, community land trust options, number two, slumlord controls, and number three, commitments in writing to the landlords to freeze the rents due to the TIFs, PAPs, and pilots incentives that you are offering them. That needs to go in writing. That's how we know it's real. That's how we know I'm making a commitment now. Because I cannot forget Tim Hill, who is the board of the Planning Commission, who told us at the first middle housing meeting that this ideal that the city was offering was unrealistic and it was not going to pass through his actual legislative body. So that's the part we got to keep in mind too. The board told us directly this is not going to happen for several various reasons. And so at this point, I'm still not convinced, Tommy. I'm not convinced. We're not seeing the teeth to the matter. And we need teeth, because Knoxville, you've shown your credibility, and it cannot be trusted in any of its format. Like I said, the bridge, the baseball stadium, those projects that have unfolded with the Walter P. and the Austin Homes communities and those displaced neighborhoods today. Those are still problems that are still dealing with currently in the city. And so this is why I said that I like where we're starting, but we are nowhere near the finish. And again, Councilwoman Parker should be taken serious to her ideals and her instruction, because she is the solution. She has been the ideal, and you all, instead of hijacking her, need to listen to her. And I yield my time.
Council, that concludes people who have signed up to speak to this agenda item. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot, in addition to item 11E, there's a lot we can do, and we're going to chip away at housing as fast as we possible. We're behind, but I took a thoughtful view of all of the comments that I've heard over the past few months, and I took a look at the code and thought, what do we have ongoing that we can make sure we add as much housing potential as possible while preserving the neighborhoods that we all care about. These next two resolutions particularly are in support of renters. And so my goal is to give access to all residential neighborhoods, as one of the speakers mentioned earlier, opportunities for renters to offset increasing housing costs, and urgent action where possible to stabilize rental options with existing housing stock. I think the NOAA resolution earlier is going to take some time, but I think it's very good. I'll be brief. I think we're all aware of the missing middle strategy. I think that it has potential. I think there's promise there, and I think we should all we'll all reconvene on that when it comes back to council. I would simply ask that we include RN1 for planning's consideration. They are discussing this recommendation in December, and I don't think there's any reason to exclude RN1 from that. I think some of the speakers already mentioned that there's a TDR area. We're all familiar with that area, and there's no reason to exclude any of the residential neighborhoods in that area. I think one of the speakers earlier mentioned that RN1 provides more housing availability than RN3 and RN4. I think that to be true. There's no principal use difference between RN1 and RN2. This shouldn't be a surprise. I mentioned this in detail at our last workshop. And I think that we should have planning consider this with the rest of the missing middle strategy. I've asked Mr. Johnson to hand out a graphic of the TDR area that you're all familiar with. I don't know if we can pull it up there. Thank you. Essentially, for those of you that are new to this, the yellow areas are the areas that are being considered for missing middle housing options. With lack of graphical skills, I circled in red the RN1 neighborhood. So as you can see, these areas have been designated walkable, close to public transit, and good spaces for additional housing options. Again, firmly believe that if RN2 neighborhoods are willing to add duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, that RN1 neighborhoods should be as well. You can see they kind of stick out like I guess red thumbs. Sore thumbs is maybe not the right one, but I just think that RN1 is very similar to RN2. The only difference is lot size, and I sure would like to include it in all the housing availability options so that renters, particularly who are most likely to want to live in these neighborhoods, save money to buy homes, or maybe never buy homes, but at least be able to have options for access to these wonderful neighborhoods. So I don't think we can have, I guess I'll just close by saying this, and I'll kind of pause for questions or comments from my colleagues. The missing middle proposal is inclusive in nature, and I don't think we should start with that with some exclusion built in. And so that's why I'm asking for all of Knoxville to have access to RN1, just the same way they do other neighborhoods. With that, I'll yield to some questions my colleagues might have.
Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Councilmember Smith bringing this and his thoughtfulness in his rationale for bringing it. I guess I have a question based on the comments that you just made and that the speakers made, and that is this resolution talking about RN1 citywide, or is it talking about in the TDR? Because your comments just then made it sound like it was citywide. The speakers made it sound like it was, in the TDR. And when I read the section 1, it just talks about RN1 zone districts. And so could you offer some clarity on that?
Thank you. Good question. Yes, just within the TDR associated with the missing middle proposal. So not citywide. The proposal that's going before Planning Commission only includes TDR, and that's what I'm referencing.
And I really appreciate you clarifying that. Would you, since the language in section 1 is not really, I think it could be misread, would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment to add in after districts within the TDR area, and then it would continue as a part of the missing middle housing proposal?
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
Okay. So I'll make that a motion as a friendly amendment.
I'll second it.
Wait, we got to vote on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, the motion, there's a motion to amend, as described by Vice Mayor Roberto, has been made and seconded by Councilmember Smith. Are there any questions about the amendment? Councilmember Parker? No questions about the amendment? Then all those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. Now back to the motion as amended. Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate Councilmember Smith for that clarification. You know, I think the thing that I wanted to talk about in the little bit of time I have left here is, you know, again, this is about supply. And I don't have a problem with planning looking into whether or not within the TDR, looking at the RN1 opportunities there, whether or not that would be a helpful thing for us to do. Director Brooks, it is my understanding, though, that within the target as it is seen in the missing middle proposal, there are 51 properties that would be in the RN1 that we'd be adding on because of this, if we were to make this change. Keeping in mind this is just a resolution for you to look at, but if this change came to fruition, is that correct? There'd only be about 51 properties?
There are 51 vacant properties.
Okay, and since the missing middle is targeting not conversions, but looking at vacant properties, we're really talking about an addition of about 51 properties by doing this.
The current version of
If you could speak into the microphone and just say for the audience who you are.
Amy Brooks, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. The current version of the missing middle housing proposal does include a section on conversions.
Okay. Well, but you just identified 51 properties, and when we had our workshop on this, the discussion was a lot about vacant properties.
Yes, correct.
So the target for missing middle is about, you would add 51 properties.
Correct. There's 51 vacant properties zoned RN1.
Okay, and that is not necessarily a problem that we're adding some properties. But I think overall what we've got to be looking at is where are we going to be making sizable impacts to deal with supply? We're seeing folks dealing with, and the discussion that I had with Director DuBose earlier, the issues we have are with supply. And if we don't increase supply in a meaningful way, then we're not really going to address the issues that we're hearing from people about. And so we've got to look at dealing with that and where we can address supply. And I think, again, that's along the corridors where we have the greatest opportunities. We should do all of these things. Mm-hmm. We should address the corridors. Mm-hmm. We should address missing middle. We should throw everything we can at this issue. The other thing that I think is really great, and I really appreciate the speakers for this, highlighting this, was discussion about infrastructure. Wherever we put these things, we've got to consider infrastructure. If we don't have infrastructure to support the missing middle, it's not going to be successful there. So we need to make sure we're looking at infrastructure. So saying this passes in its amended form, what I would suggest for planning to do is make sure that in RN1 we have the infrastructure to support missing middle if you're going to make that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Roberto, Councilmember Parker, then Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you, Mayor. So there are 51 vacant properties. For the occupied properties, the zoning on those properties would not change. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the zoning wouldn't change. For the missing middle housing proposal, your zoning isn't going to change unless you request it as a property owner. The middle housing proposal is an option for property owners to pursue. It's not a requirement.
Thank you. A few concerns. One, just to address that one concern, is that we are talking about what the intention of the program is, but we're not talking about what the actual implications of the zoning change could be. So as a program, we may be focused on the vacant properties, but as a policy change, any property in the TDR would be able to apply for a zoning change. Is that correct?
Yes, a property owner can request a change in their zoning at any time, yes. If I'm
And,
understanding the question.
this would be allowed zoning uses in the TDR. We're expanding the uses possible in the TDR that properties can then change their zoning to, whether occupied or vacant.
They would be allowed, so if the middle housing proposal were to go forward, it expands the types of housing that may be permitted in a particular zone.
Types of housing, not uses.
Types of housing,
Thank you.
yes.
So, yeah. I have a lot of concerns about this proposal because, again, I have to go back to the South Waterfront. We're not learning lessons from the South Waterfront, and we're not listening to the residents of the South Waterfront on the changes that were made to our form-based code, which is coming up in a little bit, and how that impacted essentially the RN1 neighborhood along the South Waterfront. And we're moving full steam ahead to do this to other neighborhoods through a very confusing conversation where I feel like we're confusing the community on how much this will impact a certain neighborhood. I'm very uncomfortable with how unclear these conversations have been around missing middle. What gave me pause around the RN1 discussion was that the proposal before us was to pilot a program as recommended by consultants in a smaller footprint area so that we can get on top of it as a city. We don't have infrastructure needs that we're not able to meet. We don't have code enforcement needs that we don't have the capacity to address, as we are increasing density in a way that we haven't done before in our city. And with the RN1 lots, we know those are larger lots. I don't know what all of these lots look like. I can't say whether this is a walkable area or not, or whether it's fits into the original idea. Not that I'm a super fan of the original idea either. I could support sending this to planning, but I'm concerned to send it to planning, to be honest, because I don't know if we will get the infrastructure study that I heard mentioned, and all of the details needed to move forward with a plan like this. So I'm a little undecided. There just are so many confusing aspects to this. And then the main piece of it is that this is all separate from the incentive programs. You know, this could move forward and only produce market rate housing and only drive gentrification and not actually produce any more affordable units
Ms. Parker,
in our city.
Your time is up. Ms. Fugit?
Gotta find my button. Thank you, Mayor. So I too have concerns about this. I understand the intent is 51 lots, but once you say by right, this is available to any lot in RN1 in the TDR, that means any house can be changed. The intent could be vacant lots, but people could tear down houses, build two, build whole new structures. I appreciate the intent of this. I think this is a little too soon when we haven't even done the pilot for the missing middle proposal. So I think
I agree with Ms. Parker in the sense that this is a little confusing. We haven't done any of it. We can, if we want to study it, we can study it, but that doesn't mean I will support it when it comes back, because I think it's a massive zoning change that to imply it will only impact 51 lots in the TDR is misleading. It impacts every lot in the TDR that is RN1, and that could have a massive change in the way neighborhoods look in the TDR. So I appreciate the intent, but I don't think I can even support sending it to planning because they have a huge scope of work already to be done, and I'm not sure that this needs to be added, is a priority on their workload.
Councilmember Testerman.
Thank you. I don't know if this is something that can be determined or just out of curiosity of the vacant lots. And I don't know if this is a question for Director Brooks or maybe Ms. Sharp. If what of these lots do we know are a part of any active HOAs?
Ms. Brooks?
I don't have that information readily available, but that's something that we could look into.
Okay. I would just be curious. I mean, I do, listen, I've very much support housing, diversity in housing, but I do think that this becomes far more monumental than just focusing on the 51 vacant lots, and agree that the initial proposal, that's, while I'd like to see certain parts of it expanded, I'm not entirely comfortable with this, although I appreciate the spirit and the thoughtfulness that's gone into this. I would love to know, though, again, HOAs can dictate, what their neighborhoods look like within their covenants, and that may or may not impact the ability for these vacant lots or other RN1 neighborhoods within the TDR area. I would just be curious on that. So I'll toss that out there, and I would love for Ms. Sharp or Director Brooks to be able to share that information. Ms. Sharp, do you happen to have that information, or me?
Debbie Sharp?
Debbie Sharp, I'm sorry, yes.
I don't think she would have that information. I don't, the Office of Neighborhood Empowerment doesn't keep track of where the HOAs are. Ms. Brooks, do you have any information on that, or can you get back to council later by email, or is that something that planning has information on? I mean, it's not a land use thing. It's
No,
just,
we don't track HOAs.
Yeah, those are, HOAs are, private property things that, we don't have an inventory of them. Council Member Ryder or Singh? I'm not sure who was next. Okay, Council Member Ryder and then Singh. Well,
Slide on it. I don't think I was next.
I think as the maker of the motion, of this motion, he wanted to hear from his colleagues. Is that right? Yep.
Can I have Councilwoman Singh go?
Sure. Just go ahead.
What I hear with this is a whole lot of fear. If this happens, then what? If we start doing this, then there's a domino effect. These are all fears of what could happen, whereas at this point, we have a reality of what is happening, and that's a housing shortage. I agree that we need to be careful about how it unfolds as far as incentivizing to keep it from being market rate, just luxury houses, market rate. That is very important. But the part of this treatment of RN1 as sacred space, when we have such a need right now, that's why I signed on to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, so a list of addresses would be helpful versus a tiny map, because I am very challenged trying to figure out where some of these places are. I can say some of them look like random circles in the 4th district. And I would also question, I would say that I would support having Planning Commission look at this, because I have to wonder if a few of these aren't spot zoning, although I cannot find an RN1 to match with this red circle. Just want to point that out. But over here, yes, I can.
I'll help you.
Okay. So I would love a list of what these are. My question to the Planning Commission, Ms. Brooks, would be, is it possible, quite often, sometimes things get upzoned or downzoned by council, by the council district rep, by Planning Commission. I think some of these may not be accurately zoned RN1, because RN1 is LDR, which is another sector plan. It doesn't match with TDR. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that there are RN1s in the TDR. So I would support the request to say, is it accurate that these should be RN1? And let me just say, during recode, there were large swaths, everything got rezoned in a map process, and the bulk of the effort went into the text of the code, not into the maps. No dig at the staff for that. I'm just saying, in the 2-year process, that's where the time crunch ended up being. And in some places, some things just got zoned, everything on one corridor got zoned one thing, whether they were similar or not, or whether they matched the definitions. We've had that conversation around CG2 and CG3 and some of our corridors. So I would challenge as to whether some of these should actually be RN1, and that would be my curiosity in having them look at that as part of TDR. And part of what is being considered at the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Fugit and Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you. Mr. Frost, this may be a legal question. Well, it is a legal question. Mr. Frost or Mr. Swanson, either one, if you want to put in your zoning law hat for me. I appreciate what Councilwoman Singh was talking about the desire to limit. The intent of this is to make it affordable. But there's nothing we can do unless the city provides some sort of incentive tied to a housing project to restrict the cost or rent or anything that is done with housing.
Briefly, that's correct, Councilmember Fugit. If the property is zoned, there's no way, it's up to the property owner how they wish to develop or leave fallow their property.
Right. So doing this, if we made this change to benefit the missing middle, there is nothing that says it would stay affordable housing. There's nothing you could do because it would be arbitrary and capricious to mess with somebody's random property unless they were to get some sort of subsidized financing that required it, correct?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Mayor? Sorry, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Smith?
If I may, I'll take a
Okay,
passage.
you've been waiting, so.
I want to clarify a couple of things just to make sure I don't want to overcomplicate this. So there's a missing middle proposal that's been sent to planning. I'm suggesting we include RN1 because they shouldn't be excluded. They're obviously in a TDR designation. I'll help with the list of properties later, but that yellow area is what the missing middle proposal includes. And what I'm suggesting is, particularly for people who are of modest income, renters, et cetera, those RN1 properties are no less transit-oriented or pedestrian-friendly than their adjacent RN2 and RN3 neighborhoods. I don't know where the 51 number came from. I don't want to overcomplicate that. That's not what I'm saying, whether there's an empty lot or a full lot. All I'm saying is, if we're going to have an inclusive strategy be reviewed by Planning Commission, then it should be inclusive for the entire TDR area. We shouldn't exclude certain neighborhoods so people don't have access to them, at least for the consideration at planning. We're not talking about incentives. We're not evaluating or debating the overall missing middle strategy or whether it comes back to us and what pieces and parts. What I'm suggesting is, if the TDR area is good for a medium-sized lot or a resident that lives there or a renter that lives there, it's good enough for a bigger lot. And we shouldn't exclude folks from neighborhoods based on the size of the yard. That's what I guess what I'm, to make this very simple. And I'll remind this council, I think it was unanimous, but we included RN2 in a recommendation for duplexes by right, I think unanimously. And there were no questions about whether there were 51 or 95 or what many properties. We just said that those neighborhoods should allow for this type of density. And what I'm suggesting is Planning and Planning Commission consider this as part of the overall study that they're going to do in December, which is why I wanted to bring it today, so that they can have this for a full perspective on their recommendation. I hope that clarifies a few things.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question is probably either Councilmember Smith or Ms. Brooks. And so when we look to the left, and it's really hard to see it even on this paper, but it looks like those properties are adjacent to West Lonsdale, and they seem to have a bigger proximity. Are we looking at, because of the size of those circles, that there are more vacant lots in those areas, or bigger, acreage, or?
Just the area of land is bigger.
Okay.
Not necessarily the lots per se, but just a bigger yellow area on a map to draw a circle around.
That would potentially be available for the rezoning to have the various types of
Yes.
housing that could.
Yes.
Missing middle could change.
Again, if I may, just the majority of the missing middle proposal, I think over 70%, is RN2 neighborhoods. So if RN2 neighborhoods are the exact same as RN1 neighborhoods, except for the lot size, there's no other characteristics that are different. Why would we intentionally exclude RN1?
And that's an excellent point. And I also want to kind of go back to, I'm not sure which council person said that, but even with this proposal and however it comes back, we as a council, we have no authority to regulate how much these rents will be.
That's right, for any of the missing middle proposal. This one, RN2, RN3, RN4, incentives, regulations, none of that is related to this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh? No, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to why should we preserve some single-family properties? As was brought up, I think, by Councilmember Singh at the previous meeting, we are initially targeting areas of our community that do not have the political power of other parts of our community. They're not as organized as other parts of our community. They haven't shown up to these meetings as we've been talking about their neighborhoods. And it's where the housing prices all over the city are increasing, but more slowly in some parts of the city than others. And so I know, yes, there are people who have no interest in buying a home, but there are lots of folks who are. I have a tenant in my home who wants to buy a house. And I believe to have a healthy housing market, we also need affordable houses that people can buy, right? We don't want to move, we don't want our city to become one big investment property for investors to come in and just build and build and build and build. And we don't have local people here who own their properties. There's no way I would get behind that. Now, the idea that we as a country put too much of our wealth building strategies into property ownership, is that problematic? Yes. Are we going to change that as a city today or tomorrow? No. So we cannot remove those opportunities for folks in our community. And these are the neighborhoods. I know, because my house that I bought, my one and only house that I've bought, is one street away from this plan in that whole missing middle TDR area. And it wasn't in the area I wanted to be in. I wanted to be in East Knoxville. I thought it would be affordable when I came back from law school in DC. I looked in the Park Ridge neighborhood, I looked in Park City. I looked all over. I could not afford those houses in 2009. Okay? So I looked further outside of the city, and I found a house. For me, with my debt coming out of school, which has been forgiven, I'm celebrating. It was just forgiven this year. But anyway, it had to be a $100,000 mortgage for me. So what folks are doing now, they're not buying houses, because who can afford these $300,000 houses on the market? So we have to not only provide more rental options, and we can create policy to help further that in our city, but we have to have affordable home ownership options in our city, and we can't start going into these lower income neighborhoods, putting policy in place that's just going to drive gentrification in areas where we haven't seen it yet.
Just point of information, Director Brooks, could you just help everybody understand, middle housing, duplexes, quadplexes, sixplexes, do those decide whether they're for rent or to buy? Can someone buy a house that's a duplex, for example? Ms. Brooks?
Yes, that's correct. Zoning doesn't dictate whether or not it's a rental or it's a home ownership opportunity.
Just wanted to make sure. Councilmember Singh and then Councilmember Ryder.
We were having the discussion about we cannot control what kind of the price line of the apartments that would be made. We can't control the housing that would be put up either. There's no guarantee that it would be something that was affordable. So I still think we should be looking at every single corner we can look at. And Tommy, thank you, Mr. Smith, thank you for trying to make this very clear. I think I added some things that also made it. We're not talking about incentives or anything like that. We're just talking about the RN1 properties in a very small area.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I just want to maybe round out my comments with, I mentioned the RN2 duplex by right recommendation that everybody here supported, I think. There were some comments there that kind of stuck with me, that we're over-regulating some of these neighborhoods, that these actually, inclusion of these neighborhoods in the missing middle strategy, incentives or no incentives, rental or no rental, we can't have an inclusive change and exclude certain neighborhoods. I just don't think that's equitable. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's good. It's not going to let a renter ever access these neighborhoods. It's going to, I should say, make it even harder for them to access these neighborhoods. If there's a duplex in one of these neighborhoods, there's more likely that they can rent or buy. This is fully intended to provide more housing options and to make the entire strategy inclusive and not exclusive. There was some comments around young professionals, nurses, first responders, seniors, teachers are all good enough to be neighbors in every neighborhood. And many of those young professionals and future homeowners, if they choose to rent within those neighborhoods, should have access to every neighborhood in the TDR. If the missing middle proposal is about the TDR, let's include all the TDR. Let's not exclude things to start with. It actually will provide more housing options. Not talking about incentives or restricting for things. I can get on board with incentives for restricting rent and make sure housing is affordable all day long. For this includes more opportunity for housing.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
From day one, since my first term, we've been talking about a need for affordable housing. And from day one, the argument I've heard coming from the administration is supply and demand. It's a supply and demand, it's a supply and demand. We just need to build, and prices will go down. Well, prices keep going up. It's 4 years later. So I'm serious when I say, the only thing I'm led to believe at this point is that we are taking a fiscally conservative approach to this, where we do not, as a government, want to interfere in the market too much. So we're going to give a little incentives. When we could be out there competing, we could be growing our land bank, we could be actually acquiring properties at a rate, turning that over into our homemakers program, allowing residents to then buy those, working with low-income property developers to develop these properties. We can actually work to intentionally develop the housing market that we want. Or we can pretend that we have to rely on the market. We can pretend that we have to rely on the market. And our Knoxville Housing Authority can continue giving money to a bridge rather than acquiring property for affordable housing. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's so frustrating to me that we're actually pretending that the only thing that we can do is just open up our zoning code, invite all the investors in to build whatever they want, and hope one day that results in some affordable housing for our communities, when we actually have tools that we could be using. I find it frustrating, and I don't think it's going to be helpful for us long term. But for the folks who just care about the bottom line, how much tax dollars are coming into the city, and that's all they care about, it will be fine to them. It will be fine to them. They will be happy with the result. But if we actually want to protect folks right now, if we actually want to get the housing stock that we need, we have to take aggressive actions that actually make us a competitor in the market so that we are developing affordable housing now.
Yes.
We can do more. We can do more. We don't have to pretend like zoning is our only option. And we just have to throw our hands up and wait and see what the market produces. We can do more. I had 2 minutes. I saw that clock change. That's okay. I'm done.
Council, just wanted to add some facts to those allegations. We've actually, thanks to the support of this council, we have made more progress on affordable housing, thanks to the Affordable Housing Fund that you all have approved. Thanks to, please do not interrupt the course of this meeting, that you'll be asked to leave if you. This council and this administration have done more to create affordable housing in many different ways, including over 4,000 new affordable housing units, leveraging private development, using the Homemakers Program, supporting our KCDC housing developments, transforming Western, First Creek at Austin, and all those private developments where some of you are able to come to the ribbon cuttings and the groundbreakings. We've expanded permanent supportive housing at Caswell Manor, at Callahan Flats, and more. And I just want to take a moment to ask our Housing and Neighborhood Development Director, Kevin DuBose, to provide a little information on the details, because I remember some of the broad numbers, but I think you have the actual details about what this city has done.
Yes.
Thanks to your support.
Kevin DuBose, Housing and Neighborhood Director for the City of Knoxville. Thank you, Mayor. I will just say that the housing crisis is real, but the city's response has also been robust. And, we have used a variety of creative tools to cause development to happen. Tonight, you added another source. But just some facts, as the mayor was saying, through tax abatement, we're already supporting 4,081 units of affordable housing. Through our Affordable Housing Fund, we have already partnered with over 2,300 units. Get this, we have leveraged over $600 million worth of investment. And the problem with affordable housing is that it takes a whole lot of money. We can't pass a $30 million or $40 million or $50 million bond and it cover it all. What I would suggest is that we have to prime the pump. The two projects that we passed the last meeting were total of $100 million. One of them was 70 alone, and that was 200 units. So the cost of housing is important. It's going to require more creative ways. We do need to use our land more efficiently in order not to be an exclusive place. And so I applaud what we're doing together, and we should not let it go unnoticed.
Thank you, Mr. DeBose. Any other questions or comments? Vice Mayor Roberto?
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of the discussion, I think, has been about, what are we looking at, the difference between RN1 and RN2. And, the discussion is really not about those zones. It's really about, it's not about, the size of somebody's yard. It's really about the infrastructure that's able to support missing middle. And, that's what came out in the Opticos report. Mm-hmm. We spent a lot of time and a lot of effort in having Opticos come and do this review for us and looking at what we had missing in our housing. And this is what they came up with. This is what they identified. So I can understand that there being some confusion about, hey, in the Opticos report, they didn't talk about RN1. And I think, Councilmember Smith is saying, hey, maybe we should look at that. And I think within the confines of thinking about what infrastructure we have that can support it, I don't necessarily have a problem with them looking at it. That doesn't necessarily mean that if it comes back that, I'm going to say, yes, this is a good idea or not. But I think the discussion is about infrastructure. It's not about zones. And Director DeBose, we had this discussion, I think maybe, I don't know if it was on this one or a previous matter, but there was a discussion about, what has driven affordability in Knoxville over a long time. And if I, remember that discussion we had correctly, the biggest thing that drives affordability is when you have the supply that can meet the demand. Is that true?
Yes.
And we don't have that. We're upside down now.
Yeah.
And so asking the taxpayers to address this is not, you were just mentioning huge numbers of amount of money that you'd have to do to address this. I think you said $20 million, $30 million to try to address the amount of supply we would need. We can't do that. What we need to do is activate the private sector to build where we can do affordability, which is along the corridors, and then address, while they're doing that, have them get incentives and build in affordable housing as they go, build in streetscapes as they go, build in the pedestrian infrastructure that we all want. That's what we need to see, where you cannot use your car. You can walk to work. You can go walk to home. You can do all those things, but we've got to address it where it needs to be. We've got to get incentives out to folks and get them to do it because, folks, the secret's out. People know Knoxville's a great place to live and they want to move here and they're doing it. I think the other thing to mention is we have to have a diversity of housing so that if you don't want to own a home, that's fine, that's great. But you know what? I'm concerned about the wealth gap. And folks that don't own property will end up falling further and further behind because, like for me, and I think for many other people, your single biggest investment is the house that you're paying a mortgage on. And I want everyone to be able to do that, not just a few people. So we've got to lift all of those things up at the same time. So there's a lot to do here. And we're addressing it. And I appreciate you talking about that, because just thinking about the Affordable Rental Housing Fund, in 2017, when I first came here, there were 0 affordable rental housing units in the 2nd District. We now have hundreds, and we've got at least 3 different sites where they're occurring. And we're working on doing more, and we need to do more. This is something that has to be addressed citywide. No one gets out. It happens everywhere, and we need to continue doing it that way. But we've got to make sure we're being smart about what we do with our time and where we spend our money. And I think looking at where we can have the most impact is the best thing for us to do at this point. We have a study from Opticos. It gave us a report. We should look into that, but pay attention to where infrastructure can support these things. And I think we can make real progress. And we've got to make that progress fast, and as fast as we possibly can. And I appreciate all of your efforts and all of the administration's efforts on bringing this stuff forward so that we can try to take this on, because it's a major lift and we need to do it, and we need to do it together. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say that there are a lot of housing strategies. We can be bold, we can be urgent. This is one of them. There's a map up there that was up there earlier. The missing middle proposal should include all of Knoxville and the TDR. And I think I appreciate the amended resolution. I'm asking my colleagues to support sending this to planning for consideration, and I'll call the question.
There's nobody else with the light on. So we can vote on the call.
That should make it easy then.
Okay. Is any objection to voting on this now? Okay. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next item.
11K is a resolution respectfully requesting Knoxville, Knox County Planning to consider and make a recommendation to City Council regarding the possible amendment of short-term rental permits to include rental properties located within residentially zoned districts.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. I think there's some people signed up to speak on this.
Mayor, if I may, can I request a recess?
Sure. Let's take a 10-minute recess, reconvene at 8:17.
Thank you.
You forgot to bring the snacks.
We have 10 minutes to go get some.
Not enough.
council members, it's 8:18. This recess is over. We'll reconvene, restart the meeting. Mr. Johnson, please read the next agenda item. Well, just do it again. Yeah. Okay.
Give us your dulcet tone. 11K is a resolution respectfully requesting Knoxville, Knox County Planning to consider and make a recommendation to City Council regarding the possible amendment of short-term rental units, or permits rather, to include rental properties located within residentially zoned districts.
Okay, there's already a motion made and seconded, so we'll go to the public forum people who signed up to speak to this. First is one person signed up to speak in favor, Mr. Dustin Durham. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So Dustin Durham, 1422 Cornelius Street. And yeah, no, I want to speak in favor of this just because, quick anecdote. So a week ago, I went with some friends to the wonderful city of Denver. It was my first time in Colorado, and we stayed at an Airbnb there in this wonderful, walkable neighborhood in this duplex there. And it was nice, and I came back to Knoxville, and I was, very glad to be back home. And so I love Denver, but I don't have any attachment to it, and I don't, and I put this in air quotes, I don't care about Denver because I don't live there. So I understand the concern a lot of times with short-term rentals, right? Because we want our neighborhoods to be filled with neighbors that actually live there. But the reality is, under our current code, short-term rentals are allowed. And my understanding of this resolution is that it is just allowing renters like me to have the same legal rights with landlord permission to, in a scenario like when I go to Denver or if I go home for Christmas or Thanksgiving, if my landlord would allow me to, I can rent out my apartment for a few days to make a little extra income. I work for a nonprofit. I don't make that much money. Lord knows how much rent's going to increase over the next few years. So any extra income I can get will be welcome. Given that that's what this resolution says, I really think it needs to be put forward because what I've experienced is that there seems to be this equating of short-term rental and long-term rentals. And so we're always careful about protecting our neighborhoods from short-term rentals. But again, it's already legal for homeowners, so why is it any different if I have a short-term rental? At the end of the day, there's no evidence that shows that renters like me are less mature or less responsible than homeowners. There is no evidence to show that we're less invested in our neighborhoods. I've lived in Knoxville for 15 years. Again, I serve on our transportation authority. I love Knoxville to my core, but I am broke and cannot afford a house, and I like where I live. I've lucked out to have a landlord who has provided a fairly affordable rent. I put that in air quotes, but again, who knows how it's going to go up in the future. I think that there is an outdated and quite frankly unfair assumption still that renters are 18-year-olds that go out and party every night and risk burning the neighborhood down. Many of us who are renters, again, I believe it's something like 51% of the city, we're people like me, 33-year-olds, young professionals, college degree. It's just the market has screwed us over. And so we're just trying to get by, and we're trying to do everything we can. I'm involved in my neighborhood organization in Old North Knoxville. I friggin' love this city, and any way that we can change our policy to make me equal under the law, I think should be a no-brainer. Because right now, something like this to me is a glaring and abhorrent dereliction of duty to treat renters equally as homeowners. And as it has been mentioned before, there's nothing that makes you a better person as a homeowner. And at some point, every homeowner was a renter, I would, most likely, unless you lived at home your whole life. So yeah, I think that the argument and the concern about short-term rentals itself is valid, but given that this resolution, you have to get landlord permission, and that we already allow short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods if you're a homeowner, that then just giving folks like me that same equal right should be a no-brainer. Thanks.
Thank you. Council members, Also, there's several people who signed up to speak in opposition to item 11K. First is Hannah Freeman. Ms. Freeman?
She's not here.
Okay. Next person is Larry Silverstein. Mr. Silverstein? Sorry, I can't remember which way it is. Stein, sorry. You please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Larry Silverstein, 7808 Sheffield, Knoxville 37909. I'm speaking on behalf of Community Forum, an organization with members residing in many different neighborhoods in the city and the county. I am the chairperson of Community Forum. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment. Community Forum was very involved in the drafting of the short-term rentals ordinance in 2016 and has been very concerned about the enforcement of the ordinance since it went into effect in 2018. Throughout that process, there was much discussion and input from the community regarding providing safeguards for residents in residential neighborhoods. Included in that process was the inclusion of a requirement that the short-term rental property must be occupied as the owner's principal residence. The current ordinance allows a Type 1 permit to be issued only to an owner of property in residentially zoned districts. A person can only have one Type 1 permit in the city. An owner must prove ownership. The proposed amendment would allow renters, lessees of properties, to be issued permits to operate a short-term rental in residentially zoned districts. Would a renter have to produce a lease to obtain a permit? This proposed amendment would significantly weaken the owner-occupied requirement by allowing a renter lessee to have the permit, not the owner. If this amendment is adopted, would an owner of more than one rental property thus be allowed to have multiple renters, lessees who have operating permits? Could these renters be family members of the owner and thus have a potentially large business operation operating in residential neighborhoods? The owner-occupied requirement was designed to offer a level of comfort to adjacent property owners who would know the owner and resident of the house next door or across the street. The idea was that owners, having invested in the neighborhood, would want to maintain a good relationship with their neighbors. With this amendment, a neighbor would be dealing with somebody else, the lessee, if there was a problem. The neighbor might not even know the owner of the property. The lessee does not have an investment in the neighborhood, is free to leave after the lease runs out, and therefore is less likely to care about complaints from neighbors. That person might move out, and somebody else might move in and continue to operate a short-term rental without a permit, at least until the permit needed to be renewed. Is this just the first step in trying to remove the owner-occupied requirement, which has already been very difficult to enforce? Allowing renters to operate short-term rentals will likely increase the number of short-term rental properties and would further reduce the inventory for affordable housing. This proposed amendment makes a major change to the framework that was agreed upon back in 2017. This is simply a very bad idea to weaken this ordinance, and doing so would be detrimental to residential neighborhoods. As this is not a zoning ordinance amendment, council should not even send it to Planning Commission for a recommendation. We urge you to vote no to this amendment, and I thank you for your consideration.
The next person signed up to speak against item 11K is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach, are you present? Is Mr. Roach here? No. Okay. The last person to sign up on this item in opposition is Ms. Every.
All right. This is my final rundown, Knoxville. Hang 10, Palestine. It's about to be your time. The gentleman before me pretty much hit all the key points on the head. What we're talking about is Airbnb, y'all, kind of the primary objective to this conversation. And he's right. When you're dealing with a housing crisis in a city like Knoxville, this definitely is taking inventory away from the actual affordable housing units that we need for Knoxville to address some of the concerns we talked about when we're talking about affordable housing crisis for working class members of our community. Additionally to the fact, he's right. The issues that you're seeing across the country addressing Airbnbs right now is that you're seeing some of these situations where squatters have been allowed to move in, occupying under Airbnb statuses. Then there's something happening with the payment process that leaves the owner, the actual owner of the property, in these limbo situations where we're seeing in courtrooms that it's taking months to even years to get some type of settlement to get those particular occupancies out of the property. Additionally, what the members already brought up is that, yes, sometimes these Airbnbs have been rented out for various needs and various interests, particularly pertaining to some of the parties. And we know some of these parties, unfortunately, has led to some violence as well occurring in our community. And he's right. When you don't know who owns the property, a wild party pops off, things may go left, violence occurs. When the police and other people pull up, you have this chaos madness of even with the police department and even to Charm Allen's side as our county district attorney on if there's a charge, who are we actually charging at this point? Who's really taking the blame for the incident that occurred at the residence? And to a certain extent, the owner is responsible because you are allowing these people to use your property. However, if an owner's not there, can I control underage drinking? Probably not. Can I control someone that illegally has obtained a gun and brought the gun to the party? Probably not. But am I responsible for those factors? Absolutely. And so you're seeing a dynamic of concern that is occurring here. And so he's absolutely right. This policy should not even be on the table. This policy should be trashed immediately because the primary issue is the affordable housing. And if we're really looking at that, as we've been saying on all of these various initiatives tonight, who is the true beneficiary? And normally it's the person who owns the property who's making fast cash off of the situation. See, subleasing used to be a great ideal for our college kids. You know, like when I got to go home for the summer, I need somebody to kind of take the property over for a couple of months, then I'm coming back the following school year, so I have a home already guaranteed to be there, which we're seeing that issue too, even in the UT situation with their housing crisis with their students. So we have to get serious about what is occurring with these type of initiatives. And so as we have continued to say, as we have continued to voice, as we have continued to challenge, that last round of voting was trash. We should have had an actual roll call vote to really see if that initiative passed or not passed. A loud yes is really not a commitment of agreement amongst the council. So I hope on this particular vote, we'll get an actual roll call to see who really supports or does not support this particular administration going forward. And as I said before, and as the gentleman before said, this is killing our housing market. You are still allowing a racketeering and predatory practices for people who have only one interest, and that is how am I going to make money? Because Knoxville has made itself a money laundering situation for housing predators such as RAD, such as Randy Boyd, and many of those other folks that like to come in and make money for their personal interest and growth. And so we have to be serious about the needs of our community, lying about the affordable units you created, getting people like Kevin Dubose to blackface it as a selling point is not good enough, but more importantly, are you listening to us? See, that's the real question. Are you hearing us? Are you actually taking in what we're saying right now? And instead of trying to hurry up and throw some on paper to get us to shut up, maybe we should start again listening to voices like Councilwoman Parker. Hey, shout out to Lynn Fugate. She actually made a lot of sense tonight. Maybe we should start listening to what she got to say too at this point, because what you all are doing is trying to make us shut up, and that's not going to be good enough. So thank you, Palestinian community, for being here tonight. But guess what? As someone said before, we've been coming to these meetings for years, day in and day out. I hate Rick Roach was not here tonight because he can tell you how it didn't even start at Amelia Parker 4 years ago. This started 10 years ago. This started 15 years ago. This started literally 25 years ago when we been said, Andrew, supply and demand guy, that we were already facing a supply crisis long time ago. We knew this was going to happen. Y'all waited till it hit the fan and got to the most crisis status to actually pretend like you're doing something, because a lot of you have political ambitions besides sit on this city council going forward. So take what I said, take what the man before us said, take the award winner, what she got to say, and actually do the right thing, which is kill these type of initiatives that are not addressing the real problem, which is we need housing. And I yield my time.
That concludes people signed up to speak to this item. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody that spoke tonight. I spoke to a number of people over the phone today and this week about this item, and I think there's some legitimate concerns. I want to we haven't had a chance to discuss this, so I was going to bring this up for our council to consider. I want you to hear one thing that I think where this is coming from. So it's not about profiting off of the backs of other people. It's actually providing access. So I actually had, this is not, again, some of the comments and concerns are legitimate. This is not about expanding the program beyond its current enforcement protocol. So I want to make sure that's clear. I'm not advocating for foreign owners to have more permits or mandating that anyone participate in the city's program. This resolution seeks to provide equity within the current model. This is not about expansion. It's about equal opportunity for people in whatever home they live in. Actually, this came from a constituent who brought this to me, and he said he had a renter who wanted to earn money to pay rent. She went away once a month to visit a relative and wanted to rent the home. He trusted her and wanted her to have the same opportunity because he lived in the same neighborhood and he could do it on the weekend. And she could, with his approval, do it responsibly and earn enough money to pay for the whole month's rent. And he thought, you know, that's ridiculous that I can do it, but I trust her and I'm going to authorize her to do this, and she shouldn't be able to earn money for her rent. So that's where this is coming from and the intent of this. So I want you to make sure that that's really clear where this is coming from. Two of my renters are, two of my neighbors, two of the 5 neighbors that surround me are renters. They're great. I rented in 5 places across South Knoxville before becoming a homeowner. And I think it's the right thing to do. And where possible, renters deserve the same rights as property owners. So this is an opportunity. A lot of times we're restricted by state law. And so like the last resolution, I took a careful look at what is some flexibility that we could give renters that don't necessarily have it today. And so one of the things to note is that this is already allowable in residential housing in zone commercial areas, but not allowed in the housing in the house right beside it. So Sevier Avenue or the Central Business District, this is allowed. If you rent in those spaces, you can do it. But if you rent in the house right behind it, you can't do it. I can do it in my home I own. My neighbor who rents can't do it in the home she lives in. And I think if she's responsible and through the means of approval of the landlord, she should have the same rights that I do. So I have heard a lot of questions and concerns, and so as we get into discussion, I'm not going to belabor the intent of this, but I do want to clarify a few things, specifically based off some concerns that I've heard from constituents similar to Mr. Silverstein. One question I've had is, what if property owners do not want the lessee to participate? Landlords have to approve. This is already the case for commercially zoned properties. I just mentioned that. What if the property owner or lessee wants to short-term rent multiple properties? Well, the existing ordinance limits a person to only one type 1 permit in the city, so there's no risk, sincere risk of proliferation beyond the individual resident, like Mr. Durham. Does the tenant have to live there? Yes, primary residency is still required. Out-of-town owners who want to rent visitors year-round, that's not allowed. And the existing ordinance requires the property owner to be on file with the city. So what happens if a renter moves? A new type 1 permit would be required for the new lessee of the property, so there's no way for the landlord to evict a resident and then reuse the permit for another lessee. And to compare, there are a number of cities who have adopted this rule, included nearby La Follette, Tennessee, Pigeon Forge, the residential area, not the commercial area, Bristol, Tennessee, booming Kingsport, Tennessee, Germantown, Tennessee, Louisville, Kentucky, Raleigh, and Atlanta, to name a few. To round this out, I think renters, where possible, deserve the same rights that property owners. I've heard one earnest, consistent concern. I think that's legitimate. And if you think that no short-term rentals are the answer and that they're not helpful and we don't want any more, period, I'm not going to understand the objection to this. I get that. There's a sense that enforcement is inadequate. I heard from a number of folks who know somebody who's operating one illegally, and that's a fair critique of this. To that extent, I would agree we should improve enforcement. And there are actually equitable ways to do that and make sure that renters have access to this. There are equitable ways to limit STRs. Some cities cap the number of permits. Others limit the frequency. Some add a tax that help fund affordable housing. However, I don't think enforcement being perfect is a reason to wait for fairness. And if the controls are in place, I think we can and should allow renters to participate with the same restrictions. And I'll pause for thoughts from other council members.
Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. First, and I'm not sure if this is Mr. Dubose or Ms. Brooks, short-term rental. What is the defined timeline for a short-term rental?
I think Ms. Ball, our Chief Policy Officer, is in the best position to answer that. Ms. Cheryl Ball? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. The city's ordinance defines a short-term rental as 30 days or less.
Okay, so I get sign a lease for a short-term rental for 30 days, and within that 30 days, I decide that I've got to go out of town for 2 weeks. So, but then I have a friend who needs someplace to stay, and I could rent that spot out to them for 2 weeks. And I saw somewhere in our paperwork that it requires a couple of things for me to be able to do that, to get a permit. And as it relates to the property owner, I would need their signature. So the property owner would not have to be there in person to show evidence that it's their signature. We just need their signature. Is that a true statement?
Well, I don't know if we know the answers to these questions. I think maybe
it's in here.
Just to clarify, I don't believe that, and I don't want to promise I have this 100% correct, but I do not believe that our current ordinance allows a short-term renter to then short-term rent. I thought that what Mr. Smith's proposal was for a long-term renter who was then wanting to for a week or a particular period of time that would be shorter than 30 days, potentially rent out the home that they are renting as a short-term rental. But I don't want to speak for Councilman Smith.
You are correct.
Okay.
Ma'am, if I could, that right now, only the property owner themselves is allowed to get the short-term rental permit from where we issue them there in the city.
Okay.
So that you can't be a short-term rental and then sublease it, not as it is now.
Look on page 255, and I may be looking at this incorrectly, under section 16-613A. At the bottom, it says, the owner or leasee is not required to remain or be present at the short-term rental unit during the occupancy. Upon application for a Type 1 operating permit, a leasee must provide the signature of the owner as further described in section 16-612. And that's well and good. I mean, that just kind of jumped out at me as, everybody may not be honest as it relates to that. That's a concern. The other concern that I had, Ms. Avery mentioned, is that if there's anything that goes wrong in the length of time that this is, I'm the renter and I sublease it out, then that is still on the owner. The owner is still responsible to sue me if there's damages. They're responsible if someone gets hurt, they can get sued, those types of things. Of course, you have insurance, but again, this one's a little interesting to me as far as being comfortable with it. Because again, there's just a lot of different variables that could go into this. What if there's someone that has some ill intent that is subleasing, that's maybe doing some things that are illegal from this property? So, and not to say that that's the majority of people, and I have no issue whatsoever with people who are renting, because guess what? You may decide, I may do it and say, you know what, I need some extra money. I'll go sleep on the couch at one of my relatives' house and sublease out. That's a possibility too for folks. But again, I do understand the concerns that have been raised around this one, but just wanted to get a little bit of clarification on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Fugit.
I need some clarification on short-term rental. So 30 days. Is that 30 days per occurrence, 30 days a year? So if I'm owner occupied and I have a permit for short-term rental, does that mean technically I could let somebody rent my home for 30 days at a time for 11, 12 months of the year if I choose to live somewhere else?
Yes.
Yes. So that would then also apply if a renter got the permit. They could also then let someone sublease for 30 days at a time for 11 or 12 months out of the year, if they couch surfed or live someplace else.
I do believe that.
I mean, if that's the ordinance, then I would say that's probably ordinance. So
I do believe that's correct.
okay, so I'm not going to support this. Here's why. I think I understand the spirit and intent. I am not second guessing the motives. I think we have enough problems with short-term rentals. Neighbors don't like them anyway. This is a way to expand short-term rentals. If we want to do anything like this, and I understand this is to study from planning, but this is really not up to planning. This is up to council to decide if we want to change an ordinance. And I'm not for changing an ordinance to make this available to renters to then short-term lease. And here's why. I just think there's way too many opportunities for abuse, and unless and until we could get our arms around better monitoring of it, I think it will be detrimental to neighbors. It may be great for the one person who's renting that property, but by and large, what it could do across the city, I don't think is great. And for the impact it would make with our housing issues, I don't think the downside of this at this point is worth the risk for that. So, and, we can't enforce what we got. So adding to the number of short-term rentals, I think would only exacerbate that problem. I'll just leave it at that. I can't support it.
Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, it's late and we still have quite the agenda to go, so I'm going to go ahead and hit it and not beat around the bush. I am not going to support any changes to our short-term rental ordinance. This was vetted and belabored in 2017. And since that time with the ordinance we had, what the constituency has asked for is enforcement of what is allowed. They've asked for people or a full ban, which we've discussed and is not going to fly. One thing that was sent to me from one of my constituents was corporate Airbnb is sending emails to people saying, hey, you've got this ordinance on your agenda. Here's a button, click and email your council members to ask them to support this. So I was like, here we go. Anyway, there are 2 houses at the end of my street that are Airbnb, and they're in a commercial zone. So there's nothing we can do about it. It's allowed in the current ordinance. We had a workshop not too long ago about Airbnb, and the overwhelming thoughts were not to change what we had and or make it stricter, not to open it up. So anyway, there are these houses at the end of my street, and they are empty except for pretty much football games. They're not housing people. And yet everybody wants to live in my neighborhood. They want to live there. They want to live right on the, the number 20 bus, but they can't because those are run as hotels, but they're not hotels. So I do, and then you go the other direction on the number 22, and there's a couple of other houses, same thing. They're grandfathered and they're run as Airbnb and no one lives in them. I'm just not a fan of Airbnb. I rented an Airbnb in Nashville to take my child to a medical procedure there. So I booked a week. And then this is many years back. And we were let in through the back door, and it was real clear that it was surreptitious, that renter was not supposed to be renting out that Airbnb. But here I was in Nashville with my family. My child was scheduled for a surgery at Vanderbilt, and I'm like, okay, we're just going to go with it here. And so we did. But that seems to be, the thing with Airbnb. Things aren't on the up and up. I happened to check into a Hampton recently when I went away to a conference, and the people in front of me were so grateful to that hotel for finding them a room because they'd gone to an Airbnb and it had been a bad experience. So that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. I just have had several bad experiences with Airbnb. I love regulation, and there doesn't seem to be any. But what my constituents resoundingly ask is, why doesn't the city do a better job of enforcing what we have? And what the constituency wanted in 2017 was to ban them all together. So what we have, the current ordinance we have is a compromise ordinance. And I can't support it. I don't want to open it up further. So that's it.
Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first thing to think about here is that I think the intent of this and the place that it's coming from, my colleague, Councilmember Smith, is a very good place. I think he's identifying something where he thinks that this will solve a problem and give renters something that they can get, where they can make some inroads in maybe having some profitability in the rent. So I think he's coming from a very good place. When I look at trying to figure out where I can be on this, I think the first thing I come to is the workshop that I think a lot of you have talked about. And so in that workshop, and I'll just kind of ask Mr. Frost this, my understanding with the state's preemption on this issue is that any change at all whatsoever, whether we're adding rights, taking away rights, changing a comma, anything we did with our short-term rental ordinance creates a new class of permits for short-term rentals. Is that correct?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This afternoon, I went over some what I saw to be big issues on the agenda, and I was rereading this, and I was thinking about actually back in 2017 when there was a discussion, council created 3 different types of permits, and one type was the type 3, and that was for short-term rentals that were in existence prior to the ordinance, so they didn't have a license at the time, and there was a specific type of ordinance created for them. They were the type 3 ordinance, which is still on the books, but by operation, there should be no valid type 3 permits out there now. I do recall at the time a conversation that when a type of permit is created, that perhaps it probably should be a new type of permit because it could affect the other permits in place a little bit because of what you referenced to earlier. Like I said, I was just reviewing the matter today, and I started thinking more about the 2017 discussion of it. I don't know if the law director has any recollection of that either, or no. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, I remember that from our workshop, and that's what we were presented with. We would be creating a new class. That makes it more difficult for enforcement, so that's an issue that I think we have to think about. Studies have shown that the increase in short-term rentals is most felt by renters because it takes available properties away from renters. So by expanding short-term rentals, I'm afraid that we're going to be doing the opposite of what we're intending to do with creating more affordability. Renter agreements right now don't allow for this type of thing to occur. So they would have to amend their rental agreements. What owner do you think is not going to ask for increased rent because there's profit being made on the rentals that they own? So I think you're going to see this go in a direction that we've expressed multiple times here that that's not where we want to go. And the other thing I wanted to mention, we got about a minute left. I'll ask Ms. Ball this question. When we had the workshop on short-term rentals, we had a lot of discussion about enforcement. And there were some really good changes that came from that discussion. Since we can't amend our way out of this situation, we're really lucky that we have the ordinance that we have. But we did make some enforcement decisions. And some of those were that when you renew, you had to show proof that it's your primary residence. Again, you had to sign an affidavit saying, hey, this is my primary residence. And so those are the kinds of enforcement tools that I know have been deployed since the workshop, and I commend that work. But just wanted to maybe give you an opportunity to talk to us about what you're seeing with those enforcement techniques since we had that workshop.
Thank you for the question. We have implemented an affidavit as a part of the annual renewal, as well as the initial application that does have to be for the type 1 residential application that does indicate this is my primary residence. They do have to provide proof also at every renewal annually instead of at a later date when some proof would have potentially expired. And so we have instituted both of those two additional levels of enforcement since the beginning, since January of this year, and have been successful at making those happen. A few specific incidents, we had to do some, follow-up as we have always had to do.
Thank you so much. And I know I'm out of time. I just want to say because of those reasons, I can't support this, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Testerman?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. So I think I read somewhere that it stated a long-term lessee. Is that correct? And if so, define long-term renter, basically.
Mr. Smith?
Is it? Okay. Did I make that up? All right.
I think it was commented, but it's not in the.
Okay. And, I kind of, listen, I love an Airbnb, done. Are the current Airbnb, is there any regulation on, do they have to be advertised or rented through an actual platform, or I guess Craigslist or Nextdoor? I mean, can you advertise short-term rental on any? Do you have to use an official platform, I guess is what I'm asking.
We do have a monitoring service that we use to help us monitor through all of the various platforms that are out there. If someone chooses to do a short-term rental, hey, my cousin's coming to town and I'm going to rent to my cousin, and it doesn't specifically go through one of the platforms, the onus is on the owner, the applicant, the permit holder, to make sure that they're following through with the applicable taxes, et cetera.
Okay, I mean, I guess that, to me, that goes back to the risk and liability of these, be it a handshake deal or a friend or that type of thing. So that concerns me too, especially for the property owner. And I go back to my original question on the previous agenda item. Is this, really a government issue, or, the onus be on associations? I mean, there are deed restrictions in a lot of these areas as well to determine that. So, yeah, I feel like it's opening a little bit of Pandora's box. Again, I understand the intent and the goodwill that it's coming from, but I just feel like that there are too many, there are too many margins for, it's too gray as far as what the regulations are. The enforcement obviously is a problem, and I just feel like it would lead to a domino effect of other challenges that we would face.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie and then Councilmember Singh.
I didn't mean to have my light on again.
Councilmember Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. When I first signed on to this, I was not certain how I felt about it. I was attached to the idea, if homeowners can do it, why can't renters? And then thinking about the thought of an additional income. But I also, my views on short-term rentals is they've caused a lot of problems. And earlier I was saying that we're basing a lot of our decisions on fear, like what if this happens, then maybe this will happen. This is a situation where we've seen the problems with short-term rentals. So I think I'm pulling back from my support of it.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion fails. Okay, next item, please.
12A is an ordinance of the Council of the City of Knoxville to amend Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 22, Sections 2-450 of the Knoxville City Code to adjust the classification and compensation plans.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12B is an ordinance of the Council of the City of Knoxville to amend Chapter 2, Articles 1, 2, 8, and 10, and Chapter 15, Article 2 of the Knoxville City Code relating to the administration and enforcement of the city's anti-discrimination ordinances and program.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council, I wanted to just give you little reminders of the context of this. We've been studying this topic since July of 2021, and we are excited to take action based on the recommendations as a result of extensive work by our own staff and a third-party legal consultant, the City Law Department, University of Tennessee Municipal Technical Advisory Service, and also known as MTAS. By placing the EEO responsibilities with our human resources team, we are not only placing this in a department with more resources and employees specifically trained and equipped to best handle employee concerns, we're also falling in line with the majority of cities our size that also house EEO within their human resources departments. Our team is on hand tonight if there are questions, including Human Resources Director Dr. Kelly Drummond, Law Director Charles Swanson, and our consultant Devin Lyon with the law firm of Arnett, Draper, and Haygood. We have several people signed up to speak to this item. First is Nick Bradshaw, speaking in favor of item 12B.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Bradshaw. I think I've got a unique perspective on this issue just because of the variety of positions I've held with the City of Knoxville, including working in multiple operating departments as a civil service employee, working within the Office of Civil Service itself, and then, of course, more recently in the unclassified service as director. I'm here to speak in favor of this ordinance for several reasons. First, I believe the city needs a more robust enforcement of its EEO and anti-discrimination policies. The review and analysis of our EEO program by the outside counsel was both comprehensive and convincing. After a thorough review of the material in this report, I am convinced that adopting these recommendations is a great step towards improving accountability for EEO and anti-discrimination measures across all departments. Second, I believe that consolidating anti-discrimination functions within HR is the next logical step in the build-out of our recently reestablished HR department. I found the outside counsel's report on the history of EEO enforcement in the city, as well as the benchmark data supplied by MTAS, to be highly instructive in this area. The rearrangement of functions will also further help to eliminate confusion amongst management and staff about which office is responsible for which functions. Third, I believe that this measure will help the Civil Service Merit Board better focus on its core charter-mandated duties of safeguarding merit system principles and all city personnel matters. As the body charged with holding hearings for disciplinary appeals and grievances, I do not think it wise for the Merit Board personnel to also be tasked with enforcement. This leads to scenarios where board personnel are effectively investigators, judge, and jury. As Civil Service itself has said in the report to Council in 2021, these functions defaulted to Civil Service in the absence of an HR department years ago. For example, It's sort of akin to me of an analogy would be like the pension board staff, for instance, had been given responsibility for administering the deferred compensation plan decades ago, and then that responsibility was shifted to the benefits department. That shift would not compromise the integrity of the pension system in any way. Lastly, I do not believe that this recommendation compromises the integrity or effectiveness of the Civil Service Merit Board or its powers and duties. I'll say personally, I owe my career with the city to a high score on a civil service exam that I took in 2009 for administrative technician. I have a great appreciation and respect for civil service exams and all that they do to ensure merit-based hires here at the city. Like I said, I also spent 4 years working as an HR professional in the civil service office. I sincerely do not believe that this ordinance will in any way compromise the integrity of that office. As a director today who confronts staffing challenges on a daily basis, I have a vested interest in a strong civil service staff that refers the most qualified candidates to me. So I think a combination of perspectives leads me to support this ordinance, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of item 12B is Detective Jason Booker, employee rep from KPD. Detective Booker, if you could come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Detective Jason Booker with Knoxville Police Department, 1650 Huron Street, and I will be brief. I would like to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to briefly speak on this matter. I've been employed by the Knoxville Police Department for 25 years. I'm currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Bureau as a detective. One of my collateral duties is that of the elected KPD employee representative. As the KPD employee representative, some of my duties include working as a spokesman for the members of KPD and a go-between with the chief's office, the mayor's administration, and other City of Knoxville departments. I've read the executive summary on the EEO program prepared by Mr. Line. Based on the summary and personal knowledge, I feel the need exists to streamline the process of bringing discrimination complaints to a single city body to act as a clearinghouse and a starting point for the process. Personally, I think having human resources act as a one-stop destination for all discrimination complaints is a good idea. The move will not take away any civil service protections from eligible city employees, and the Civil Service Merit Board will still act as the body hearing appeals from disciplinary actions. This proposal move seems to be more of a housekeeping matter, and an effort to clarify our existing policies. I've spoken with a number of KPD employees about the issues discussed in Mr. Line's summary. Nearly all of the feedback has been positive in nature, with the consensus being the present system can be seen as confusing as to who to speak to and where to take complaints of discrimination. This proposed move will unmuddy the waters by giving employees a single place to take all their discrimination complaints. Not all of the feedback has been in favor of the proposed change, but the vast majority has. It was brought to my attention by one single officer that the Human Resources Department may be too closely related to the KPD Chief office due to both the HR Director and the Chief being appointed by a mayor. That officer felt the Civil Service Office may be able to view complaints against the KPD administration in a more non-biased light. In closing, I would like to thank the mayor and the council for the work they have done on behalf of all the city employees, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of item 12B is Master Firefighter Larry McAfee, head of the Knoxville Firefighters Association.
Good evening, Larry McAfee, Knoxville Firefighter Rep. I'm not gonna be long because I'm hungry and I need to get home to my wife and kids. Speaking in favor of this ordinance because we need, like Detective Booker said, a way to streamline harassment and discrimination complaints. I feel like Dr. Drummond and the HR department is the way to go. I did have some concerns early on about civil service protections. And I've been assured and reassured that those protections would not be trampled upon. So with that being said, we're in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have some people signed up to speak in opposition to item 12B. First is Steve King. Mr. King, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Steve King, 6016 Apache Trail. As most of you know, I work in the engineering department. I hung on with, even after having a knee replacement exactly 2 weeks ago, because I think this is an important issue that I want to address this council about. I'm here today to request that council not vote on this ordinance tonight and instead postpone it until charter questions can be answered, until more communication can take place, until a more cooperative process is discussed. I have personal experience with Devin Lyons' interpretation of the rules where civil service is, well, the charter and the rules where civil service is concerned, and I want to share with you tonight that experience because I think it raises some questions about the potential accuracy of that report that's been presented to you. In the summer of 2018, the city advised me that my position as Deputy Director of Engineering was going to be eliminated and I was going to be separated. Keep in mind that most of you know I'm on the drop plan. Got almost 46 years working for the city of Knoxville. Started out as an entry-level civil engineer, was fortunate enough to be promoted to Director of Engineering and Director of Public Works by Mayor Haslam. So here I am dealing with being separated. So I went to civil service and advised that I could file a grievance as an attempt to enforce my right to retreat as a civil service employee that I had in a prior position. The city hired Devin Lyon, who filed a motion to dismiss on the grounds that, based on the interpretation of the charter and the rules as they relate to civil service, that I did not have standing to file a grievance, that the hearing officer did not have the authority to hear the grievance, and that my grievance was time barred. In that motion, Devin Lyon stated that this was, in quotes, apparent from the plain language of the charter. In a written opinion issued in November of 2018, hearing officer Bill Petty rejected Mr. Lyon's interpretation of what he called the plain language of the charter as related to civil service and awarded me summary judgment. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Lyon isn't a good attorney. I'm not suggesting that he's not a good person, but I am suggesting that his interpretation should not be the only one that council considers. How can you be certain that the information provided to you is correct? I asked you to consider that, well, maybe it's not. You've had many other opinions on whether this complies with the charter from individuals that work for the administration. This is not a decision that can be made solely on opinions from parties subject to the administration. Mike Winchester, the Civil Service Merit Board attorney, said in a report shared with council, all of these code provisions potentially overlap in relation to the function, designations, powers, authorities relating to equal employment programs, which can be administered by the mayor and the department directors and can only be developed by the Civil Service Merit Board under its charter powers previously identified herein and cannot be overruled, amended, revoked, or modified in any way based on the charter. The charter deliberately moved Title VII functions from the administration to civil service in 1981. The reason the city voters did that was to ensure that any of this discrimination for to employees was not subjected to the political process. Council asked the mayor to work with Civil Service Director and the Civil Service Merit Board. This has not happened. Instead, there has been silence on this matter for over 2 years, and then an 848 report was dropped on us. The Civil Service Merit Board or its attorney had not even seen this ordinance until it was released to the public last Thursday. I sincerely hope that council recognizes these legal questions have not been answered and would hope that there could be more conversation between the city administration, Civil Service Merit Board, and employees about what can be done within the charter. I'm employed by the city today because a hearing officer rejected Mr. Lyons' interpretation of my civil service rights. I'm here tonight because civil service and its charter authorities matter. I'm here because I want to protect future employees. I'm hopeful you'll consider postponing this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak in opposition to 12B is Stephanie Brewer Cook. Ms. Cook. The whole podium does go down, lowers, yeah. It's
Universal design is
Exactly.
inclusive design.
Yep,
But
big improvement.
14-point font isn't enough this time of night in my tired eyes. So first of all, I want to say congratulations, Mayor and members of City Council who won your reelection bid. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. My name is Stephanie Brewer Cook, and I live at 6613 Lillian Drive, 37920. Currently, I'm the city's ADA coordinator, that's Americans with Disabilities Act coordinator, and I asked to speak tonight about this proposed ordinance because I do not agree with all of the recommendations of the study conducted by MTAS and recommended by Mr. Devin Lyon. I definitely agree that right now there are varied ways that the city deals with civil rights laws and employment issues. Some departments have created a system that works for them, and that's okay except for when there is a complaint of discrimination. When it comes to a complaint, there should be one citywide process. And I lost my train of thought. With consistent rules that apply to any issue, whether related to Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 or Title I of the ADA of 1990. And I'm happy to tell you that we have what I believe is one tried and true process, which is found in now Admin Rule 15 called the ADA Compliance Manual. I've been the city's ADA coordinator since 2012. Since that time, I've worked with civil service and the law department to better define and develop a clear policy with processes that are spelled out in Admin Rule 15. Prior to 2017, when the new rule came to be, it was tucked into Admin Rule 12, titled Miscellaneous, and few people knew it had to do with civil rights laws and their city employment. Tonight, I am respectfully requesting that our city council postpones the discussion and passage of this ordinance until such time as the city's ADA coordinator has had an opportunity to again talk with civil service, law department, and human resources so that we can all get on one page. I wholeheartedly believe we already have the people on staff, the expertise and the experience to work through the recommendations of the study, and that we can come to an outcome that does not require a change to the city's charter. Personally and professionally, I do not believe that putting all things EEO under the umbrella of HR is the right thing for employees. And if employees were more aware of how the ADA impacts their work experience, they likely wouldn't want it either. We have a system in place, a civil service merit system that is designed to protect employees from discrimination, and it has done that job as long as it has existed. HR has a very important function here as well. I appreciate the focus on their new employee onboarding and the supervisor training opportunities. In fact, I try to sign up for every one of them as soon as I get the notice because I don't want to be left out. The fact that they maintain the classification and compensation data and make recommendations for changes based on that data is necessary. I'm especially excited about the updating that's going on now of all city position descriptions because a very current position description is imperative when I'm trying to work with a department and an employee on a reasonable accommodation. That is something that the EEOC beats into us at every national ADA symposium. But I also believe that our system isn't as broken as the recommendations of this study would have us believe. And I know, given an opportunity with the right people at the table, we can come together, we can collaborate, we can update our system to one that is consistent, everyone can understand and is able to follow, and that does not require a change to our charter. And with that, I just want to say thank you for listening and giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you. The third and final person signed up to speak in opposition to 12B is Stephanie Guptill. Ms. Guptill, if you could come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
I also don't do well without glasses at this time of night. Stephanie Guptill, 6324 Netherland Drive. Tonight I'm here on behalf of the City Employees Association, which represents general government employees for the City of Knoxville. While the recommendations associated with these ordinance changes have been available several weeks, the actual ordinances themselves have only been available since last Thursday. The CEA has since then created a document for our members outlining the current ordinances alongside the proposed changes for them to review and comment on. I've also been able to meet with the mayor and her chief of staff, David Brace, along with the other employee reps to discuss these changes, and greatly appreciate their willingness to always have an open dialogue. I think everyone is in agreement that we can and should make improvements in regard to EEO. Both the mayor's report and the Civil Service Merit Board report provided to council in November and December of 2021 showed there were areas to make our program and processes better. And while we appreciate the work that both outside counsel and MTAS provided towards these recommendations, we do feel like we did miss out on some opportunities for internal collaboration. Obviously, in such a limited time, we haven't received feedback from a majority of members, but did want to share what we have received up to this point. Most of the feedback we have received from employees who have commented is at this point in opposition to several of the proposed changes being presented tonight. Though we did have an employee who was neutral and really didn't have a strong view either for or against the proposed changes. There are two consistent themes in what I'm hearing from employees who are in opposition to the changes, and that's the concern about the lack of Civil Service Merit Board oversight and potential charter conflicts with the proposed ordinances. To drill down on these concerns, I believe my following question is the core of the issue employees are trying to understand. The charter in 1003 F11 tasked the Civil Service Merit Board to develop a program to provide for equal employment opportunities to all employees and applicants with regard to all aspects of employment. And in 1003 F4, to make any investigation it deems necessary concerning the administration of personnel. In Charter 231, it also says that when any power is placed with a board, it shall be their exclusive jurisdiction. How does this proposed ordinance change, giving the mayor through her appointee, the director of HR, the ability to develop an EEO program? How does that not conflict with the provisions of charter? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That concludes the people who signed up to speak to this item. Councilmember Parker, and then Ryder, then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers who spoke this evening. Both those who spoke in favor and those who spoke in opposition, because I definitely agree with both sets of speakers that improvements are needed. But unfortunately, I feel that the process has missed the mark a bit in terms of what was requested in the resolution. And the resolution that was introduced by City Council that I brought forward and Councilmember Fugate amended, it was very clear, that thanks to the amendment, that it's very important that we hear from the Civil Service Merit Board throughout this process, and that they are very much involved in this process. And so it's been very concerning to hear that since this was initiated 2 years ago, that folks have not been involved over the last 6 months as recommendations have come forward and ordinances have been proposed. I would like to see that process happen before we do consider ordinance changes. I'd actually like to make a motion tonight that we send these to the Civil Service Merit Board and ask for a report back that we can consider alongside the recommendations that are coming from this third-party council. We got an initial report from the Civil Service Merit Board attorney, Mike Winchester, initially, but not in response to the third-party study or the ordinances that have been proposed. So perhaps, we can have additional discussion, and then I will hold and wait before I make that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, I'd like to call on Dr. Drummond to answer a couple of questions. So there were comments about charter changes. I'll just start with kind of the basics. Some of the speakers referred to charter changes and some of the people referred to ordinance changes. This agenda item is only an ordinance change because we can't change the charter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Kelly Drummond, Director of Human Resources. To answer that question, no, the charter change, and I'll leave to the legal individuals to talk specifically about the charter change. The ordinance is coming before you is a change that you as City Council can make. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's no charter, there's no changes to the charter.
There is no recommended changes for the
There's
charter.
no recommendation to change anything in the charter.
That is correct.
Which would have to be voted on by the voters.
That is correct.
Okay, so the ordinance change is not changing anyone's civil service access. It's changing, so right now, who does EEO?
Currently, it is divided among multiple entities when you look at EEO and affirmative action programs. So the initial piece of ADA, as Stephanie Brewer-Cook said, falls under her department. When you look at the current responsibilities of Title VI, Title VI is falling under an office that was led by then Dr. Lomax. So that was done under Title VI. When you look at Title VII, pieces of Title VII, when it deals with entities of hiring, promotion, or transfer, deals with civil service, and it will remain with civil service. When there have been issues or concerns dealing with issues not dealing with hiring, promotion, or transfer, it would come to Human Resources.
So right now,
it's in multiple places.
Okay, so right now, if I needed, let's say something happened and I needed accommodations, I, as an employee for the city, would say, oh, I need to go talk to Stephanie Brewer-Cook.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am.
If I decided that my civil service, something had been infringed upon that, then I go to them.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I can't do a good example of that.
I can help you with an
Okay.
example. So
Okay.
if you think about this from a 1,000-foot point of view, if I worked, Steve King talked about working in engineering. If I worked in engineering and I was in engineering 1, for example, and I wanted to get a promotion and I wanted to be an engineering 2, just using titles generically. And when I went to get that promotion, I was not chosen because of race, because I'm a Black female, because of protected class, any of those types of things, because I need another knee replacement, any of those things. That would be a consideration of hiring, promotion, or transfer, and it would go specifically under charter. We would go specifically in dealing with civil service because that is a charter protected right.
Okay. And so right now there's ADA, then what type of complaints would an employee take to the law department?
The law department right now, you can have options to go to the law department or you could go to civil service. So it's kind of nebulous in how all of this works. And that's what this ordinance is asking to do. It is not a charter change. It is an ordinance change for HR to be a one-stop, the initial stop, and it's the initial starting point. It is not the initial piece that's going to determine all of the information, but it is a starting point so employees will not have to question, who do I see? Where do I go? Do I look at Administrative Rule 15? Do I go to Administrative Rule 12? Do I go to any of those other things? So this is done specifically to help to become a clearinghouse as a starting point for all employees. It does not change any employees' protections under civil service merit.
So real quick, in my 12 seconds left.
Okay.
If the engineering example, if I decided, hey, I was passed over, I feel I deserve that promotion and I didn't get picked for it, you do not do anything in HR to determine, no, Lauren, you weren't wronged, or yes, Lauren, you were wronged. You say, that issue takes you to civil service, not the law department. You are a directional as to who is dealing with that.
Yes, ma'am. It would be, you do have the right to go to civil service. You can go to the law department. As an HR in the clearinghouse, we're going to ensure that all of the communication goes where it needs to go. Civil service will know in that example, the law department will know in that example, and we will provide data and keeping up with this information. But yes, ma'am, it would still go to civil service in that specific incident.
So not someone who reports to the
Ryder,
mayor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, your time is up. There'll be an opportunity to come back to you when your colleagues have had a chance. Councilmember McKenzie? Oh, did I say Vice Mayor next? Okay, Vice Mayor Roberto, and then we'll go back to the others.
It's okay. Everyone gets an opportunity, so it's no problem. I think the discussion about the charter is really the core of all of what we're discussing today. So, Mr. Frost, it's my understanding that in your role as council's attorney, you had reviewed the charter with regard to this proposal. If that's correct, can you talk to us any about your evaluation?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Briefly, to kind of discuss a little bit of what was mentioned earlier, I do practice law with Devin Lyon. I'll disclose that. I don't work for the administration. I also would want to mention that Steve King, I think, was my Sunday school teacher in middle school. And thinking about things, I might have known Steve longer than Devin's been alive. Steve did bring up his situation with the city, which I didn't know the background of it, don't know it to this day, none of my business. He won. And, things happen when you go to court. He prevailed, and that's fine. But I also think about times when I was sitting on council and we had employee groups upset with the city over pension benefits, and Mr. King was one of them, and they sued the city and they lost. But when you're trying to predict the future, I don't think you can always hold what's happened in somebody's past as being holding it against them. But, no matter what the charter says, no matter what these changes say, federal protections will always be in place for city employees for things like allegations of issues with ADA, racial discrimination, or sexual discrimination. I've looked at the charter, I've looked at the code. I am professionally comfortable with the proposal. It's up to council whether or not council decides to adopt it. It doesn't matter to me. It's whatever you all want to do. The way the code is laid out, the administration is given abilities to structure or restructure the administration with the approval of council in some regards. I think what you heard Dr. Drummond say was important, that a procedure remains in place. It might be a little different, but there is a procedure, and that the city employees will be protected.
Thank you very much for that. I do think the starting place was just to look at what was the impact from the perspective of the charter. The only other thing I would think, just in a procedural matter, is that these issues were, as I understand it, vetted and discussed with the Civil Service Merit Board 2 times, and both times they chose not to take any further action on it. And I think they were looking at whether there were charter issues as well. Anyway, I hope that helps add to the discussion. But I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie. Your light.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, a couple of questions for you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Just want to ask, I'm an employee and I file a complaint. Let's say it's EEOC complaint. I'm going where?
If you're filing an EEOC complaint, it will depend on the situation. Okay. If it's an ADA complaint for accommodations, all of this will go to one stop with this ordinance. But as we go to the HR department, HR will work with the various departments to ensure that you are getting your needs met in a timely manner. You have information that you need, and we're connecting you with the right department.
Okay. So let's say that I file the complaint, you send me in the right direction, everything gets looked at, the decision comes back at whatever time, I guess, how long it takes an investigation to happen, and it's not in my favor and I disagree with it. What are my options?
If you have an issue through Title VI, you can go to the Tennessee Human Rights Commission and you can file your complaints there. If you have an issue from an EEO, you can go to the EEO Office Commission and to be able to file your complaint there as well. If there's an issue that you have with the Human Resource Department, you can go to the Law Department and file your complaint, and you have the ability to do that as well.
Is this information provided when a person comes to file a complaint? You know, does someone sit down with them and help them understand, here are your rights?
As you get into this process for Title VI, yes, you have that. For EEO, and I cannot answer what is going on with ADA, and I cannot answer fully with EEO. What I can tell you that as we go through this process, and if City Council changes this ordinance, then this will be explained to employees as we connect. One of the things that we need to make sure we do as a city is to make sure the communication is open and that we are providing information to you all, to the law department, and to the employees. So we will make sure through this ordinance that HR is doing so. HR will be mandated to do so.
Okay. And so I'm glad to hear you say that information would be available, and also council would be privy to some of the numbers, because I think in the past, it is not anything negative toward anyone. When asked about numbers and complaints, it always seemed like it was, people really couldn't give you an answer to the number of complaints and those types of things. And so is there going to be a database? Who is going to be responsible for being the keeper of that information to be able to report that back out to council?
The Human Resource Department will do so. We have a person that will specialize in data analysis and analysis. That person will keep up with that information. What I would recommend is that on an annual basis, if the council is open, that we could possibly have a workshop or something like that where we can talk about training that has gone on, for orientation, for new hires, for supervisors, for any of those types of things, to let you know about any communication we've had and to also let you know about numbers of complaints. I would recommend and I would encourage you all to mandate and compel me to come back before you all to provide that information on an annual basis. I think it's important for you to know. I think it's important for the mayor to know, and we make sure that everyone is kept and made aware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Testerman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've had a pretty good deal of HR experience in my career, and have worked with HR departments, and yeah, I have a pretty good knowledge base. And you know, I'm a believer in HR, human resources overall, because I think that HR is a navigation arm of any business. It gives employees a direction and a path for support. And I think the consolidation, I do think the one-stop shop is critically important, because right now, I think when questions arise or issues or conflicts or all of those things arise, there's not a lot of clarity on who to go to, where to go to, and who's going to provide that support. At the same time, HR isn't always the principal's office, and I think for a lot of people it's a bad word, and it brings on a negative connotation. But at the end of the day, it truly provides just what Dr. Drummond just said, onboarding and training, learning and development, employee assistance programs. It's those types of resources, first of all, that help mitigate any discrimination or EEOC issues. And with that type of support, inevitably builds confidence, trust, and support among the entire employee base, and resources for best practice training, for compliance training, that at the end of the day, we hope would diminish the exposure for any EO violations. And so I think having a robust department, bringing these different entities under the purview of a department, I mean, that's what HR is designed to do, and that's what that's what the structure is. And I think it's very clear that the requirements via the charter makes for more transparency, makes for a very streamlined process, and that there have to be those notifications to the merit board, to the law department, et cetera. And again, the merit board's very, the boundaries of hire, fire, transfer, and promote are clear as well. So I do support this. I do think it's a bit of housekeeping. It probably should have been addressed when the decision was made by this council to establish the HR department. But again, I think to have that really provides the resources to support the government employees, to give them the tools and the resources to be successful in their roles, and as well as tools to help them navigate any challenges that they might encounter.
Thank you. Just a reminder to council, if you do have questions for our outside counsel, Devin Lyon, he is present. He's the same person who presented to you back in August at your workshop on this topic, and he was presented twice to the Civil Service Merit Board as well. So just want to let you know. Councilmember Smith.
I watched the last 4 Civil Service Merit Board meetings and lengthy discussion. And there's one part of this that is definitely clean up where one thing pointed to another department, this pointed back to that department. And so I think administratively, I think I'm on board with cleaning it up. I did have a question because there's a constant line of questioning around, does this conflict with the charter? And Mr. Frost, I too had Mr. King as a Sunday school teacher at one point in my life too, so we share that a little bit. It speaks to his longevity and strength and patience. Seriously though, charter questions, obviously we're not voting to change the charter, as I think Councilwoman Ryder mentioned earlier. Maybe I'll ask for Mr. Frost and Mr. Swanson. How should we think about when an ordinance we are passing does conflict with the charter?
Mr. Swanson, you want Mr. Swanson to speak?
Maybe unintentionally. Where should we look for guidance as to whether an ordinance is unintentionally conflicting with the charter?
Well, sorry. The code deals with who is responsible for interpreting the city charter. If there are questions about whether something violates the charter or doesn't violate the charter. And the code in Section 2, the administrative code, says that that's the law director's responsibility. And it is the law director's responsibility. But it's not just me who's looked at this to determine that it does not, in fact, conflict with our charter. There are at least 3 very good lawyers, 2 very good lawyers and me, who have looked at this and determined that it does not violate the charter. George Shields is an outstanding lawyer. He's looked at it very carefully, independently, to look at this to see if there is some violation of the charter with this. It's not there. I know that Mr. King has been unhappy for some period of time with what happened in his particular case, but Mr. Lyon at that point was representing a client and doing what he was asked to do as a lawyer to represent a client. There's a saying out there that if you hadn't lost any cases, you hadn't tried many. And that's the case. And it really doesn't have anything at all to do with this.
I think the same applies to land use ordinances, by the way.
Yeah.
But
in addition to that, look at the report. You've had this report for some time now. Look at that report. It deals with the issues related to the charter. Even more importantly, look at this ordinance. This ordinance says and deals with the issues that are brought up about the charter. It deals very specifically with them. In Section 1, it says the HR department, in conjunction with the Civil Service Merit Board, will develop an equal opportunity program. It goes on over to Section 3, and in Section 3, it says that the HR department shall maintain jointly with the Civil Service Merit Board personnel records. Coming down to Section 4, says the HR department will enforce the city's equal employment opportunity and anti-discrimination program. There is no enforcement part in the charter, and that the HR department will notify the Civil Service Merit Board of allegations of any persons on matters of discrimination in hiring, transfer, or promotion. Goes on in Section 10 to say that the Department of Human Resources shall maintain close and direct liaison with the Civil Service Merit Board so that matters of common concern may be given prompt and proper attentions. Coming down to Section 14, says very specifically, nothing in this ordinance shall impair or diminish the rights, benefits, and privileges of city employees in the classified service to have the Civil Service Merit Board hear allegations of discrimination in hiring, transfer, or promotion, neglect of duty, or other violations of merit system principles. Shall not diminish the power of the Civil Service Merit Board to develop a program to provide for equal employment opportunities to all employees and applicants for employment.
Okay.
All of that is very consistent with what our charter says. This is not a diminution of any civil service rights of any of our classified employees.
So our time together is expired. but.
I used it all.
Thank you. Can I lob one more back since
Sure.
Mr. Swanson, he was winding up all night, so he's ready to let go. If the Civil Service Merit Board's council disagrees with what you just said, how do you suggest this body think about that?
Well, I think you have to decide. I think you abide by the code, and the code says that the law director is the interpreter of the charter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Next is Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. I'm going to get this new microphone down eventually. Couple of points. First, I intend to support this ordinance. Just get that right off the bat. As a person who manages people, one-stop shop for your employees about where to go to ask any questions that relate to their employment is an important thing. I worry that the current system we have now could actually lead to underreporting of incidences because people don't know where to go. The other reason I like this ordinance is I fully expect, and Dr. Drummond said compel, I'll ask nicely, but I do think that this would be incumbent to have an annual report of where the grievances and the complaints come from. You can't fix anything if you're not keeping up with it. And this hodgepodge patchwork of complaints and record keeping is also doing our employees a disservice. So, and we're also doing our managers a disservice if we don't know that we have issues that they need to be trained on. So I think for all those reasons, HR is the right place to do this. Also, fully agree with if it says that the law director interprets the charter, that's what we have to go by. Lawyers disagree. The only people that really decide things are judges, and that requires a lawsuit. Short of the city suing itself about this, we should go with what the charter said, which is the law director interprets the charter. And there's nothing that I've heard that takes away legal rights that employees have. So therefore, I will support this.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Parker and then Councilmember Ryder.
Thank you, Mayor. I've gone through all of the text, and other than the law director and Mr. Frost saying it is their interpretation, I see no evidence that the mayor's office has such authority. I see the charter giving the Civil Service Merit Board the authority to develop a program. I see the administration having the authority to administer a program. It says clearly that under the Civil Service Merit Board in the charter, it is the duty of the Civil Service Merit Board to develop a program to provide for equal employment opportunities to all employees and applicants for employment with regard to all aspects of employment. It also says they have the authority to take all further and necessary action as it may determine to preserve and protect the civil service merit system and to enforce its rules, regulations, and procedures. The ordinance that we have before us, as you read, states that this ordinance shall not impair or diminish the rights, benefits, or privileges of city employees in the classified service. It continues on. And then in the next section, it says, if there is any city administrative rule or civil service merit board rule or regulation inconsistent with this ordinance, the latter shall prevail. I'm worried about what precedent this sets. I'm worried about what message this sends to our employees about how much we are adhering to the text and intent of our charter versus forcing or challenging or our employees to sue the city or the Civil Service Merit Board to sue the city. This came up previously with the compensation study where there was an issue included. I won't even go down that road, but the conversation that continued during that compensation study was, well, the employee can sue. It's not a good road to go down. This is not good policy. When we are, year after year, I see the city removing the ability to take complaints on housing issues internally within a city and moving that to an external entity. Now we're talking about complaints that we can take to the Tennessee Human Rights Commission. When these are all laid out in the process under the Civil Service Merit Board. It seems like there is support for this without respecting the request within the resolution that we hear from the Civil Service Merit Board. I also watched those Civil Service Merit Board meetings, and I did watch the Civil Service Merit Board rush through that discussion and try to relinquish their Title VII duties. And they were told by their attorney that once you have those duties as a board, you cannot reassign them to someone else. Those are your duties. And it's our job and our responsibility to respect that. If we want to change it, we can initiate a charter review process, initiate a charter amendment. But to move forward and approve these ordinances, when we're hearing from our disabilities coordinator, general services employees, and others, that they have some concerns, but that they're willing to work with us to get it right. Right? I submitted this resolution, 2.5 years ago? And now, during an election year, when the main proposer is a bit distracted, we want to rush it through without involving the individuals that we asked to be involved in the planning of this. I would like to see this.
Oh, your time has expired.
Oh, no.
Ms. Ryder?
Oh, no. Everybody else talking, they limit. Recaller.
Can I first call on Mr. Lyons? I believe you are the current chair of the Civil Service Merit Board. You guys reviewed this at the Civil Service Merit Board, and I would ask that you tell me what that discussion was.
Yes, Bill Lyons, I'm Civil Service Merit Board Chair. We reviewed and discussed at great length the report upon which this ordinance was very carefully drawn. And we also heard from the law director relative to his opinion on the charter. I could say, speaking to the substance of this, the board think it's safe to say we did not take a vote because nothing came before us for a vote. But the clear consensus of the board was that the substantive changes were positive. Positive for employees by giving them a clear path if they had a complaint to file, in that no civil service protections were in any way removed. So we saw employees' rights as only being enhanced with no detriment whatsoever. That's on the substance. We spent a good deal of time hearing from the civil service attorney about concerns with the charter. And I say that their sentiment is that the charter, discussions of the charter are frankly above the pay grade of the board. And I repeat what Law Director Swanson said that the person charged with interpreting the charter was the city law director, and that the Civil Service Merit Board was not in a position to act as a judicial authority making any judgments on what fit or did not fit the charter. So yes, we did spend significant time on the substance of the changes. No board member expressed any concerns about diminution of employee rights. All expressed positive judgment as to this being an improved process.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, could I ask you a quick question? And Mr. King, I'm going to make a point of asking some questions. I feel like you're cool with that. You brought up your past litigation, and it was well tossed about the newspapers. Ms. Drummond, Mr. King brought up the concern, as you know, the past example where he felt the need to litigate because he was treated unfairly, or I'm not going to get into the gist of it, but if that situation, because his concern that he brought up was like for future employees, that someone still retain those rights. If that situation happened again, where an administrative, a mayor came in and said, you're terminated, you're gone, and I believe the gist of that was he went and sought civil service protection because he had civil service rights. How would that work now if this changed, this ordinance happened? An employee would come to...
It would not change at all. Let me just stop you there in that discussion. This is talking about EEO. What the situation that Mr. King is talking about is based on discipline, based on a grievance process, and none of that changes through civil service. So HR is not involved in Mr. King's situation in the past. Well, HR didn't exist. And nor if that occurred today, HR would not be involved in that. That would still go to civil service. It still would go through the grievance process, and all of that would be through civil service. Does not impact HR at all. That is a civil service protected right. And I want to make sure I say this for the record. I do not believe, nor does this administration believe, that you change civil service merit protected rights. Employees have this right for a reason, and it should stay. What I am saying is that this process is a way to clear up and to consolidate and to set forth a practice that does not hinder civil service protected rights. It is a process. HR is a starting point to make sure information is done. What you will see that there's also this process dealing specifically from a Title VI standpoint. This is something very specific where it was in one place in an office, it's now going to be in the department, and it gives you consistency, it gives you consolidation, and it gives you the documentation that you need over time.
6 seconds left. How many years did we not have an HR department?
I came to the city in 1990. I believe it was in 1988. I'm going to go to the law, but I believe it was in 1988. I started with the city in 1990.
Council members, just a couple items that I thought I'd help from my perspective. Council asked my administration to examine these policies and practices. We did. We got outside help from the University of Tennessee Municipal Technical Advisory Service. We hired outside counsel. We got a lengthy report with recommendations from that outside counsel based on all that input. It's been vetted and shared with the Civil Service Merit Board. Their questions have been asked and answered. They're satisfied with it. The police employee rep, who represents all uniform and civilian employees with the police department, it has said that he's in support of it, and that the employees he represents is in support of it. Our firefighters are in support of it. I'm in support of it, obviously. Our law director and his staff has also reviewed it to make sure it does not in any way undermine our civil service protections or affect the charter. So I hope that you will vote for this. I would not bring this to you if I didn't think it was going to make it better for employees. My entire time as mayor, I've been supportive of employees, and this is the way it's going to be an ordinance, and in the HR department as a clearinghouse, this can endure long after I'm mayor and long after none of us are sitting in these rooms for these council meetings. So I urge your support on this first reading. Appreciate your attention and scrutiny, and hope you'll vote for this. Councilmember Parker and then Councilmember McKenzie.
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone it for 4 weeks to allow the employees who came forward more time to get clarity. As was mentioned, the employees did not see the ordinances until Thursday. They have not had time to fully begin to understand these, talk to all the relevant people, especially if they're taking the lead on this work in their different areas. I think it's quite reasonable that we ask for a short delay to allow time for that.
Okay, motion to postpone for 4 weeks has been made by Councilmember Parker. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to postpone, please say aye.
Aye.
Council members only, please do not interfere with the vote. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Motion fails. Next, back to the original motion. Is there any more question or discussion on the motion on first reading? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up on Ms. Cook's comments around the ADA administrative rules. Can somebody address the concern that she raised?
Devin Lyon.
Mr. Lyon, Devin Lyon, could you speak to Councilmember Smith's question about ADA?
Devin Lyon from Arnett, Baker, Draper, and Haygood. Thank you, council members. Yes, Councilmember Smith, to be honest, I'm a little confused as to what the concerns were as articulated, because what the recommendations from this report that I have made that are incorporated into the ordinance that is before you tonight, essentially when it comes to the ADA at this time, do not change any of those elements. In fact, what the ultimate recommendations of the report were relative to the ADA is that while the supervisor of the ADA coordinator may change by bringing this within the clearinghouse that will be the HR department, Administrative Rule 15 that Ms. Cook cited is actually intended to be the one-stop shop of the administrative rules, where the other administrative rules of the city that invoke additional detail and procedure relative to EEO compliance and protections will be pulled into Administrative Rule 15. So that's what I can speak to. There are no proposed changes other than a recommendation that we tweak the reasonable accommodation committee that is rarely invoked, but there are no proposed changes to the grievance process under the ADA. There are no proposed changes to the reasonable accommodation process under the ADA. It's simply an organizational move.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker? You have a question or comment?
Can you an organizational move? Can you clarify what you mean by that?
It's an organizational move in that those EEO functions are going to be part of the HR department. Like I mentioned to Councilmember Smith, the supervisor of the ADA coordinator may ultimately change by part of moving the EEO functions of the city into the HR clearinghouse, but the underlying functions thereof will not change in the least.
But that sounds like quite a change, right? When you change potentially who the supervisors are going to be and where the work flows through.
There is no change proposed at this time for the ADA coordinator to have any of her functions altered in any way. It's simply taking a position that is confusingly and currently located in the the Department of Housing and Neighborhoods and putting it within the HR department where all other functions of HR and EEO are performed.
And then the HR director would be the enforcing officer for the ADA issues.
Ultimately, or the HR director's designee, which could in fact be the ADA coordinator.
Well, it could be, but it could not be, right?
That's exactly correct.
So those are major changes that need understanding by those we expect to take on and lead this work. That you're going to be moved to a whole different department, different supervisor, who will be the enforcing officer. You're not the decision maker on these issues. These are major changes. That's my only point. Thank you.
And if I may, Councilmember Parker, while there may be a different supervisor, there are no fundamental changes to the ADA requirements of city administrative rules, the functions that the ADA coordinator may perform. None of that is proposed at this time. And as the report is very clear and is not even before you in this current ordinance, there are no proposed moves of the ADA coordinator position as it is currently positioned into HR. It's simply a supervisory move.
Okay, that makes it even more confusing, honestly. And more warranting of a delay, which, got voted down, and that's unfortunate. But these are serious changes that are being proposed that will impact our employees, and just to have some additional time so that there's more clarity and understanding and buy-in only seems like a good thing to do. I don't see any need to rush this over the next 4 weeks. And there's a lot of confusion and concern. And I think that we should take the time. The discussion, I believe, between you and Ms. Cook during the Civil Service Merit Board, I believe your comment was that her current workload was too much for one person. And she said she would like to be involved in those conversations about what piece of her work might move here or the other. So these conversations are taking place as these proposals are coming forward. It's only good governance to have some clarity with those we expect to move this work forward before we approve a new policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions or comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with 1 no and 1 abstention. Next item, please.
12C is an ordinance appropriating the sum of $3,000 from the Parks and Recreation Department's operating budget and donating same toward the sponsorship of Appalachian Mountain Bike Club's annual AMBC Fall Festival.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember McKenzie is your, yeah. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12D is an ordinance to amend ordinance number O-107-2019, known and cited as the City of Knoxville Zoning Code, Appendix B, Article 7, Form-Based Code Districts, to correct the article and section references pertaining to City of Knoxville Board of Zoning Appeals and variances to limit the percentage of ground floor transparency variances and permitted deviations for minimum interior and rear setbacks for stand-alone parking lots, and to provide standards for stand-alone surface parking lots in the South Waterfront District's City of Knoxville applicant all districts.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. There's one person, Janice Toker, here to speak in favor. Thank you for being here, and please state your name and address for the record. You have up to 5 minutes.
Certainly. Janice Toker, 326 Taylor Road, 37920. I think if I'd known that this was going to go for so long, I might have just let you guys go on consent or whatever, but that being said, I just want to thank City Council for your vote earlier this year to approve Councilperson Smith's request to review and potentially update the South Waterfront and form-based code. I also want to thank city administration and staff that have worked with our small group as we identified issues and discussed solutions. The advisory group is a nice mixture of residents and businesses within the South Waterfront, city and planning staff, and other concerned citizens. Over the past months, there's been a number of incremental changes implemented that are beneficial to the preservation of the intent of the South Waterfront Code as well as the community overall. These include requiring posting of signs on properties requesting BZA variances, official training for BZA members in making decisions about variances, a page on the city website where individuals can view current projects in the form-based districts, and an overall awareness in the community about projects in South Waterfront. The ordinance changes before you tonight add changes that will further preserve the intent of the code. Limiting variance of transparency requirements is important as this promotes a pedestrian-friendly environment, one of the key components to the vision plan. Also, it was no doubt an oversight that standalone parking lots were omitted from the original code. These are now addressed with standards befitting the South Waterfront area. I'm also appreciative that this small group will continue and expand to include more individuals being tasked to make additional recommendations on items within the South Waterfront, including the potential pedestrian bridge project. By careful oversight and management of the South Waterfront, we can enjoy the project as it was envisioned, a vibrant area that is enjoyed by all Knoxvillians and visitors of our city. Thank you for your consideration of approval of this ordinance.
Thank you. Council, that concludes people signed up to speak on item 12D. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I want to thank Ms. Toker for her leadership in this. And one of my first night on council was related to a South Waterfront variance, and it's unforgettable. And so since then, we've made pretty slow but steady and methodical process or improvements, reforms that Ms. Toker outlined, and I'm grateful to her and the administration and other community members. And our work is not done. This will help make sure that a lot of the retail that we dream is possible in the South Waterfront continues to be possible. And if there is a standalone parking lot in the South Waterfront, it'll be the greenest and cleanest and best parking lot in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12E is an ordinance to close an unnamed alley from Wilson Avenue to the southwest corner of parcel 082 KP016 and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Eric Forstall, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Smith.
Pass.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12F is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification for property located at 2031 and 2033 Piney Grove Church Road from RN1 District to AG District. Gabriel W. Ratcliffe, applicant, 3rd District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12G is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification for property located at 121 Union Avenue from 0 State Street from DKG District to DKB District. Schmee and Busby Architects PC, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve has been made and seconded. Any questions or comments? Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for Director Brooks about DKG and DKB. What is the difference between the two of those? My review of it made it look like these are both dealing with the potential for residential, but are we changing away from having a mixed-use approach here where you'd have commercial on the bottom and residential on the top?
Amy Brooks, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Get this a little closer. So the difference between the DKB and DKG is that the DKB is called the Downtown Knoxville Boulevards Subdistrict. It's intended to accommodate those areas of downtown Knoxville that are developed in a manner characterized by wide planted boulevards and a green open landscape consisting of lawns, plazas, structures at variable setbacks. So I think Henley Street For example, and the DKG is the Downtown Knoxville Grid Subdistrict and is intended to accommodate areas of downtown that are primarily characterized by traditional grid network, so 300 by 300 approximately. And this is to recognize that the central area is likely to be the most intensely developed portion of downtown. So in terms of, you asked the question about mixed use. They both allow mixed use. The DKB requires it does not require the first floor to be non-residential use. The DKG does.
Okay, so we're changing from where there would be a requirement for a commercial use on the bottom and residential on the top, so mixed use, to a model where that's an option but not required.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Smith.
Just one. I'm going to abstain on this. I've watched the Planning Commission meeting, and I've got some more research to do before I feel confident in supporting this.
Okay. Has anyone, no one signed up to speak? Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion carries.
12H is an ordinance, 12I is an ordinance approving the request of Maple Lane Homes LLC for an amendment to the Northwest City Sector Plan from civic and institutional to low-density residential for property located at 0 West Ridge Drive, 2nd District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12J is an ordinance approving the request of Maple Lane Homes LLC for a one-year plan amendment from civic and institutional to low-density residential for property located at 0 West Ridge Drive, 2nd District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12N is an ordinance approving the request of Juan Hernandez for an amendment to the North City Sector Plan from mixed-use regional center to low-density residential for property located at 4600 Ernestine Drive, leaving any special purpose land use classifications unchanged, 4th District.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12O is an ordinance to request, approving the request of Juan Hernandez for a one-year plan amendment from mixed-use regional center to low-density residential for property located at 4600 Ernestine Drive, leaving any special purpose land use classifications unchanged, 4th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12P is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 4600 Ernestine Drive from RN1 district to RN2 district, leaving all special purpose and overlay districts unchanged. Juan Hernandez, applicant, 4th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12Q is an ordinance approving the request of Matt W. Brazil, P.E., for an amendment to the Central City Sector Plan from medium-density residential to mixed-use neighborhood center for property located at 1500 Fort Promise Drive and at 1203 and 1331 West Oldham Avenue, leaving any special purpose land use classifications unchanged, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12R is an ordinance approving the request of Matt W. Brazil, P.E., for a one-year plan amendment from medium-density residential to mixed-use neighborhood center for property located at 1500 Fort Promise Drive and at 1203 and 1331 West Oldham Avenue, leaving any special purpose land use classifications unchanged, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12S is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 1500 Fort Promise Drive and at 1203 and 1331 West Oldham Avenue from RN5 District to CN District, leaving all special purpose and overlay districts unchanged. Matt W. Brazil, PE applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Council members, we will now hear from people in public forum. Vice Mayor Roberta?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have more than 6 people signed up to speak with us. We've certainly had a lot of people hanging in with us tonight who wanted to speak. I think we should make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. So I suggest we amend our rules to allow each person who signed up to speak 3 minutes to speak.
We couldn't, what was the motion? Can you repeat
Motion is to allow everyone who signed up to speak 3 minutes to speak, so we avoid only the first 6 people speaking.
Okay, does everyone hear the motion? It was seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll start with Yassine Tarou. Mr. Tarou, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good night, everyone. Good night, Madam Mayor, consuls, everyone. Thank you very much for all what you do. I know you being here and carrying your office is not an easy job, and I probably make money more than anybody in here. Doing falafel, you're doing awesome work. You're doing awesome work for the community. Even if I don't agree with everything happened today in the meeting, or I agree with some or not, I really appreciate your public work. I'm going to start talking a little bit about Knoxville. 3 minutes is going to be very short for someone like me who like to talk. Knoxville is made the nicest city in 2018, and you all been part of it. Unfortunately, what we're saying right now is not the same way we made it. And we just changed it. So as Yassine, I'm the owner of Yassine Falafel House, we've been seeing all the problem in Knoxville, and some of them, as some of the speakers say, we're just going around them. Like the homeless community, like the affordable houses. We just been saying we want to do something, we want to do something. You guys doing your best, but there is a lot more to do. So I want to announce today that we just reform a nonprofit, call it Seeds and Bridges. Is going to be partner with the less lucky people in Knoxville community, like homeless, people been in felony before, immigrant, refugee, to partner with them and open a new businesses that will support them and give back to our community like we did in Yassine Falafel House before, but we're going to be more organizing. And the second thing, with all the saying, I want to say, we can, as an immigrant who come here and talking to my friends, we cannot just be ignoring what's going on. Our prophets say, support your brother if he's doing the bad deed or the victim. How you can support your brother doing the bad deed? By stopping him from being the bad man, from being the bad people. This is how we support. I know I'm here talking to the city, what will be involved in the city. But in the same time, I saw the mayor, our mayor talking about standing with Israel. And I saw a few of my friends right here saying the same. We didn't see you talking to us. We want to understand what you say when you say stand to Israel. Standing to Israel in October 7, and you think this is how we started the problem? We understand what happened, and I condemn the killing of the kids or anybody who's innocent or civilian happened in that day. But this is not the root of the problem. And if you don't want to be the part of this and you want to fix our city, do not stand with someone and ignore the rest of your community. We are part of this community right here. We have doctors, we have handymans, we have people who's feeding you every day.
Thank you so much.
And we are hurting.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's the
Thank
end
you
of
so
the
much.
time. The next person signed up to speak is Aliyah Mansour. Aliyah Mansour, are you here? Aliyah Mansour? Yeah, okay. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Aliyah Mansour, and I live, I'm homeless, but I live downtown, Broadway. I'm a social work graduate student. I go to University of Tennessee. I have my bachelor's degree from Rutgers. I work at a psych hospital as part of my internship where I see everything that's going on in this society between mental health issues and substance abuse. It's pretty obvious to me, being in the field, what's going to happen to Gaza and what's going to become of those children. I understand that Israel says that they want to, distinguish Hamas, but if you kill children and you make them orphans, then they're going to end up being recruits for the next Hamas. The Israeli government has bombarded and sieged Palestinians, over 11,500, and as we're speaking tonight, Al-Shifa, one of the largest hospitals in Gaza, is under attack, and only God knows what's going to happen to the patients that are there. We are asking for your support, your public statement for Palestinian support, not to profile the Palestinians in the Knoxville area, and to the same way that you visited Israel just a few weeks ago, if you could please also offer your support to the Palestinian community and also offer a unified statement for a ceasefire resolution. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, next person signed up to speak is Hannah Gosha.
If you will provide me one moment to bring up my statement, please.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not texting. One moment, please.
No, India's text. I just want to know if she's texting.
Hi, my name is Hannah. I live in Knoxville, and I am an undergraduate student at the University of Tennessee. Whether or not you are Palestinian or Arab, you are human. And as human beings, we have a responsibility to speak, advocate, and act for our brothers and sisters in Palestine. It has been utterly horrifying to see the violent, unending onslaught, siege, and displacement of Gazans over the past 40 days. For 40 days, we have implored and practically begged our elected officials to honor the dignity and humanity of Palestinians by calling for a ceasefire. And for 40 days, we have watched your silence and signal of complicity and approval of 11,000 men, women, and children being bombed indiscriminately. Palestinians and allies have been forced to convince our governments that they deserve a free, autonomous, and unoccupied existence. To quote Palestinian human rights attorney Noura Erakat, fixation of Palestinians as imperfect victims is the absolution of and complicity with Israel's colonial demonization. Your silence, your indifference is an endorsement of everything that has happened in the past 40 days and the past 75 years. We are here today to ask you to finally speak, if not for the sake of Palestine, for the sake of your human morality. This is not just a movement for Palestinian autonomy, it is a movement for the protection of Knoxville's Black, brown, and migrant communities. Earlier this year, Mayor Kincannon visited the state of Israel and the West Bank as part of a project interchange. We have many refugees and people in diaspora from the West Bank and Gaza living in Knoxville, and you serve to alienate them by normalizing relations with Israel. And we Arabs, Muslims, and marginalized communities in Knoxville will not stand for it. Palestinians are human, and they have dreams and ambitions and aspirations, and these never are realized under occupation and brutal onslaught and siege, as has been happening in Gaza and the West Bank. Our needs are simple and just. Issue a resolution in support of ceasefire. Issue a resolution promising to honor and value the lives of your Palestinian constituents, and issue a resolution to cut ties with Israel and ban any trainings in the future with them. Thank you.
Next person signed up to speak, Zainab Ansari. Zainab Ansari, are you present? Zainab Ansari? I'm here. Okay. Thank you.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, I begin with the prayer of Moses, peace be upon him. My Lord, expand my heart, make easy for me my task, and untie my speech so that they might understand. As an American citizen, a resident of Knox County, and the granddaughter of proud American veterans, I am sickened by the ongoing genocide against the people of Gaza. In particular, I want to address Ms. Kincannon. Last year, you visited a local school. You know, the children at that school look a whole lot like the children being murdered in Palestine. Over 11,000 innocent men, women, children, and babies have been murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces using American weapons and billions of dollars in taxpayer money. I demand that the City Council pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, an end to all training partnerships with the Israeli military and police, and that a resolution be passed affirming the value and dignity of Palestinian lives. Enough is enough. Ceasefire now. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Next person signed up to speak is Ricky Draper. Ricky Draper. Is Ricky Draper present?
Woo!
If you could state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Ricky Draper, Knoxville 37917. I am Jewish, and I am here to speak in support of Palestinian lives and Palestinian freedom. I ask you, members of City Council, Mayor Kincannon, to join us on the side of justice and equality by passing a resolution supporting an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and refusing any city contracts with the State of Israel. We are in a crisis. The Israeli government has declared and is carrying out a genocidal war on Palestinians in Gaza. As has mentioned, as we've been sitting here, Israeli forces have been preparing for an invasion of Al-Shifa Hospital, where 7,500 Palestinians, including patients, doctors, and displaced people, are sheltering and attempting to receive emergency medical care. Meanwhile, Egypt is trying to figure out how to evacuate at least 36 newborn babies from Gaza amid the shutdown of more hospitals due to the Israeli bombardment. If you are a parent, please think back to the first days of your baby's life. I wonder if you felt excited, scared, cared for. I wonder if you had family by your side as you welcomed your child into the world. If you had a doctor and a safe place to be, if you trusted that your baby would get the care they needed. Can you imagine giving birth amidst airstrikes in the dark with no electricity? Can you imagine the trauma and pain the parents of the 36 babies are facing in the first hours and days of their babies' precious lives? And these new lives, if they've survived birth under bombardment, if they survive emergency transport to Egypt, how will these unimaginable traumas affect the trajectory of the rest of their lives? This is a moment in history that the world will look back on. I promise you that. Your children, your grandchildren, and your grandchildren's children will ask you, what did you do as children and families, journalists and doctors, babies and grandparents were murdered in Palestine? What did you do to stop this genocide? You will be asked, how could you have let this happen? each of you have the opportunity here to be on the right side of history. I urge you to do the right thing. Pass a resolution supporting an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, refuse any city contracts with the state of Israel, pass resolution affirming your Palestinian constituents and those family across the world. Say never again is never again for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is JV. JV. Is JV present?
Give me just a second. Let me pull this up. Hello, good evening. My name is JV, Johnson City, Tennessee. I came all the way out here to speak with my fellow Appalachians, my fellow community. Even though I'm down the interstate, I still see everybody around here as my community, and I feel that we have to have these honest conversations with each other. My family taught me that it was important for us to have open, honest conversations with each other, and that if we don't, we fester up emotions and eventually hurt each other worse. But that is exactly what the Israeli army has been doing to the Palestinian people, and it goes even deeper through settler colonialism that has been present in Western nations across the world. You must look inward to yourself and understand what is going on is not happening in a vacuum. It has been going on since the birth of this nation. It has been going on since the birth of your own settling ancestors who came to this country. And to our immigrant parents who brought us to this country because we lost everything from our countries, yet they wanted to provide for their own children. I was a raised Baptist Christian, and while I don't consider myself religious anymore, I take the Word of God very deeply. I see the wickedness within the Western world when they demand and they say that Israel is what God is intending. I don't remember God being British. Moral orally. I also want to say that what it is religious fanaticism. We can have absolute empathy for the Jewish people and their plight. We can have the empathy for them and the rampant anti-Semitism that has been primarily in Western worlds. But Zionism is simply a colonial experiment. It's not even an experiment. It is a horrific evil that is the same to evangelism. Israel and Zionism is to America in evangelism. And if you sit here and tell me that you're going to train your cops to brutalize brown, black, and indigenous people in your own city, you're going to continue to create so many separations. We can come to the table. I don't come here to come at your throats. I don't come here because I hate you. I don't. I am a descendant of Syrian Jews. I am a descendant of the tribe of Benjamin. And I have wondered why in the world that we allow colonial settlerism occurring in this world. I want to read a poem before I go by Khaled Juma. Oh, rascal children of Gaza, you who constantly disturb me with your screams under my window, you who filled every morning with rushing chaos, you who broke my vase and stole my lonely flower on the balcony, come back in the screams as you want and break all the vases, steal the flowers and come back, just come back. And I just want to say one last thing. As Jesus said, their throat is an open grave. They use their tongues to deceive. Their venom is of asp under their lips. May you have your satisfaction by training your cops. Have your satisfaction training the brutalization of brown, black, indigenous people. But I will say, decolonize Appalachia, decolonize America, and decolonize Western world.
The next person signed up to speak is Alexis Gibson, JV. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name is Alexis Gibson, and I am at 1828 Silver Cloud Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee. The Palestinian community and I demand the city of Knoxville to 1, pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza, 2, issue a statement vowing to refuse any contracts or trainings with the state of Israel, 3, issue a statement acknowledging the city of Knoxville values the lives of Palestinians, and 4, issue a statement renouncing undue surveillance of Palestinians and allies by Knoxville Police Department. Now, my fellow Knoxvillians, I ask you to care for the people of Palestine, whose plight I now share. Dr. Seuss himself said it, as children we read it, when Horton the elephant heard the call of a who. Because a person's a person, no matter how small. Like Horton, I've heard the people of Gaza, whose voices cried out in Market Square Plaza. In Knoxville, it's small, just a very faint yelp from a few desperate people who are calling for help. They cry loudly, they cry out in fear. We are here, we are here, we are here, we are here. Humps a voice like the sour kangaroo, our government, our news, and our media too. Why people in Gaza, that land filled with terror and sin, believe in that? Why there never has been. Believe me, I say, I tell you sincerely, my heart is quite keen and I hear them quite clearly. I know that there's people there, and what's more, there's more than just 2 or 3 or even 4. There's families with children just starting to grow. In fact, not just families, but more, did you know? There are many fine houses with ceilings and floors. There are even fine churches and grocery stores. Their buildings to us might seem terribly small, but to them where they live, they are wonderfully tall. Like Wickersham Brothers and sour kangaroos, our government, Joe Biden, and even the news are shouting, "What rot! This girl is talking about people who are not. There aren't any people. Hamas is their mayor, and we're going to stop all this nonsense, so there." They've forgotten small people. They've written them off, using Netanyahu as Vlad Vladikov. Good people of Knoxville, please hear my prayer. Palestine is in trouble, much more than their share. From all of the missiles and bombs that were dropped, we've bombed them so hard their clocks have all stopped. Their spirits are breaking, their schools are all smashed, their hospitals are gone, the ambulances crashed. The people of Gaza are about to be boiled in a hot steaming kettle of hazelnut oil. Boil them, Knoxville, that we can't do. Gaza is full of persons, they've proved that to you. The people of Gaza fight with great vigor and vim, but the Wickersham gang are too many for them. So as Horton, I am climbing up Eiffelberg Tower. This, my dear Knoxville, is our country's darkest hour. It's time for all people whose blood that is red to come to the aid of Gaza, I said. We've got to make noises in greater amounts, so open your mouth, please, for every voice counts. Knoxville, I ask you, do you see what I mean? These people are people. They deserve to be seen. Please help these poor people. They are folks who have as much right to live as we bigger folk do.
Thank you,
A person's
Ms.
a person, no
Gibson.
matter
Thank
how
you so
small.
much.
That
Your
truth is
time
a
is
fact
up.
that applies to us all.
Next person signed up to speak is Gabby Lichtenstein.
Oh, Noel laughing. What's funny?
Gabby Lichtenstein, are you present?
Okay. I'm just curious what's funny.
Ms. Lichtenstein is the next person to speak.
India, Texas, laughing. What else?
Listen to us.
Yes. Yeah, India, Texas, Paul laughing. What else? What else? It's real funny, wasn't it, Paul? Hee-haw. Yeah, real funny.
You may begin. You have up to 3 minutes.
Y'all think we can't see y'all?
Hi, all. My name is Gabby Lichtenstein, and I am a Jewish resident of Knoxville speaking tonight in support of a ceasefire and Palestinian freedom. More than 11,200 Palestinians have been killed by Israel since early October, many by the bombs that Israel has relentlessly dropped on Gaza. Bombs dropped on residential homes, on refugee camps, on schools, on hospitals, and now hunger and dehydration are escalating. Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children, as the UN's top leader described it. It has been over a month of unimaginable devastation and a continuation of 75 years of occupation. I'm here tonight to echo the calls to action that several speakers before me have outlined, which include passing a resolution in support of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, issuing a statement that vows to refuse any contracts or trainings with the State of Israel and that acknowledges the city of Knoxville values the lives of Palestinians, and that renounces any that renounces undue surveillance of Palestinians and allies by the Knoxville Police Department. The U.S. gives Israel $3.8 billion in military aid each year. That's $10 million a day, with billions more proposed in new military aid. U.S.-made weapons are being used to massacre civilians. This has to end. This issue is local because all of our tax dollars, everyone here, all of our tax dollars are funding genocide. This issue is local because Mayor Kincannon was part of a delegation of U.S. mayors on a trip to Israel this year to strengthen ties with the state. This issue is local because the atrocities taking place directly impact our Palestinian community here. I urge Knoxville to join the growing list of cities across the country passing resolutions in solidarity and support of the Palestinian people. We, the people of Knoxville, will remember how each of you responds in this moment. As a Jew, I say no to genocide, no to apartheid, and no to occupation in my name. Everyone, everywhere, deserves to live in safety and freedom. Thank you for your time.
Next person signed up to speak is Bree Nicely. Bree Nicely.
My name's Bree Nicely. I'm a resident of Knoxville, Tennessee. 37914 is my zip code. Thank you all for listening to me this evening. I wanted to start by just offering a scenario. I want you all to imagine that there are people below the UT hospital that a foreign government suspects might be terrorists. Would it be okay to drop bombs on that hospital in that scenario? If you all were thinking in your head, no, we could not allow bombs to be dropped on innocent civilians who are disabled and hurt in a hospital in that scenario, then please try to lend your thinking to what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza right now. Please pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. This isn't a non-local issue. There are Palestinians in this community who have lost family members, in some cases their entire family. There are Palestinians that have lost 30 members of their family. There's a Palestinian here who's lost 42 members of their family. Please try to imagine what that's like to lose multiple generations of your family. It is ethnic cleansing. I'm speaking to you all today because, I hope that you can hear this from someone who looks more like you, maybe, than folks in Palestine do. When I was 20 years old, I went to the West Bank with a group called Community Peacemaker Teams, and our role there was to de-escalate conflict between the Israeli military and Palestinians who were just trying to move through their own territory to get to school, to get to the mosque, wherever they needed to go. That experience totally changed my outlook on the world. I saw what it was like for Palestinians to live under military occupation. It was awful. I saw what it was like to see innocent civilians terrorized by a military, by illegal settlers. It was a terrible thing. So I just urge you all to please think about how you can affect this issue from a local perspective. You're not powerless. There are things that you can do. You can pass resolutions. Show Palestinians that you care about them. Call for a ceasefire. Don't strengthen ties with Israel. There's nothing good there. There's nothing good coming from the Israeli military that you're going to pass on to our community. So please, just don't do that. And that's all I got to say.
Next person signed up to speak is Henry Centeno. Is Henry Centeno present? He's not present. Okay, after him is Christine Jones.
She's not here either.
Okay, Catherine Nasser.
Good evening. My name's Catherine Assad. It's my son Patrick up there, way past his bedtime. He's holding the flag. And by choice, I didn't force him, I swear. 11 years ago, I gave birth to him. He was so fat, I had to have a C-section. But they're doing that right now in Gaza without anesthesia, and I can't imagine that, because for me, I had him at UT. You know, I could see the sun sphere, and it was absolutely traumatic. I haven't slept in a month, and I'm really not here to change your mind, because I don't really think it's possible, to be honest. I see how deep the love for Israel in this country goes. It's disgusting. But I'm here for him. And I'm here for my father, who was part of the Nakba in '67. I think he was 3 years old. He had to walk to Jordan. Nothing's changed in all these years. And I haven't slept in a month. And I wish I could say it's nightmares, but it's not, because real life is horrific right now. And I think that's really what it is. But I am here, and I'm hoping that in Knoxville, since we do have hearts here still, I'm hoping that our leaders care more about human life than greed. I'm hoping also that you believe that honor cannot be bought. Biden's currently being sued because he failed to prevent this ongoing genocide, so that's about to happen. He does have influence over Israel, but he's been directly abetting in, its development with weapons, funds, and diplomatic cover. And according to the Genocide Convention, it's a breach of his duties. And of course, I condone the murder of the 1,200 Israelis. Most of them were civilians, but it doesn't justify the forms of targeting an entire population and collective punishment that the Israeli government is handing out to the Palestinian civilians, let alone a genocide. I think I mentioned cesareans without anesthesia. They're literally cutting. They don't have medical supplies right now, so they're just having to remove these children. I guess it sticks with me because I'm a mother. And it's our tax dollars, us, poor people, we're paying for this genocide. And it's really hard to live with that right now. They're going to do studies about this one day, about how it affected people. And I hope you guys can be on the right side of history for once, please. Thank you.
Next person signed up to speak is Isra Abed.
It's Isra Abed, by the way. I'm going to keep this short, but it's not going to be sweet. As a Palestinian American deeply connected to the ongoing conflict between Palestine and Israel, I am here to demand an immediate ceasefire and to be a voice for the people of Palestine. With my family's roots in Palestine and my experience as a teacher working with Palestinian children, I have witnessed the devastating impact of this conflict firsthand. It is time for us to take a stand, to speak out against injustice, and to work towards resolution. This conflict did not begin on October 7th. How long must we endure the heartbreaking cycle of violence and bloodshed in Palestine? During the Nakba of 1948, over 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced from their homes, their land, and their heritage. Their lives were forever altered as they became refugees in their own homeland. It is time for an immediate ceasefire that will allow the people of Palestine to live without fear and reclaim their land. Imagine if your hard-earned tax dollars were being used to carry out the genocide of your people. Each year, Tennessee sends thousands of our tax dollars to Israel. Israeli citizens have access to free healthcare and education. While Knoxville, specifically Knox County, is seeing its largest homeless population to date. Make it make sense. As taxpayers, we have the power to demand accountability and transparency in how our funds are being used. It is time to reevaluate the financial support that our city provides to Israel and reconsider directing those funds towards the needs of the people of Knoxville. Mayor Kincannon, last year you visited a school of Palestinian children here in Knoxville. Those same children that you smiled and took pictures with are the same children being ethnically cleansed in Palestine as we speak. The same school you visited would have most likely been bombed by Israel. You traveled to Israel and visited illegal settlements and met with occupation forces. Have you no shame?
No.
Since October 7th, over 10,000 Palestinians have been killed. More than 4,000 of those are children. Entire generations are being wiped out. You made a statement in support of Israel while condemning terrorism. I want to make sure I understand. Cutting off water, food, electricity to millions of civilians, targeting and bombing hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and homes, the use of white phosphorus gas, the list goes on. These are acts of terrorism by Israel in just the last month. Do you condemn Israel, Mayor? No. Lastly, I want to point out that you said Knoxville stands with Israel.
Next person
I'm going to have to disagree with you. As you can see, the people that are gathered here today, we stand for justice, we stand for an immediate ceasefire, and we stand for Palestine.
Thank you.
From the river to the sea.
Ilaria Carlino. Ilaria Carlino.
Recall vote.
Who'd you say? Sorry.
Ilaria Carlino.
Olaria Parlapiano, 37920. The following is a statement from the Imminent Publications Committee. Within the covenant of shared sympathies at rallies and protests, we repeat like a mantra, we are all Palestinians, and the meaning is self-evident. However, this is not a place of sympathy, and why speak in metaphors where the material reality is more visceral. From the striking textile workers of Bangladesh, to the homeless on the streets of Knoxville, to the people of Gaza and the occupied West Bank sheltering under a blinding snow of white phosphorus paid for by the United States government, our cause is shared. It is the international struggle against capitalist exploitation, imperialist domination, settler colonialism, police brutality, segregation, and racism in every form. It is the struggle of all working people, the proletarians, slaves, peasants, outcast, and stateless, against the vampiric systems of oppression that daily drain our blood and siphon the fruits of our labor through violence, war, hunger, and genocide. Within these very corridors churn the same mechanisms that now roll through the crowded streets of Gaza, consuming, obliterating, and defiling everything in its wake. In our tide of apathy, we are able to abstract this cruelty into background noise, yet sometimes it rings out clearly, explicitly, such as when our mayor, Ms. Kincannon, elected to attend a tour of occupied Palestinian territories at the behest of the Zionist military, the very same soldiers that now march through Gaza, indiscriminately murdering men, women, and children in their fascist crusade. It is not just the workers who are united by their oppression, but the ruling classes, the capitalists, the generals, the bourgeois politicians, and all manner of parasites that are united in their exploitation against us, according to their own interests. The brave resistance in Palestine may be outnumbered, outgunned, and outfunded, but like the French occupation of Algeria, the U.S. invasion of Vietnam, apartheid South Africa, it is our obligation as denizens of the imperial core, as workers, socialists, and people of conscience, to resist by any means necessary the continuation and escalation of these wars of aggression, the tyrannical systems behind them. For it is our government, our tax dollars, that cut down our comrades overseas. Our message is thus. It is shared by every Marxist-Leninist party, every labor union that stands in solidarity, and every person sympathetic to the plight of Palestine and victims of imperialism the world over. If our ruling classes are unwilling to divorce reinforce their ties with the apartheid regime, that is our obligation to resist, obstruct, and halt every attempt to arm and support the genocide at every opportunity and by every avenue. With our voices, we give you every opportunity to revoke your collaboration, eschew the call of capital, and be welcomed onto the right side of history with open arms. However, history teaches us that at no time has power ever been relinquished without struggle. If you are unwilling to relent, we, appalled by Israeli viciousness and Western approval, are left with no other choice but to exercise our power as workers and stop the machines at their source before they kill one more child or annex one more inch of stolen land.
Thank you.
Palestine will be free, and after it, the world. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Abdallah Hussein. Abdallah Hussein.
Call my name?
Abdallah Hussein.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just didn't hear it. There was a lot of noise. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdullah Hussein. You know, I came here 8 months ago, and I asked Mayor Kincannon not to go on that trip to Israel. I did, and there were lots of people in the room. You were there, you remember, right? I didn't bring these people here tonight. I didn't. It wasn't me. They came of their own accord because this is an issue that's important. In the last few weeks, the government of Israel has shown its true colors to the world, bombing hospitals and schools and refugee camps and homes, killing over 11,000 people, civilians, half of whom are women and children. And our elected officials have also shown their true colors, standing in support of these atrocities, standing in support of what's happening, and turning a blind eye to your constituents here at home who suffer every day when they look at their screens and see those elected officials defending that and supporting what's happening. This rhetoric that we're seeing right now, this blind support of Israel, this anti-Islamic, anti-Arab rhetoric that is reflected in our elected officials, has proven to be harmful to Americans here at home. On October 15th, there was a 6-year-old boy here in Illinois, in the United States, who was stabbed 26 times as a result of all of this rhetoric that we're hearing in the news. On October 15th, a 19-year-old Sikh teen, even though he wasn't Muslim, was attacked in New York City. On October 19th, a Muslim pediatrician in Texas was stabbed to death. On October 31st, a Muslim student at UNC Chapel Hill was attacked with a knife. All of these things we're seeing at home just in the last few weeks. And we need to make sure, and we need to know and feel secure in that our elected officials stand with us at home, stand with the citizens here in Knoxville at home who are suffering, who are struggling, who are threatened on a daily basis. I want to ask everybody in this room, will you vote for a person who will not, will you vote for a person who stands with Israel? No! Will you vote for a person who says no to a ceasefire? No! Absolutely not. The times are changing, my dear elected officials. If you all want to maintain your offices, you will stand with the people of Palestine and you will stand with your constituents. Joe Biden has lost this election on this basis. Joe Biden has lost his election. And I hope you all pay attention to this. If you have any political aspirations that, yes, this issue will win or lose you elections, and we will not allow people who say no to ceasefire, who support bombing civilians, to be elected into office and represent us. Knoxville stands with Palestine. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Evora Crease. Evora Crease. Is Evora Crease present?
Oh, he don't care.
Hey, members of the audience, please let the speaker speak.
Oh, like you did, right?
Yeah, please listen. My name is Evra Kreis, and I'm a lifelong South Knoxvillian. I'm here today to echo the calls of our community for an end to the genocide in Gaza and to address the mayor's silence on this matter. I am not Palestinian, but I am a human being with compassion and empathy. And as such, it is impossible to watch what is happening in Gaza and not feel compelled to act. Mayor Kincannon, your only statement since October 7th was to say that, quote, Knoxville stands with Israel. That's right. You have said nothing acknowledging the over 11,000 humans slain in Gaza by Israel, including at least 4,500 children. The picture of some of them are being held behind me. You have also notably made no public statement in solidarity with the Palestinian community in Knoxville, acknowledging their pain and their plight. I ask you, do you not feel compelled to act? Or are you choosing not to see what is being done by the government of Israel? A government who you have chosen to build ties with, despite vocal dissent from your constituents, including myself. Are you choosing not to see the faces of the children, the men, the women torn apart by US-made missiles, funded by our tax dollars and dropped by Israel's military? Are you choosing not to speak out against this atrocious injustice because you do not care? Or is it because you believe siding again with the oppressor is politically advantageous to your career? My fear, Mayor, is that following your re-election, you have become comfortable with your power, comfortable standing with the oppressor as you did following the police murder of Anthony Thompson Jr. That's right. Say his name. Anthony Thompson Jr. That's right. As you have done many times before as well. I urge you now to stand with the people of this city, to change your tune. We cannot be comfortable with genocide. We, as the community of Knoxville, as human beings with empathy, demand that Knoxville City Council pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza, to issue a statement vowing to refuse any contracts or trainings with the State of Israel, to issue a statement acknowledging that the city of Knoxville values the lives of Palestinians, and for Knoxville Police Department to issue a stated commitment not to target Palestinians and allies.
Next speaker.
We urge you to act with compassion and empathy. Knoxville stands against genocide.
Thank you.
Knoxville stands with Palestine.
The next person to speak, Ahmad Abdul Razak.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Did you say Ahmad Abdul Razak?
Yes, sir.
Give me just a second. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm here for two reasons. First reason, when God and I meet him, when I meet my maker, he's going to ask me, what did you do for the people of Palestine? I'm going to say, I came here to talk to you that are sitting on this bench. The second reason I'm here is because the people in Palestine don't have a voice. They're muted. They're dying left and right. Kids, women. I don't need to tell you. You're not ignorant. You're not naive. You're not in a bubble. You see and understand what's going on. So I'm going to change the topic just a little bit. I don't need to repeat what these people said because you guys are business people. That's why you're on this bench, right, to make money for the city of Knoxville. So let's talk about money, right? $14 billion just got approved to go to Israel, okay? They've killed over 11,200, and my numbers are probably changing. Those numbers are probably changing, so my numbers might be wrong. 11,200 people have died so far. That's about 1.25 million people per person. What kind of business does that make? That's stupid, okay? Second, out of that, $14 billion, $5.6 billion went to kill kids. 3.8 billion went to kill women. 4.6 billion went to kill men. It's not good business. You visited Palestine to learn, and I'm going to quote because I don't want to be mistaken. I'm going to quote what was in the press release. By the American Jewish community, the project interchange is expected to last a week. They said it's meant to give the mayors a firsthand understanding of the country's democracy and technologies. And then it went on to go to understand how to expect to discuss how to lead diverse cities, integrate immigrants, address homelessness, and help people living with disabilities. Excuse me. So let me understand this. You had to go all the way to Israel to understand that? This is the United States of America. There's 50 states here. There's disabilities in America. There's veterans in America. There's immigrants in America. But you had to go to Israel to understand that? Doesn't make sense to me. Again, tax dollars. Doesn't make sense. This is a business. We're here to make money. I understand it. Think about it. Palestinians are dying on our dime. They are dying on our dime. And each and every one of you, just as I am, as a taxpayer of this country, is responsible for that. Okay? You understand we're all here for a ceasefire. But you also understand that you haven't said anything. You came to my kids' class and talked about community and support, but not said anything to the Palestinians that are in your community, that are Christians, that are Jews, and that are Muslims. It's not a religion. These people have lives. They're humans just like me. I'm a Muslim. Do I look like a dog? Do I look like an animal to you? No. I have eyes, I have arms, I have ears. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Cease fire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person signed up to speak is Miriam Atatra. Miriam Atatra. Miriam Atatra. Is she?
My name is Miriam. I live in Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920. India, I don't believe there's much that can change your mind. And there's much that can change your heart as we have watched you fail our communities time and time again in the city and internationally. But I know that you're a mother, and most of you in front of me here are parents. So I'll read you the names of just a few of the Palestinian babies that have been killed by Israel since October 7th. And I want each of you sitting here in front of me to imagine that those are your little ones. Because each of those precious souls was someone's entire life. We see our own children, our own nieces and nephews, cousins, grandchildren, sisters, and brothers. Remember them, and remember the more than 11,000 other Gazans that your Israel has killed, India. And next time you say something as genocidal as Knoxville stands with Israel, remember that. Rayyan al-Astal, age 0. Mian al-Astal, age 0. Salam al-Astal, age 0. Zain al-Najar, age 0. Yasmin Masri, age 0. Maria al-Masri, age 0. Aisha Shaheen, age 0. Rahima Shaheen, age 0. Are you all listening? Muhammad Abu Jazar, age 0. Tia Abu Jazar, age 0. Baha Musa, age 0. Rakan Musa, age 0. Misk Hajazi, age 0. Ahmed Nofal, age 0. Ibn Nabila Nofal, age 0. Muaz Al-Aidi, age 0. Are you listening? Qais Al-Aidi, age 0. Nabil Al-Aidi, age 0. Alma Hamdan, age 0. Misk Joud, age 0. We haven't even gotten to 1 year yet. Bilal Hamdan, age 0. Abdurrahim Awad, age 0. Tahani Ahmed, age 0. Muhammad Hisham, age 0. Mustafa Saqallah, age 0. I've named several families that are from Knoxville, by the way. Abdul Rauf Al Farah, age 0. Muhammad Shihab, age 0. Sarah Al Farah, age 0. Bilal Muhammad, age 0. Ubaida
Thank you. Your time has
Yusuf,
up.
age 0. Remember
Thank you.
those names next time you say you stand with Israel. Knoxville
Thank
does
you.
not stand with Israel.
Next person, Sarah Hutchison. Sarah Hutchison. Sarah Hutchison present.
That's what y'all get for trying to filibuster.
Too busy with that Airbnb money.
My name is Sarah Margaret Hutchison. I'm from South Knoxville. I'm here today to address not just the council, but also my neighbors when I say that Mayor Kincannon does not speak for me. I stand with the Palestinian people in their nearly 80-year struggle for liberation. I'm honored to be standing here tonight with fellow Knoxvillians to correct this narrative. While Mayor Kincannon may stand with Israel, Knoxville stands against genocide. As the death toll in Gaza nears 12,000 and nearly 200 Palestinians have been murdered in the West Bank, my humanity does not allow me to remain silent. It's imperative that the city of Knoxville act now to pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire. With this resolution, the city must also recognize that Knoxville's participation in law enforcement exchange programs like the Georgia International Enforcement Exchange or GENSA's LEAP trips and conferences is an explicit endorsement of the IDF's brutal human rights abuse tactics and strategies. The city of Knoxville must refuse these contracts and trainings with the state of Israel. Additionally, the city must also take active steps to undo the harm caused by Mayor Kincannon's October 15th statement. Starting by publicly acknowledging the impact the ongoing war on Gaza and the West Bank has had on our Palestinian and Arab community members in Knoxville. As well, it's important to immediately address and take steps to prevent future undue surveillance of Palestinians and allies by the Knoxville Police Department. Finally, the World Health Organization estimates that 1 child in Gaza is murdered every 10 minutes. In the time that we have been sitting here, listening to resolutions and ordinances about how we should use our land, among other things, it's now 11:20. "32 children have been murdered in the time that we have been in this building.
Get off your phone. Glasses boy, get out your computer.
Even the blue seat's been on the phone the whole time. So it's Paul. He was laughing at one point. Yeah, I did. I've been recording him the whole time. Good. It'll be all over social media. Yeah, good.
Also, Mayor, never address Palestinians as Arab Israelis ever again.
That was disrespectful. She don't know no better. She's a pretty smart girl. Stop it.
From the river to the sea.
Next person, Hassan Atucha. Hassan Atucha are you present?
Got your camera.
Hassan Atucha.
Kiss that accreditation goodbye.
My name is Hassan. I'm a Palestinian and lifelong South Knoxvillian. In just over a month, Israel has killed more than 11,000 humans, not animals, as the Israeli defense minister calls us, more than 4,600 children. At least one child is killed every 10 minutes. At least 32 children have been killed by Israel over the course of this meeting. Over the past month, Israel has killed more children than were killed in all combat zones in the world in 2022, in 2021, in 2020. This should strike the hearts of anyone. This should shake the hearts of anyone with an iota of compassion. Do our babies have too much melanin for you to care about their lives? In the past month, Israel has dropped the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs on the people of Gaza, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. More than 1.6 humans have been displaced. More than 70% of the population has been displaced in a mass exodus that dwarfs the Nakba, the catastrophe of 48, in which 75% of our people, our grandparents, were forced out of over 500 ancestral villages and cities at gunpoint and following massacres led by Zionist militias. 70% of Gazans were concentrated into camps around Gaza after the exodus of 48. Gaza is the definition of a concentration camp. Israel has blocked water, food, electricity, fuel, and medical supplies to Gaza's 2.3 million people, half of whom are children. The Israeli regime has clearly stated its genocidal intent. Here are some quotes from members of the Knesset and Israeli leaders. Wipe them out. The children of Gaza have brought this on themselves. We will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. Wipe out their families, their mothers, and their children. These animals do not deserve to live. When you say that Knoxville, a city that you are not from, stands with Israel, India, you are saying that you stand with genocide, you stand with fascists, you stand with ethnic cleansing.
I'm not touching anything. You want to pause this time? Yeah. I'm not sure why it's not. Yeah, I didn't press anything. Go ahead. You can get another 45 seconds. But go ahead and have another minute. It's fine. I'm not sure why the microphone's not working. I didn't touch anything. Just go set it back to a minute, okay? Just set it back to a minute, and you can go from a minute, please. Thanks.
The Israeli regime has clearly stated its genocidal intent. Here are the quotes from members of the Knesset and Israeli leaders. Wipe them out. The children of Gaza have brought this on themselves. We will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. Wipe out their families, their mothers, and their children. These animals do not deserve to live. When you say that Knoxville, a city you are not from, stands with Israel, India, you are saying that you stand with genocide, you stand with fascists, you stand with ethnic cleansing, you stand with apartheid, you stand with European settlers lynching our people, you stand with the mass exodus and massacres our grandparents survived in 1948. You support the mass graves of Palestinians that Israel was built on. History and the people will remember where you stood. Our demands to Knoxville and City Council: pass a resolution to support a ceasefire now. Vow to refuse any contracts, trainings, or ties with the State of Israel and occupation forces. Acknowledge that the city values the lives of Palestinians. Renounce and commit not to surveil and target Palestinians and allies by law enforcement here in Knoxville. Every human killed was somebody's everything. Every life extinguished was a beautiful beacon of hope and light in a world intent on erasing and eradicating indigenous peoples. Our people will soon know a freedom beyond the freedom in our hearts, and history will remember where each and every one of you stood during the genocide of our people. Thank you.
Okay. Next person signed up to speak is Rick Roach. Is Rick Roach present? Mr. Roach, Rick Roach. Okay, Nikki Lynn.
As we were in this room, the UN Refugee Center was bombed, and it was full of Palestinians with disabilities, and as we're speaking, their skeletons are still burning. Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and start my time and let the person that's speaking finish. Go ahead.
Ms. Lynn.
Okay, sorry. My name's Nikki Lynn. I'm at zip code 37912. I can't even imagine what my brothers and sisters and my neighbors around the world are experiencing, especially in Palestine. But I can tell you that people in Knoxville can stand together and relate. We all know that affordable housing and somewhere safe and healthy to live is important. We also understand that eviction is violent. And as one of my neighbors just mentioned earlier today, how many people were on the docket today for eviction to be violently removed from their homes, somewhere they felt safe? That's what's happening to our brothers and sisters across the sea. I urge you all to use your voice not only to stand up for them, but to stand up for housing here for everyone. Mayor, if you can go to Israel and learn from them, why can't you advocate for affordable housing here for our brothers and sisters at the state level? If you go to DC, which I know you do, why can't you advocate for affordable housing there? We're all asking for your support for basic human needs here at home in Knoxville and across the sea. Eviction's violent, and basic needs are morally neutral. Please listen to this whole room tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, that concludes public forum. Without objection, this meeting is adjourned.
How much money are you getting from Zionists?
We invite you all to come meet these people here. People in Knoxville have lost 42 relatives, one family. One family lost 30 relatives. 4 children under 1 year old.
Recall vote! Recall vote! Recall vote! Recall vote!
Council people, we invite you to come meet these people down here.
She ran up out here tonight. She got a lot of smoke. And you? I did run. Y'all got to run it back now. We got to run it back.
Can we go up there?
heart was style and love. Don't forget sweet love. Girls, 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 wherever you look, there is girls, 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 fill the book, always true. Girls, 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 there are small ones, big ones, big ones, sweet ones. Girls, girls, girls. Heloise wrote the finest words. Joni writes songs we all have heard. Nell Gwyn launched 1,000 jokes. Queen Victoria blew a fuse, told the world she was not amused by love. Don't forget sweet love. Girls, 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 wherever you look, there are some girls, girls, girls. Fill the book, always do. Girls, 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 there are small ones, big ones, big ones, sweet ones, small ones, big ones, big ones, sweet ones. Girls, girls, girls. Sweet orphan lady, she fell from heaven when she was 7. Sweet orphan lady brings me down, really brings me down. Oh, daddy. I saw stolen the flowers from her heart. I filled that lady with acid, torn her sweet soul apart. Sweet orphan lady, she fell from heaven when she was 7. Sweet orphan lady brings me down, really brings me down. Sweet orphan lady, she fell from heaven when she was 7. Sweet orphan lady brings me down, really brings me down. Trucker she slayed, cancer she said he was poisoned, found him dead in bed. Blaze down that long list, yeah. FBI files, wanted for murder, but then who killed this child? Sweet orphan lady, she fell from heaven when she was 7. Sweet orphan lady brings me down, really brings me down. Oh, really down. Sweet orphan lady, she fell from heaven when she was 7. Sweet orphan lady brings me down, really brings me down. Oh, no, you do bring me down. Oh. Woo. Yeah,
One, two.
Oh,
Okay, folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are, if anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old.
Historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100 and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year, do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset, that's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes, and even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year, so each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So,
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour, I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's it's 100 years old. And we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
More. And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70 some odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So
yeah.
Blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so, yes.
The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home, and there were 9 children in that family, and the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house. And so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the you know, it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So
good deal.
With the Knox City Schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really
cool.
great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think, and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, you know, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we really were going to encourage you, because it's a tight knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
So
within 2
walkable
streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle, because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses
So
are clustered.
Trust us on buses. Will pick you up and keep you moving. But also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable. Very walkable once you
So
get
what
started.
you want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Bird Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. You know, if people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream. A lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus or walk right over, because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
and
evening
come
candlelight.
early so you can really make good use of your time, because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70-some years old, or
it's
almost.
Pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood, is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that year.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in before, but under new ownership, everything looks different. And in many cases, we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
and,
yes.
you know, may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be, they support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
so
usually they have tree treats for
That's
everyone.
true.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there
Yeah.
too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked
Very
like
cool.
and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
yeah, you can
let's
park
talk
there
about,
as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance because they will
that's
be less
important.
expensive, all right, to do
Yes.
that. We will tell you that you can get them the day of, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. And come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
That's right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know, and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it. Okay, if everyone did that, oh my goodness, you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our participants.
And randomly, I think maybe, so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
A little bit of slight snow coming in
It's
the
a
air,
very,
yeah.
It's a Wonderful Life, where there's like the snow and the lights and
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
that's
we're
true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such, but
Yeah.
we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to
Absolutely.
find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
You get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's,
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So
Hopefully.
if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us because of Happy Holler, I think. You know, it's a very popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's
Great place.
there's some breweries. There's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early.
Yeah,
you've got a chance to see everything.
On Sunday, 1 to 5, we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you can even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours.
Yeah.
But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. Woo, a lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today, and have fun on the tour.
Fight for!
The government tells me I've got no future, just a load of old road. Anarchy, kick out the leaders, and
Well, Saturday, I feel the pain. More stuff's been long day. I feel more, brother, I don't know. My girl's listen dancing in the band. It's rock and roll. It's rock and roll. Like me hard, but never too tight to rock and roll. Well, my feet are aching like articles. My toes are growing to the depth of my soul. My brain is hurting like a needle in the head. My body's not leaving, got something to say. It's rock and roll. It's rock and roll. Yeah. Like me hard, but I'm really too tired to rock and roll. Take it out. I never find a beer that's as good as the bar. They say it's hot to drink, so leave you low. But once I try to leave, down and go. Rock and roll. It's rock and roll. Like me hard, never too tired to rock and roll. Yeah.
Hey folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are, if anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old.
Historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100, and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year, do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset, that's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes. And even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year. So each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour. I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's it's 100 years old. And we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
More. And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70 some odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So
yeah.
Blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so. Yes.
The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home, and there were 9 children in that family, and the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house, and so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the you know, it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So with the Knox City Schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really
cool.
great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think, and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we're going to encourage you because it's a tight-knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
so
within
walkable
2 streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses are clustered.
Trust us on buses. Will pick you up and keep you moving. But also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable. Very walkable once you get started.
So what you want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Brew Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. If people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream, and a lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus or walk right over because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
and
evening
come
candlelight.
early so you can really make good use of your time because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70-some years old, or
it's
almost.
pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that year.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in before, but under new ownership, everything looks different, and in many cases we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
and,
yes.
They may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be, they support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
so
usually they have treats for everyone.
True.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked like and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
you can park there as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance because they will be less expensive, all right, to do that. We will tell you that you can get them the day off, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. and come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
That's right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know, and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it. Okay, if everyone did that, oh my goodness, you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our participants.
And randomly, I think maybe, so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
A little bit of light snow coming in the air.
It's a wonderful life where there's like the snow and the lights and
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
that's true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such, but we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
Get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's,
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So
Hopefully.
if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us because of Happy Holler, I think. You know, it's a very popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's there's some breweries, there's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early. You've got a chance to see everything.
On Sunday, 1 to 5, we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you can even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours. But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. Woo, a lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today. And have fun on the tour.
People sewing in the hotel reef doesn't worry about the friends it keeps. Money, money, money knocking at the door. An artist struggles hard in the pursuit of freedom. A broker spends Money, 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 tempting both the rich and poor. Money, 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 they're all trying to get some more. People sowing in the hope they'll reap. Doesn't worry about the friends that keep. Money, 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 knocking at the door. jazz and junkie busker who blew my mind. Lady, how I want to know you. You wore a Russian shoe and the boots and the child and the smile that you dial from some office file whenever you call. And you were the jazz who blew my mind. Ivory lady, how I want to know you. And if the sun don't shine, I know we just won't mind. We'll linger in your cliffside nest. You'll be an artist friend of mine. You came to go, and the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I get to. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I do. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I do. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I do. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I do. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I do. And the room and the air and the night and the light in your eye and all that I
His voice is so cold and forbidding, though he never has too much to say. When the contract is done, he turns around and moves on. He never has time to stay. The messenger man. He moves like a cat through the shadows. He eliminates life when he must. He's lethal and cruel, but then he's nobody's fool. A man you must never cross. The messenger man. The messenger man's in town, beware. The messenger man's in town, take care. The messenger man is everywhere. He deals in death, lives in danger. His gun is quick and always for hire. His nerves are like steel, doesn't care, doesn't feel no love. messenger man. The messenger man's in town, beware. The messenger man's in town, take care. The messenger man is everywhere. He deals in death, lives in danger. His gun is quick and always for hire. His nerves are like steel, doesn't care, doesn't feel no love or foolish desire. The messenger man. The messenger man's in town, beware. The messenger man's in town, take care. The messenger man is everywhere.
Sunday morning, sleep still in your eyes. You put the kettle on. A pocket, spilling money. You cut eating toast and honey with your fingers. Our French cigarettes have a bottle of wine over from the night before. Something tells me there must have been a party. Something tells me we must have had a ball today. It's a real fine state of mind. It's a real fine state of mind. Stumble out the back door, kick a tin can on the floor, and watch it roll away. Dog barks from his loss of the chain, looks up to the sky, thinks it's going to rain. It is. Funny how the world seems to quieten down every Sunday morning when there's no one around. As a matter of fact, we're gonna take a little ride way over to the forest where there's no way to hide. It's a real fine state of mind. 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 As misty shadows trace the sun, the sky descends, my day is done.
Hey folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are If anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old
historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100, and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year? Do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset. That's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes. And even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year. So each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So,
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour, I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's it's 100 years old. And we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
More. And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70 some odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So
yeah.
Blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so. Yes.
The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home, and there were 9 children in that family, and the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members. and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house, and so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So
good deal.
With the Knox City schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really
cool.
great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think, and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we really were going to encourage you because it's a tight-knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
so
within
walkable
2 streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses are clustered.
Trust us on buses will pick you up and keep you moving, but also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable once you get
So what
started.
you want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Brew Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. If people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream, and a lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus or walk right over because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
and
evening
come
candlelight.
early so you can really make good use of your time because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70 some years old. Or
it's
almost.
pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that year.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in before, but under new ownership, everything looks different, and in many cases we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
and,
yes.
They may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be, they support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
so
usually they have treats for everyone.
True.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked like and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
yeah, you can park there as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance because they will be less expensive, all right, to do that. We will tell you that you can get them the day of, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. And come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
That's right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know, and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it. Okay, if everyone did that, oh my goodness, you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our participants.
And randomly, I think maybe, so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
A little bit of light snow coming in the air.
It's a wonderful life where there's like the snow and the lights and
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
that's true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such, but we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
Get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us because of Happy Holler, I think. You know, it's a very popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's some breweries, there's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early. You've got a chance to see everything.
On Sunday, 1 to 5, we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you can even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours. But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. A lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today. And have fun on the tour. Hey folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are, if anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old.
Historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100 and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year, do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset, that's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes. And even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year. So each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour. I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's over, it's 100 years old. And we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
More. And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70 some odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So
yeah.
Blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so.
Yes. The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home. And there were 9 children in that family. And the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house. And so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the you know, it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So with the Knox City Schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, you know, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we really were going to encourage you, because it's a tight-knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
So
within 2
walkable
streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses
So
are clustered.
Trust us on buses. We'll pick
Yeah.
you up and keep you moving. But also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable. Very walkable once you
So
get
what you
started.
want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Brew Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. You know, if people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream, and a lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong
Great.
in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus or walk right over because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
And
evening
come
candlelight.
early so you can really make good use of your time because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70 some years old, or
it's
almost.
pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that yeur.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in before, but under new ownership, everything looks different. And in many cases, we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
And
yes.
you know, they may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be. They support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
so
usually they have treats for
That's
everyone.
true.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there
yeah.
too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked
Very
like
cool.
and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
you can
let's
park
talk
there
about,
as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance because they will
that's
be less
important.
expensive, all right, to do
Yes.
that. We will tell you that you can get them the day of, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. And come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
That's right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know,
So-
and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it. Okay, if
Yeah.
everyone did that, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our
And
participants.
randomly, I think maybe, so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
bit of light snow
And
coming
it's
in
a
the air,
very,
yeah.
it's very, it's a wonderful life where there's like the snow and the lights and
And
the
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
That's
we're
true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such,
Yeah.
but we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to
Absolutely.
find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
Get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's,
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So
Hopefully.
if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some
Absolutely.
bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you
Yeah.
definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us
Yeah.
because of Happy Holler, I think. You know,
Yeah,
it's a very
yeah.
popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's
Great place.
there's some breweries. There's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early.
Yeah,
you've
and
got
then,
a chance to see everything.
on Sunday, 1 to 5, we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you could even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours.
Yeah.
But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. Woo, a lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today. And have fun on the tour.
the pack. She turns up hearts, she'd rather turn over the diamonds. You gotta move fast before the others can reach you. You gotta move fast before the others get there. 1:30 in the morning, waiting for the car to show. Sisters out from the club and getting so restless. Big man's in the doorway, keeping away from the law. Sister drinks coffee inside the bar in the corner. You gotta move fast before the others can reach you. You gotta move fast before the others get there. Get up. Move fast, the border can't be far away. Big man knows of a place where you can stay. Then you're free. Then you're free. Then you're free. Oh yeah, you're free. Tap, tap on the pavement. Big man's looking scared. Hand in the pocket, big man's fingers are twitching. Sisters out on the sidewalk, both of them know it's the end. Too late now, too late to keep on running. You gotta move fast before the others can reach you. You gotta move fast before the others get there. You gotta move fast before
Hey folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are, if anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old.
Historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100 and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year, do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset, that's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes. And even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year. So each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour. I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's it's 100 years old. And we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70-some-odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So
yeah.
Blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so, yes.
The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home, and there were 9 children in that family, and the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house. And so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the you know, it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So
good deal.
With the Knox City Schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really
cool.
great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, you know, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we're going to encourage you because it's a tight-knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
so
within 2
walkable
streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses
So
are clustered.
Trust us on buses. We'll pick you up and keep you moving. But also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable. Very walkable once you
So
get
what
started.
you want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Root Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. You know, if people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream. A lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus or walk right over because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
and
evening candlelight.
come early so you can really make good use of your time because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70-some years old, or
it's
almost.
Pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that year.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in them before, but under new ownership, everything looks different, and in many cases we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
and,
yes.
You know, may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be. They support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
so
usually they have tree treats for
That's
everyone.
true.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there
yeah.
too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked
Very
like
cool.
and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
yeah, you can
let's
park
talk
there
about,
as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance because they will
that's
be less
important.
expensive, all right, to do
Yes.
that. We will tell you that you can get them the day of, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. And come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
Right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know, and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it, okay? If everyone did that, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our participants.
And randomly, I think so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
A little bit of light snow coming in the air.
It's a wonderful life where there's like the snow and the lights and
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
that's
we're
true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such, but
Yeah.
we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to
Absolutely.
find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
Get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's,
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So
Hopefully.
if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us because of Happy Holler, I think. You know, it's a very popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's
Great place.
there's some breweries. There's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early.
Yeah,
you've got a chance to see everything.
On Sunday, 1 to 5, we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you can even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours.
Yeah.
But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. Woo, a lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today. And have fun on the tour.
sign in town. You've been around and found. You took the wrong way in. Now tell me where you've been. Dark nights have seen you in cold streets of tears and despair. Dawn is what you thought you saw. Nobody told you then you'd never find a friend. All that you've been through repeats itself day after day. Oh, lonely woman, it seems like your time's come before you have started to live. Oh, lonely woman, it seems like your time's come before you have started to live. The music's changed its sound. What you came here to see and what you tried to be. Love found its way to your heart and gave you a new start. Poor lonely woman, poor lonely woman. Finding
Hey folks, we are so glad to be with you. You know, when you see Lauren and myself up here, it is Christmas time. I'm Renee Roberts with the Home Tour Committee of Old North Knoxville. We are ready to get going in Christmas spirit and holiday spirit with the Old North Knoxville Holiday Home Tour. And it's a Victorian holiday home tour, right, Lauren?
It is. It's Victorian holiday home tour, but it includes craftsmen and other houses. So these are, if anybody's not familiar, these are houses that are between Central and off of Broadway.
A little triangle going on.
And a little bit more to the side of that. But we're down there in the Broadway Central area off of Happy Holler. These are homes that were built, most of them, there are some new homes, but most of our homes were built in the late 1800s or the early 1900s. We're the old trolley car suburbs of the old.
Historic, folks. We really, I mean, when you start thinking 100 years old, which is what we are talking now, most of those homes are at least 100 and some are much more than that. Well, what's the story on the tour? What year, do we know what year this is of our tour? Because we lost a little bit during the pandemic, but we'll say this is the second year we've been back after the pandemic. We
second year reset, that's right.
And we had a great time last year.
Well over 30 years, I know that.
That's definitely true.
I've been involved now for 18 years, so, and it was going for a while before me. But just to make sure if anybody's jumping in, this is the historic, the Victorian Holiday Home Tour of Old North Knoxville.
Yeah.
And what we do is we have 7 homes this year and a church, and Rose Mortuary also joins us as one of our partners. But you come and tour our homes, and they are decorated for the holidays.
Absolutely.
You can join us December 2nd and December 3rd. That's a Saturday.
And understand, folks, it's not a drive-by or a drive-through. It is actually a walk-through. You get to go through these homes pretty much top to bottom as much as is open for you to look at, and you'll have a great time. Expect to spend probably 2 to 3 hours if you're really aficionado of historic homes, and even if you're not, come in and look for the decorations. You may get a lot of ideas to take home with you.
I'm actually, so my home is on the tour this year. Your home was on the tour last year, so each year we rotate which houses are on the tour if you haven't been to our tour. So different neighbors open up their doors and decorate. And I'm actually, I'm running out of time, don't have much time left, but trying to think of some things that I could do that would be inexpensive but a little different and just really mix up my decorations and change it up. So we'll see. That is some things, you know, even if you're like, oh, I went to her house 5 years ago, sometimes you redo some of the spaces or totally change the decorations. So,
and we have some of our people who come year in and year out that will tell you, believe it or not, oh, you did this differently or you did that differently. Every year I have that on home tour. I said, I'm glad you noticed, or I didn't realize that myself.
I do want people to notice. And sometimes we might have like a musical group come, like a choir. Did you have anybody play at your home last year?
I had singers last year from the Knoxville Opera Company one evening, and also a group from Central Baptist Church Bearden, a great bunch. And they were they highlighted what we do on that, folks, for a lot of it. I have a grand piano, it's antique. It's it's 100 years old, and we sing around the piano, so to speak, while people came in. So I don't know what's coming up this season, but I think there's a possible surprise or two for some music coming up.
Oh, okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. So I'm not going to reveal yet because it may fall through.
So usually this is a home tour. So you get to see historic homes that are about 100 years old in that ballpark or more.
More. And in this case, they now have become more.
Yeah. My house is 1914. So it's almost 110 years old at this point.
Isn't that mind-boggling? Because when I moved in, I remember it was like 70 some odd years old, and it passed the 100th year it's about 105 years old now, I think. So blows my mind.
And they're decorated for the holidays, and then there's going to be music. And then, you know, it just, sometimes people who come on our home tour, they grew up coming to somebody's house in the neighborhood, or they might have grown up in the neighborhood. So it's a way to come visit the old neighborhood where your grandparents might have lived, or you might have lived, your parents might have lived. So that's one of the, I love that, because sometimes someone will come into your home and they will tell you they have been to your home before with maybe someone who lived there before you, or they knew the people that used to live there. And that's exciting, because sometimes they'll tell you stories about those people, and that's really kind of cool to me, is to hear the history, to hear about the people who used to live there. Because our homes, these were the homes of the people who created Knoxville.
Very much so. Yes.
The family that built my home, they had another home on Central that burned in a fire, and then they built my home, and there were 9 children in that family, and the sons and the dad all worked on the railroads. And so that was just really interesting to hear. So, you know, we got to know some of the modern day family members, and hear about them. For a long time, well, for the first few years we lived there, our immediate neighbor, her dad had built the house, and so we got to know her. She was a graduate of UT and a school teacher, one of the, you know, it was a very big deal for women to go to college in her era, so that she was very proud of that, and it was just amazing to meet her. She was a math teacher like yourself.
Oh, good deal.
So
good deal.
With the Knox City Schools.
Absolutely.
And so it was just really
cool.
great to know about the people that made the neighborhood when it was a new neighborhood.
Well, I think and now we've had so many folks we have younger folks coming into the neighborhood. I remember when I was the new kid on the block, so to speak, and now I'm kind of like one of the last of the, you know, some of the originals. But none of us were really originals. We were all, came in at a certain time when we felt this love for this neighborhood, and that's one thing I think you'll see is the cooperation, the camaraderie between players and all the families and such. Speaking of which, let's talk about how do we get started on the tour? Where do they leave their vehicles?
Yeah.
Because we really were going to encourage you, because it's a tight knit tour this year. They're all pretty much
so
within 2
walkable
streets.
this year.
Yes, very walkable. Leave your vehicle, because it's going to be very hard if you're trying to look for a parking space and you're trying to drive yourself. It's not going to work very well.
Yeah, the houses are clustered.
Trust us on buses. Will pick you up and keep you moving. But also, like Lauren says, they're very walkable. Very walkable once you get started.
So what you want to do this year is go to First Lutheran, which is a church on Broadway, right across from Cape Brew Coffee Shop. You could start off and have some hot chocolate or something. But park there at First Lutheran, and then we'll have a ticket booth. You know, if people have been coming to the tour for a long time, they may have changed. They may remember how we used to do it, where we had a ticket booth over at St. Mary's. But now we're doing a ticket booth in a 1956 Airstream. So if anybody came last year, they saw the Airstream, and a lot of people took their photo with it. We're going to have that Airstream parked on Armstrong in the 1300 block. So you'll be able to park at First Lutheran and pick up the bus, or walk right over, because you can see where the Airstream's going to be. That's our ticket booth. Get your ticket booth, get your calendar with your program. This is December 2nd and 3rd, Saturday from 4 to 9, Sunday from 1 to 5, so afternoon in the daylight hours. Saturday,
and
evening
come
candlelight.
early, so you can really make good use of your time, because it'll take a couple hours at least, probably more like 2 to 3 hours to get through it. So budget your time.
But so you'll pick up your tickets there at the Airstream, the 1956 Airstream. So it's 70-some years old, or
it's
almost.
Pretty antique, I'd say we could call it. Yes.
You pick up your tickets, and then you'll go to the first house. It's going to be up on Scott. We've got several houses there up on that street, and then you'll come down to East Oklahoma and pick up a few more houses there. Trying to think about what different houses we have. We have one of the houses that hasn't been on the tour for at least 10 years, I don't believe. Another one, I'll tell you, one of the houses, it's one of the smaller houses. So that's what's interesting about our neighborhood, is it used to be the whole city. So you have small houses and big houses. They're different sizes. This is a smaller house. It was last on the tour in 2004. And I know this because we moved here from out of state, and that house was on the tour that year.
Interesting.
It was a couple that lived there at that time, and it's sold a couple of times since, but hasn't been on the tour since then. So new owner, completely differently decorated from the last time in 2004.
Well, that's what's great about it. Even some of these homes you may see, I've been in before, but under new ownership, everything looks different.
Yeah.
And in many cases, we've had, like I said, a lot of new young folks who've come in. So I think you're going to find it a great time for all. The buses do make it easy, but again, let them drop you off and walk, and you get to see. Now, Saturday is nighttime. It's a candlelight tour, and it's really beautiful to see the neighborhood lit up in fashion. But afternoon, on Sunday, you can also see all the homes, all the architecture exterior. But remember, you get to go inside all of these homes, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and get to check a little bit. Also, another place they can park is at Rose Mortuary.
Rose Mortuary,
And,
yes.
you know, they may not be able to get tickets, but they're going to be, they support us every year, and they're allowing us to have some parking there also.
And
So it's a great
usually they
place.
have treats for
That's
everyone.
true.
They have cider and cookies.
And you may go inside there
Yeah.
too. You don't just have to stay out in their parking lot. You can go inside.
And one thing, if you haven't been to Rose Mortuary, with a lot of people who've been to our tour have been, that was actually a historic home, and they have pictures inside of what the home originally looked
Very
like
cool.
and how it was built out into the current structure that it is now. So that's kind of fascinating to think. That's how mortuaries used to be. They were in homes. That's a family business. So
and also,
you can
let's
park
talk
there
about,
as well.
Yeah, and talk about with getting tickets in advance, because they will
that's
be less
important.
expensive, all right, to do
Yes.
that. We will tell you that you can get them the day off, but it's much wiser to go ahead. And online, you got the VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com, which has been running around underneath us here. That's your best bet right there. Go ahead and get your tickets reserved now.
Yes.
Get taken care of, not have to worry about it. And come visit us. That would be December 2nd and December 3rd, Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon. You don't have to specify which day you're coming.
Or you can go both.
That's right, you can split it.
You can split it. Some people do that. And here's the thing. It is a great friend outing, date night outing.
Absolutely.
I know people that come with small groups of friends, people that come with one friend, people that come with groups from church or some other organization you're with. This is a really fun activity to get out, do something different that only happens once a year.
Well, I know, and last year we had close to 1,300 people coming through. So that's why I say expect to spend a little bit of time. It's another reason why we encourage you not to try to drive it, okay? If everyone did that, oh my goodness, you know, no one would be happy. So let the buses take care of you. You get to walk a lot of this. This is very close proximity. So we love it when we get it that way because it's so much easier on our participants.
And randomly, I think maybe, so I've been involved here for 23 years. A couple of times I've seen it snow. And that's really magical to be walking around.
A little bit of slight snow coming in the air.
It's a wonderful life where there's like the snow and the lights and
we will happen
Christmas
no matter
decor.
what the weather is.
Yes,
that's
we're
true.
rain
Okay,
or
so
shine.
understand we can't move this to another weekend and such, but
Yeah.
we definitely want you to take advantage of it. The tickets are available online. That's where you may get them. If you wait till the day of, again, it's a little more expensive, but you can buy those at the ticket booth.
Yes, but VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com is a way to
Absolutely.
find more information about this event.
It's a lot of fun.
Get to go through 7 homes. These are people's homes, and we're inviting you in to come see the craftsmanship, the renovations, and Christmas decorations.
It's
Christmas
beautiful
lights
time
and
for
sparkle.
all. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's,
Christmas music.
And we hope to have, we're going to plan to have some music floating around in the area, hopefully. So
Hopefully.
if not, hey, each individual house probably will have something going on too.
And one last thing before we're going to run out of time here in a moment is you'll get to see about half the houses, and then we'll run you through Happy Holler on the buses, or you could walk down there if you choose to walk and not ride the bus transportation. But there's some restaurants and some bars there, some of our local businesses that are big supporters of the community, but also great places to get a drink or a bite to eat.
And even if you want to go before the tour on Saturday night or after it on Sunday afternoon, they'll welcome you with open arms. So you definitely want to take a look at that if you haven't already been into our Happy Holler area. A lot of folks know us because of Happy Holler, I think. You know, it's a very popular spot.
We even have a little theater down there, Central Cinema.
Central Cinema.
So there's
Great place.
there's some breweries. There's a lot of great stuff there, and it's all walking distance from it. So you can break it up and do it any way you like. But we hope you'll come see us December 2nd and 3rd. And that is on December 2nd, Saturday. The candlelight tour is 4 to 9 o'clock. We're going to close those doors at 9 o'clock because everybody's sleepy and tired.
And you've had a good chance if you come early.
Yeah,
you've got a chance to see everything.
On Sunday, 1 to 5. we will welcome you back in the daylight hours if that's what you choose.
And as we said, you can choose whichever one you want to go, and you can even do half and half. And we have that happen a lot of times. So don't get excited if you get there too late, as you feel like on Saturday night and just get to see 2 or 3 homes. Come back on Sunday, join us in the daylight hours.
Yeah.
But we just want you to join us, okay?
Absolutely.
At First Lutheran Church, and also Rose Mortuary, where you can park. Get your tickets in advance. VictorianHolidayHomeTour.com. Woo, a lot of mouthful there. And Lauren, thank you for being with us today. And have fun on the tour.